Okay, so if commissioners are around, we're gonna probably get started soon. So you can start turning on your cameras and audio. And David DeLeon, do we have the court reporter?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Sadie, how are you doing?
Good. Get everybody's names down. And Matt, your last name is cut off. Is it Falcone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, David DeLeon, are we on now?
Yes, we're on. We're recording, and it's loading to YouTube.
Okay. Let me know when we can start it. So.
Did I get permission to record? Can someone give me that?
This will be recorded and kept on the city planning YouTube channel.
Okay, great.
So I mean, if you need to record, you're more than welcome to. But at the same time, we will have a record of this available publicly after the conclusion of the meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay, so with that, I'm calling to order the hearing and action portion of today's May hearing. It is May 5th, 2021 at 1:02 p.m. in the afternoon. This is the Historic Review Commission meeting for the month of May. Let's start with an access check for our attendees. Can our guests hear, see as needed? If you have any problems, use the Q&A or raise your hand. Staff will try to help you out. You can also call the number in the invite to connect to us. So with that, I would like to call, do a roll call for commissioners. Commissioner Green?
Present.
Commissioner Dash?
Present.
Commissioner Falcone?
Present.
Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Hill is not here. Commissioner Loyson?
Here.
Commissioner Snipe?
Here.
Okay, and Commissioner Aguirre is in here as well. So we do have a quorum, which is at least 4 minimum. With that, I'm gonna identify all items on the agenda for everybody who's gonna be joining us today. The first item that we will hear will be the Mexican Water Street Historic District, 1218 Buena Vista Street, and that's gonna be an application for Certificate of Economic Hardship. Item number 2 will be Allegheny West Historic District, 911 Beach Avenue, building renovations, including after-the-fact installation of lighting. Item number 3 will be Allegheny West Historic District, 911 Galveston Avenue, alterations to previously approved plans for potential new owner. Item number 4 will be East Carson Street Historic District, 1321, 1327 East Carson Street, building renovations, including window replacement and installation of security system. Item number 5 will be Manchester Historic District, 1807 Fulton Street, construction of a mosque. That's coming back from before. Item number 6 is Mexican Water Street Historic District, 1234 Monterey Street, building renovations, including reconstruction of rear addition and carport. Item number 7, Mexican Water Street Historic District expansion, 1203 Arch Street, building renovations, including changing of siding. Item number 8 will be the Mexican Water Street Historic District expansion, 414 Jacksonian Street, construction of a garage. Under demolitions, we had an item before, but it has been removed from the agenda by the applicant. And then we have a historic nomination, East Liberty Mellon Bank, 6112 Penn Avenue, nomination for historic designation, which is the second part in our review process. Before we get started, to all, cases will be heard for the record and public testimony will be taken. How to participate? After the presentations for hearing, we will invite testimony. Staff will first call on the people who register by name or the last four digits of their phone number. Then we will invite the guests who have used the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen and guests on the phone. If the staff needs to change your status in the meeting, there may be a pause or reconnection circle. Just let it finish. We'll be here waiting for you. The chat is disabled. Please only use the Q&A for technical assistance for staff. They will take care of you. When we hear testimony, public testimony will only be for 3 minutes each. We'll be timing you to keep the proceedings timely. People who are presenting, they will have the time that they require to do the proper presentation for their project. For presenters, clearly describe which slide you are presenting in order to assist those participating via audio to follow along with the presentation on their own computer or mobile device. So with that, do we have all our technical issues taken care of? I believe, correct?
Lord willing.
Okay.
I believe
excellent.
so.
Okay, that's great. So with that, we're gonna get started with the first item on the agenda. And just as a reminder for people with us, applicant, please provide your name and address for the record, and then you will explain the project. So with that, I will welcome Mexican Water Street Historic District, 1218 Buena Vista Street, application for Certificate of Economic Hardship. Okay, now for this one, documentation was sent to commissioners by staff regarding the different documentation that was needed as an affidavit by the applicant. And staff and also Commissioner Dash, I think I will ask like some guidance on this. Do we discuss the information provided and then go to the public hearing to see how we will be feeling about it, or do we go backwards for certificate of hardship since we have the information and we already heard the applicant explain his application before?
I believe with that, we would probably turn it over to staff just to introduce the item and then open for public testimony.
Okay.
Sure. Well, what I can say about this is you guys have seen the documentation that the applicant has submitted. We do not make that public at all, obviously. But I think from that you all get a general sense of what the applicant's looking for, the applicant's reasoning behind submitting this application, and I really think that there really shouldn't be too much deliberation in this one, simply because we can't necessarily talk about their private information in public. So I think that you know, really the technical issue behind this is whether the applicant, you know, the applicant is appealing the decision related to replacing slate on the roof versus the unapproved, after the fact approved denial of asphalt shingles. So, I mean, it's up to you, Chair, if you'd like to open it up now or have a little bit of a discussion. You know, we've generally just handled these applications, sort of dealt with them in the same way that we've dealt with project reviews in the same format. So.
Okay, well then in that case, I would like to hear from the applicant once again to present their application pretty much on the basics of the certificate of hardship, since we know very well what happened at the property, how the improper repair happened, and that kind of thing. So I will welcome the the owner's representative or the owner to present now.
Keith, do you want to speak to it first? Or do you have any comment?
Sure. I'm not sure what the commission is looking for in terms of additional information on top of the application, but I did have a couple of questions. One was, were the required postings and mailings done, and what were the responses? And two, the 4 or 5 other properties on the street, on Buena Vista Street, that have asphalt shingle roofs that are visible from the street. I was wondering what were the processes that they did to get approval.
Keith is who? I don't have a last name or a face here.
Yes, say your name and address for the record, please.
I'm the property owner at 1218 Buena Vista. Last name Farrell, F as in Frank, A-R-R-E-L-L.
Thank you.
Well, as a matter of course, I can tell you that the notices were sent out as required. What I can tell you is that the Mexican War Street expansion has been a relatively recent addition to the Historic Review Commission's purview. Though the nomination began its process in 2013, I believe, it took several years through the courts and finally became, the court finally rendered their decision, I want to say at the end of 2019 before quarantine. So it's likely that the other roofs that you're mentioning were not subject to review because the district had not been established.
I see. Thank you for that response.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, were those all the questions? Mr. Farrell?
That's all I have. I don't know what else to add to the application. I answered everything quickly and succinctly and turned it in within a week or two of getting it. I guess I'm just waiting to hear your determination.
Or comments?
So if I may, I'm the property manager, Sadie Friend, at 12400 Frankstown Road. But the biggest reason we did some research trying to find contact information to get approval, see what kind of permits we needed to, repair this section of the roof. The biggest reason we did this quickly and without further research, at least for the contractor and from our end, was because there was massive amounts of water coming into the property. And it wasn't a rush job. He did it properly, and the work was done properly and efficiently because it was an emergency. And I would also say that, he did a good job and we paid for a good job, and I would just be concerned at paying for a whole nother section of the roof. Those are just my comments on the application and the work.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. At this point, I would like to close. Well, do we have any public testimony regarding this property, David De Leon? Although I don't think that it will be, I'm not sure that it will be applicable since it's somebody else's hardship in this case, I guess.
Chairwoman, it is a public hearing, so we
Okay,
do,
never mind, sorry.
We do allow for public testimony as a part of that. So.
Okay, well then I would like to hear public testimony if available for this property.
Yes, we do have several people. The first is Stephen Williams.
Okay.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you well. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stephen Williams, 1214 Buena Vista Street.
Okay, you may begin.
This project has been evidenced by poor management, both by the property manager and by whomever hired them. I experienced 4 years ago a collapse of their fence in the back on my car. A collapse which they denied was they denied it was even their fence. I have supplied to the Historic Review Commission via Miss Quinn a number of images and also the testimony that was executed at the time of my legally having to acquire money to repair my car that was a result of their negligence. I also used and have submitted to the commission the Google Street Views of when Mr. Farrell has owned this property. And since he's owned this property, he has not executed or had his property managers execute repairs or restorations. It has merely been put a Band-Aid on it and get it to go away. And you can see from the evidence that I supplied to the commissioners over the time period that all they do is just keep letting things deteriorate. Now, when we come to this issue, this roof issue, there were 4 different roofers who have come into my property mistakenly because they thought I was the property and not the subject property. Second, they executed this on a day that they were doing the lead pipe removal on the street. There was no inspection, no supervision, nothing. And you can see the blue porch there. There was debris that I had to clean off that porch because of their sloppy handling of the work. The leak has been happening for probably 6 to 8 months before this was executed last year. And this, you know, I've lived down there in the Historic Review area since 1979. Everything I have done on my buildings has been up to the federal historic standards, which were established in that neighborhood in the 60s. That's when this Mexican War Streets was certified as a historic district. And what had to be done there had to be approved via the historic groups, both at a neighborhood level and at the city level. That's what I've gone through. And to see this project being done like this with just, you know, slap jockey Home Depot parts, it's not the way it should be done. And you can see from this image, look at the hand-carved slate that enhanced the facade of that building, because look at the way the brick has been done with the patterns there. And this building had its entire front porch removed prior to 1976. And, you know, a lot of things about this building, the historic nature of it has been just inexorably removed from it. And if you look at an image today, they haven't even gotten the windows painted on the 3rd floor from the work that was done last October. So, you know, there's no reason to believe that this is a hardship case. The building's been fully rented. And, you know, it's just another example of somebody scamming the city and trying to get away with it. Okay,
I think, did I hear the clock? There were the 3 minutes up already?
You did. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, I'm gonna have to stop you, but I will say for the record that we did receive the email with the images and the damage presentation that you have sent to our staff. So thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
With that, do we have any more public testimony regarding this property?
Yes, the next individual is John DeSantis.
Okay. John, state your name and address for the record, and reminder, 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. John DeSantis, 719 Brighton Road, Pittsburgh 15233. I had not intended to speak on this subject today. I actually was tuning into the Zoom for a couple of issues that are in Allegheny West, the neighborhood that I live in. But realizing that you have an economic hardship case on the table right now, I would like to change hats from neighborhood advocate to a different one. For 13 years, I was chairperson of the city's Historic Review Commission and was chairperson during the time that we adopted the city's current preservation ordinance, including the economic hardship provision, which you're administering today. This application, from what I've seen, is a clear and strong abuse of the economic hardship provision that is placed in the city's preservation ordinance as a protection for people who have true economic hardship visited upon them as a result of complying with the city's preservation code. Clearly, this is not what the economic hardship provision anticipates. It also, I will add, is not consistent with the case law in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania related to economic hardship and the application of that within the city's zoning codes, both in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. The case law is very clear that there is a great burden for the applicant when seeking an economic hardship deferral in order to present to the commission not just their own economic information, but also they must demonstrate to the commission that they have attempted to sell the property in order to get proceeds with which they could comply, or to find another buyer who would comply with the provision that the commission has just visited upon them. Clearly, it would be practically impossible to meet the economic hardship provision at an income producing property, which is what we have here today. This property clearly is producing revenue to the current owner. And in that case, it would be almost impossible to meet the requirement of demonstrating an economic hardship. Normally, an economic hardship would be demonstrated by an individual who did not have income of any sort, let alone rental income, and therefore could not comply. This, I would urge you to consider, is a tremendous abuse of the economic hardship request. It also, if you were to approve this as an economic hardship, would open the door to all sorts of other applications on whether or not it is convenient for someone to bear the cost of making the correct change. In this case, it is clearly not an economic hardship. I really urge you to think and speak among yourselves carefully about how the economic hardship provision is applied here. This is an abuse of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis. That's very much appreciated. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any more testimony, David DeLeon?
Not currently.
Okay. So with that, I would like to close public testimony for this property at this time and open it back to commissioners. Does somebody wants to get it started?
Actually, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead. So I have comments, but I don't think they're very pleasant. But if you, I will entertain a motion right now.
Yeah, the motion I'd like to present is that we deny the request for economic hardship for 1218 Univista Street.
I'd second the motion.
Okay, for the vote, Commissioner Green,
I abstain.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Thank you, James. Commissioner Loyson. Karen, Commissioner Loyson.
Sorry. Aye, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay, Commissioner Snipe.
Aye. We deny it.
Yep. And then Commissioner Aguirre is an aye for denial as well. Yeah, application for certificate of economic hardship is denied. I agree with the comments that were provided, and I don't think that there was enough information to consider this appropriate for this property. So with that, I think that we
May I ask a question?
go ahead.
Does that mean that the work needs to be undone and redone?
As per the commission's prior decision on this property, yes.
Yeah, which is what
we made that decision, I believe, in March. Sir Sharon, is that correct?
No, February.
February. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry that I didn't remember, but okay, thank you.
Okay. So with that, I think that we can move forward with the next item on the agenda. Item number 2, we have Allegheny West Historic District, 911 Beach Avenue, building renovations, including after-the-fact installation of lighting. Do we have the applicant ready?
Yes.
Their name and address?
Thanks. It's Joseph Frachel, 911 Beach Avenue, Pittsburgh, PA 15233. Thanks. This is a continuation of an application that we put in February of this year, requesting a number of items, some of which have been granted and then others which are held over. The 2 issues that I think are still remaining are the request to replace a roof over the porch and lighting installed to the front of the house. So I guess I'll start with the porch roof first. That might be the easiest. If you want to go to Exhibit 2 of the initial proposal and part of the agenda.
Sure, 1 second.
Yeah, so this is looking out over the front. There is some sort of metal, painted metal that's aged on the roof. At the front is like a rubber or asphalt sort of wrap that goes down into the box gutters, which is leaking. The condition underneath the metal is unknown, though there's some water damage to the wood above the porch. If you want to go, Ms. Spooner, maybe to Exhibit 1, just to go back one, it might be the easiest one. And if you can zoom in on the front center of the house. I don't know if it's possible to do that. Yeah, if you can see, if the panel can see, sort of there's some damage done to the metal flashings around the front, right over the central bracing. What's happening now is water is either getting underneath, both underneath the box gutter and causing the damage to the metal facade, and is also the box gutters there are sort of damaged, and we're not sure exactly how damaged they are, but it's causing water to leak over at that point. The drainage for this goes both, I think, from the right side of the house and the left side. There's drainage on both sides, but it's still kind of collecting in the middle there and going over. We had originally requested to do an asphalt shingle to match the other roofs of all of the other properties on this side of the street, and actually on the other side of the street as well. I think every property on this block of Beach Avenue on both sides has asphalt shingles over the porch roofs. And there was a request to obtain additional information. I did call 5 different places that do metal roofs. 4 said that they either wouldn't do them or wouldn't recommend them, or that it just wasn't an economically feasible job for them and wouldn't even come out. There was only one place that actually would come out to give a quote for a metal roof, which was, I've included the quote. I don't know if I want to attach it necessarily as an exhibit just for the vendor, but the quote was approximately $7,600 to do a metal roof, which is obviously not a historic roof. It's a modern metal roof that's going to have sort of the brackets in between. the quote that they gave us to do an asphalt shingle and gutter and box gutter repair was about $3,000 or maybe a little more than $3,000 less. And so I would, renew our request to be allowed to make like a replacement of this roof and make repairs to the roof, including the box gutter, removing sort of the asphalt rubber wrap that was installed over the box gutters. Mainly the main purpose is because there is a wood ceiling or wood porch roof that I'm fairly concerned may get some damage that would be irreparable at this point. The asphalt shingles, as I mentioned, if you want to go through some of the other exhibits, and I would say starting with exhibit 3. This is actually to the left of the house, and there's an asphalt shingle on the house directly to the left. If you go to exhibit 4, this is the house directly to the right, where the roofs are almost touching. Again, that's an asphalt shingle. And then I have some other ones I can bring up as well on exhibits 5 and 6, I think. But basically, we're trying to match the look that everybody else has while saving the wood porch roof, and also creating a sort of a better resistance there, something that actually functions, so it's also not destroying the metal flashing on the front. So I can either stop here for discussion, or I can go to the lighting as well, whichever the commission would prefer.
Let's go to the lighting, please.
Okay. So for the lighting, there were, again, this wood roof had a sconce lighting that was very historic in that it was a knob and tube. The electrician looked at it, but there was no way to make any changes to that portion of the lighting without removing the wooden roof. And they were worried there was going to be damage. So we installed an exterior light next to the door, which is shown in this picture. So we did have to make a opening in the wall there to do that, to run it out from the porch. And then we also installed similarly wiring that came from the second floor to the outside of the second floor, which I think is shown in some of the prior photos. The commission last time wanted to see a closer up photo, so this is just from the side. There are several of these small boxes. There's 4 that go across the house that go from the inside of the house out and run out. And our intention was to, I think it's exhibit 9 and 10, install lighting to illuminate sort of the architectural features of the facade of the house with lights that were about 4 or 5 inches tall. So they would be minimally visible and cover that. That was our intention to do that. We just asked that that be approved as well.
Okay, is that the extent of your presentation?
I think that covers everything that's remaining of the items that we have to discuss.
Yeah, we only had the lighting and the roof materials. So, okay, I think at this point we're gonna open to public comment. David DeLeon.
Currently, there's we do have one person, Carol Malakoff.
Okay. Carl, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am here representing the Allegheny West Local Review Committee. And we did 2 reviews of these 2 projects. The last one we did was after the snow melted, and we stood across the street and looked at the roof. The existing roof is a metal roof. And we believe, I'll put it very clearly, that the new roof should be replaced, should be a metal roof. Unfortunately, if the homeowner had come talk to some of his neighbors, there are several of us on the committee who have installed metal roofs. I'm one of them. My husband and I put a metal roof on a back porch that we built, and that was about 7 or 8 years ago. And we can say it held up very well so far. It's very appropriate to the design of the house. So we are recommending that the material used for the new roof be metal. On the second project, the installation of the 4 lights across the building facade, we're very disturbed that this was done after, and he's getting an approval after the fact. We believe these lights are totally inappropriate in a historic district and in a residential district. The concept of lights across the front of the house is appropriate, and the style of the lights is not appropriate, and the style of the lights is not appropriate. So we are opposed to the lights. Now the dilemma is, if you deny the lights, how are these holes going to be filled? So we'll leave it at that. And the LRC is waiting for your decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol, for your testimony. And I would also like to enter for the record that we did receive the LRC's comments over email as well, reiterating what Carol just brought up to the presentation. Do we have any more public testimony regarding this property? Debbie De Leon?
Yes, we have John DeSantis.
Okay.
I was waiting for you to do it.
Mr. DeSantis?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. John DeSantis, 719 Brighton Road, Pittsburgh, 15233. I would like to echo the comments of the Local Review Committee and urge the Commission members to agree with the Local Review Committee's recommendation. The subject of the roof, the current roof is a flat soldered metal panel roof, likely the original. It could easily be replaced in the same fashion with flat panels. It could also easily be replaced with a standing seam metal roof. There are plenty of contractors in Pittsburgh who do metal roofs of this type and are accustomed to doing it on historic buildings. I will point out that contrary to the applicant's testimony, in this same block of Beach Avenue, this is 911 Beach, at 937 Beach, just 5 doors down the street, there's a brand new standing seam copper metal roof on that porch. It's a very similar house to this one, in fact, very, very similar. That copper roof was just put on that house 3 years ago by a local roofing contractor. There's no difficulty in finding a contractor. There's no difficulty finding the proper materials and having it done in the correct manner. And I would urge the Commission to require that this be a metal roof, either flat sheet or standing seam, and that it be installed better as it would have originally been done. On the subject of the lighting is really something of an outrage. The applicants have drilled large holes in the front stone facade of this building without coming to the HRC, without seeking permission. And this is a classic example of it's easier to seek forgiveness than to seek permission. And unfortunately, in the Allegheny West Historic District, in the last 8 or 9 years, there has been an outstanding number of those kinds of actions. This is yet another one. We should not be rewarding this applicant for having gone ahead and drilled holes in the facade of this building. Uplighting a residential building on a residential street is certainly not a necessity. It would be dramatically out of character for the rest of this street. There are no other uplit buildings on Beach Avenue. Those holes in the second floor of the front facade should be filled, and they should be appropriately treated to match the rest of the stone facade, and there should be no uplighting on that second floor level for this facade. I will also mention that one of the other points of application here in front of you today, although it's not one of the ones we're discussing right now, is that the applicants have requested cleaning of the facade of this building. I would encourage the HRC to, in the process of approving that cleaning, stipulate that it must be done by a company that has experience doing such cleaning, and that it must meet Secretary of the Interior standards for that cleaning. There are lots of companies around that think that they know how to clean a stone facade, and then we end up with badly damaged stone facades. You should be requiring that this applicant demonstrate to staff that they've hired a qualified contractor to do that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. DeSantis. Do we have any more public testimony?
Not currently.
Okay, thank you. Before I open this back to commissioners, I would just like to state for everybody who's joining us is like there's been some issues that we're having with our YouTube stream live. We're having some technical difficulties. We're working on getting the stream app, but if we can, it'll be available after the Pittsburgh City Planning YouTube channel. For that, obviously people can join us here while having the proceedings, but if you want to watch on the YouTube, either wait until it's completed. Hopefully we'll get it working, and if not, here we have the live process happening. So with that, I would like to open it to commissioners for discussion.
I do have a comment about the roofing material.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that typically the reason that the welded seam or other metal roofs were used for these porch roofs were related to the pitch of the roof. And asphalt shingles have a minimum pitch as a technical requirement to them. So if you're looking at this building and the one to its left, which has asphalt shingles, the asphalt shingle roof has a steeper pitch. And so I honestly don't even think that the asphalt shingle is a technically appropriate solution for a shallow pitch roof.
Your issue about the pitch.
I'm sorry, say again?
No, I think that was somebody else.
Yeah, okay. In any event, as I'm saying, I think that the metal roof is not only an historically appropriate material, but a technically appropriate material for the shallow pitch, easy for me to say, shallow pitch porch roof. And I also agree with Mr. DeSantis about the uplighting being an inappropriate characteristic for a residential neighborhood, and agree that the repairs should be made to match the masonry where it has been compromised.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I actually went twice to review this property and also all the properties around the area different times over the last month and even before. And but first of all, for the metal roof, I mean, even last month we had somebody who brought a metal roof that was done very well. So I think this issue about not being able to do that, I don't think that's completely accurate. So I agree with that. And same thing with the lighting, looking at all the properties up and down the street and on the neighborhood, the lighting that is being proposed is not appropriate for the property. And on the number two, once again, not necessary in that case. That is my belief. Other commissioners?
Just to add that when there's been a prospect of substantial material change like this, there's usually we usually get a bit more information as part of the application packet that I'm not quite seeing here. and I'm not entirely comfortable discussing theoreticals. Well, I say I'm entirely comfortable discussing theoreticals, but approving it is quite another thing. So I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Loyson and Chairperson Aguirre, and I'm not comfortable with either of these changes.
Okay. Do we have any more concerns or thoughts from commissioners?
My thoughts are along the same lines. That the uplighting is definitely not appropriate and that shouldn't be approved, as well as the roof, it shouldn't be approved either. Did have a question though. Are we looking to also approve the porch lighting? Was that part of the request?
That's part of the request, yes.
Yeah, that I could live with. Everything else I'm in agreement with not doing.
So hold on, which porch lighting are you referring to?
There's just one light by the door.
The glass one?
Yeah.
Okay. Other commissioners?
I would agree with that. I think that it may be appropriate to have a light alongside the door, especially if it's technically infeasible to have something in the ceiling. And you know, not that I'm a super fan of the light fixture they selected, but I could live with that. I could live with the light fixture there, as opposed to patching the stone.
Okay. I don't know that I like that fixture. I mean, it's already there, which is after the fact. Once again, that doesn't, I don't think that means anything for us just because somebody went ahead and did it, you know, without our review, you know, that doesn't give it leverage to just let it be. It is pretty big in that storefront, and I do think that it deters from some of that historic character. If we were to allow lighting, I will prefer to have something that was more minimal visually.
I would agree with that. I would totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and I will also say, you know, like I don't like how it is right in the middle. It was done right in the middle of that stone, which
versus in the joint.
Versus in the joint, which is the way that it should have it done. Mm-hmm. So
I agree too that it just feels
oh, well.
You know?
Okay, repeat that again, James.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? I was just saying that I agree that the fixture feels a little thin and modern. You know, just a little smidgen too much, I think, for the rest of the home.
Yeah, I don't think it looks appropriate, especially like I said, I've been spending more time just looking at these northern neighborhoods, and you know, it just doesn't look right. You know, simple as that. So I think if I'm trying to put the balance in here, I think we are all in agreement about the roof, that it should be metal. And then for the lighting, I think we have two different train of thoughts. But I think we all agree that perhaps the type of fixture that might be allowed, it's not appropriate for the property, nor how it was installed in the property.
So I would like to make a motion that we, for 911 Beach Avenue, that we do not approve the uplighting of the facade and require that the repairs be made to the stone where preparation for the lighting has already been made, that we do not approve the substitution of asphalt shingles for the metal roof, and that we request that the applicant provide alternative light fixtures for the porch.
I'll second that.
Okay, for the vote, Commissioner Green?
Aye.
Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye.
Point of clarification.
Okay.
Do you want the choice of light fixtures to come back to you, or would it be fine for Sharon and I to look at them? What would you prefer?
I think that we would like to see it back just for that fixture.
Okay.
Especially since that informs us later on to see what might become a precedent on the neighborhood. So I think I would like us to see it back.
Okay.
This is the applicant. I would just ask that I be allowed to clarify a few issues for the record, if I may, just so I have it on the official record.
I'm sorry, we already had our voting here. Is it one more value we'll need to bring to the application?
Well, I would just point out that in response to a few issues, one is there was a question about the pitch of the roof, and I would like it on the record that the house directly next to us on the right, which was shown in Exhibit 4, has an asphalt shingle roof, which is the exact same pitch. I'd also like to point out that the standing seam roof that's been being discussed at this point and has been brought up is not a historic metal, but is a modern metal. We did obtain a quote from that, which was the $7,600. That included a titanium.
Sir, you've already.
First of all, like cost, that we don't look at the cost of materials. That's not in our review, number one. And then number two, regarding what other properties were able to do, like that is a different item. We are only reviewing this property in particular. I think that at this point, if more discussion is needed, you can probably share with staff in order to move forward. But I think
I do want to put it on the record for an appeal. So I think I should be allowed to say that. But if you're not going to let me speak, that's fine. You can move on.
I would just like to point out for the record too that this comes up in a lot of examples where if somebody else did something incorrectly, it's not justification for you doing the same thing. So, you know, however they made that happen doesn't mean that it's okay by us.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. If everybody's fine, I would like to move this forward.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, item number 3, Allegheny West Historic District, 911 Galveston Avenue. Alterations to previously approved plans for potential new owner. Do we have the applicant ready? Their name and address?
Yes, we have the applicant, David Morgan.
You may say your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I think I might have been muted.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is David Morgan. I'm with Morgan Architecture and Design. I'm the architect on the project. My address is 2349 Railroad Street, apartment 1206, Pittsburgh, PA 15219. There is a chance that I may ask someone else who's in this meeting to say something for the presentation. That's Marty Healy. So I don't know that I will need him, but just for a point of clarification. And I want to say we're back here after a meeting last month, and we're back here because of I made a pretty poor presentation last month, so I want to apologize for that. I didn't really give you a whole lot of context for what we were planning on doing, and so I'm back here with a new set of drawings to explain what we're proposing here, and hopefully things will be clearer. But I did want to apologize for last month. This project is at 911 Galveston Avenue on the north side, and this has a very long and sort of complex history. This building existed up until 2015, plus or minus, without any with very few alterations done to the building. But that was prior to the historic district. In 2015, the Delta Foundation president, the owner of the building, had made some unapproved renovations to the building in 2015. The city told him he needed to change all of this, and he consequently hired me to come up with a set of drawings that would bring the building back into compliance, or at least get your approval. As we fast forward here, the Delta Foundation has some financial issues and is required to liquidate this building. So they're selling the building. They've gone to a local developer, someone who's done work in historic districts before, and has entered into an agreement for him to purchase the building and for him to do the renovations that are required per the HRC's decision back in 2016. We're here because there's just a few things that we want to deviate from that original approval. But that's where I sort of got into trouble the last time, because I just said we want to deviate with a few windows. And I didn't really fully present all of the things that we are intending to do. And I think there was some confusion at thinking that we were going to not do a lot of the stuff that was originally approved. So I'd like to just present in total what the building existed like prior to these illegal renovations, what they look like now after the illegal renovations, and what we're proposing as our presentation today. So there's a lot of narrative on this sheet, and I'm sure you guys had a chance to read it, but I'll go through it verbally on other sheets that maybe more clearly show what's going on. So if we can go forward to, so this drawing sort of indicates exactly what existed prior to those renovations. So this is what existed. This you know, had existed for quite a while in this condition. The building included, maybe if we go to the next one, there's some photographs too that might be helpful to the next sheet. Okay, so if you look at the top portion, that is the original conditions. And what we had on those original conditions, there were transom windows above the storefront that were sashes. They were not just fixed windows, but they were operable sashes. There were also underneath the storefront bulkheads that were sashes as well. So this was a way, I think, to get some light into the basement at some point. I'll get to the side in a minute, but the original conditions also included sort of a hodgepodge of windows on the second and third floor, and those are a mixture of aluminum and vinyl windows, with the exception of one wood window. So if we fast forward to 2015, the president of the foundation at the time had changed multiple things on the building, including big portions of the storefront and portions of the side elevation as well. And what he changed, he took those sash transoms out and replaced them with just sort of simple glass transoms, fixed glass transoms above. He added a dividing mullion between the two pieces of storefront and the transoms. And he also took out the bulkheads, the glass bulkheads that were sashes, removed those and put in wood panels underneath those. If you could go the next sheet then. Maybe go one more sheet and I'll explain the side existing and what was changed. One more, please. Oh, maybe this, no, maybe that was it. Go, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. So as you can see in these photographs, on the side, there were 3 original window openings and 1 man door and 1 garage door. At the time, prior to those illegal renovations, there was a framed-in air conditioner frame in one of those transom windows. In the two other transom windows, there was concrete block infill. At the door, there was a wood transom with a wood and glass entrance door. And the overhead door was paneled. As you can see in that middle picture, you can see the little panels on that door. What the previous president of Delta had changed illegally was he took out the air conditioner and the concrete block from those openings, and he placed in those openings vinyl fixed windows. He also took out the wood and glass door and transom at the man door and replaced it with hollow metal framing door and a glass transom. And then lastly, he took out the paneled garage door and replaced it with just a metal flush garage door. So that, I think, summarizes what existed originally, what existed during the previous president's tenure that was changed illegally. So if we can go back to, let's see, I would say, let's go to sheet 8, HRC 04. Okay. So this is part of the drawings that we submitted to the HRC and that was approved during a previous, in 2016. And as I told you, I was hired to sort of put this building back together. So what I did, I went out and I took extensive measurements of all the trim and looked at the existing conditions, which are actually intact on either side of the front entrance door. So let me see, there's a, if you can go to HRC 08, please. So you can see in this photograph, what I photographed there, that is all intact. That was not removed. And that is what the original storefront looked like. So I was able to go out and take detailed measurements of exactly what that was like, how the sashes were, any panels, and all the trim work. So what I did at the time is I came up with cross sections and elevations to put what existed there without completely tearing it out and altering it to a point that it appeared as if it were original. And so what that included was putting in new trim all over the place. What's in there now is a very boxy, flat trim stock. This now, all of the trim, as you can see in all these details, is much more appropriate. It's closer to the original dimensions, et cetera. We're also adding a frame around the transoms to closely match the transoms, which were sashes. So we're making our transoms look like sashes. In addition, we are removing the plywood bulkhead below, and we're replacing it with tempered glass, opaque tempered glass and wood panel that matches the dimensions and the detailing of the bulkhead below. So that is what we were approved to do in the original presentation and the original HRC approval. Unfortunately, last week when I made a presentation, I did not make it clear that at all that we intend to do all of that work. We never intended not to do that work, but because of sort of the way I presented it, it came off as if we didn't want to do that work anymore. So in this presentation, as you can see, this is all part of our, we want to go back and do all of this exactly as we were approved to do before and bring this storefront back as close as possible into compliance with what was originally there. On the side elevation, if we can go to HRC-05. What we're really here to do is ask for some relief from that original decision And what we're asking to be able to do is to leave the 3 clear story windows as the fixed vinyl windows that are there right now. So we don't want to replace those windows as we were originally approved to do. We want to leave those windows as is. We do intend to take out that existing hollow metal door in transom and replace it with a wood and glass door in transom as was originally approved and as was originally in the building. So we do intend to do that portion of it. This presentation includes replacing that portion of it. We are also, though, asking for some relief on the garage door. We were approved to place panels, to basically place trim all over the door that was there to approximate what this original panel door looked like. And we're asking to not have to do that. What we'd like to do is leave the existing flush overhead door, paint it to match the rest of the storefront, to match the wood that we're going to be painting, and leave it at that and not put on those wood strips. A, I think that's not going to stand the test of time. And B, in general, because this is being sold by a distressed nonprofit to a developer, there are money issues, which I know is not part of this, but what we're trying to get to is a place where this building can actually be sold to this developer, who I know we believe, and I think you would probably agree, is someone who has done work in the district before and is very capable of doing a historic restoration. And they're right now at a point financially where that's maybe a little bit in question, but I think we're close to getting there. As to sort of offset the fact that we're not doing these transom windows on the side or the garage door, what we have proposed is to replace all of the windows, and if you can go to HRC 07, is to replace all of the aluminum and vinyl windows above, which is, as you can see, a real hodgepodge. There's some vinyl, some aluminum. They're a bit of a mess. But to replace those with an aluminum-clad wood window, which has the profile of a wood window. So I realized that we probably could have done this portion over the counter, but we want to present it to you as one of the things that the new developer and the existing owner are sort of combining some of their money to replace these windows above, which we believe will have a much bigger impact on the overall building than the transom windows on the side. There are 2 things then that I would bring up. We are showing in our facade drawing a new wood and glass front door. We want to do that. However, that is going to be by the tenant. As we're looking at the finances of this, the new owner is going to purchase this building, do the bulk of the renovations, but there are going to be some renovations that he's going to have the future tenant do. So there's an existing aluminum door there, aluminum and glass door. In our previous presentation and in the previous approval, that aluminum and glass door was allowed to remain. We intend to change that out. The new owner wants to change that out. But that will not be by him, that will be by the future tenant that moves in there. Additionally, we were approved in the last hearing to put in an ADA compliant ramp to the first floor. Again, this is something that we want to push off until there's a future tenant, because it may not be required. If it's an office, it's not required. If it's a new use, it probably will be required. And there are ways, we want to leave that for a tenant. So we're not asking for that. We won't be doing the ramp. And initially, we will not be doing the wood door, although we have every intention once there's a tenant to do the wood door. And with that, I don't think I've missed anything this time, but and Marty is in attendance to this meeting. He's the new president of Delta and the one that's selling the building. So I don't know if there's anything Marty wants to add or if he just wants to move forward with questions, et cetera.
Can you hear me? This is Marty.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that the best foot forward is being taken at this point. I think, again, at the last meeting, I don't know if all of you were at the meeting in April. I apologize for that kerfuffle in our explanations. And I think the bigger apology is to the local group as well as to this commission from 5 years of headaches. And we have stepped into this, I've stepped into this situation to lead the organization, and it's unwinding. It as a noble cause, maybe not run by the best person to handle it as well as handle this building and take it to a good place with a potential new purchaser that I think is part of the fiber of the neighborhood, has good relationships with the local group. I think it's a good move. So that we petition you for the betterment of the neighborhood, as well as being able to move Delta forward out of what has probably not been the best chapter. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Haley.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with that, first of all, that was a much clearer presentation. So thank you, Martin, for that. I mean, David, for that.
Thank you.
So before we go to questions, do we have any public testimony regarding this property?
We do. Carol Malakoff.
Okay.
Hello again. As of last month, the LRC, I'm here representing the Allegheny West LRC, approved the plans. There's something new that came up that we're hearing about, and that's the wood door on the entrance door on the Galveston side, and the wood alterations to the wood framing to the wood to match the door. And now we're hearing that it's going to be a tenant. This is really interesting.
Front door.
The front door, that a tenant is going to be responsible for doing this, which is really interesting. We've never heard that before. But as far as last month, we did approve the plans, and we really don't have any big problems. The aluminum clad wood windows on the front on the Galveston side are not really wood, but we would like to recommend that they be painted a dark color and not white, and not left white, or ordered in a dark color, to make them look more, to make them recede rather than pop out. So the LRC goes on record as approving this. However, this tenant doing the work is something that's kind of iffy to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for your testimony. And I would like to also enter for the record that we received the LRC's comments for this property via email as well. Do we have any more public testimony? David DeLeon?
Yes, John DeSantis.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. John DeSantis, 719 Brighton Road, Pittsburgh, PA 15233. I will also add that my office address at 857 Western Avenue is cat-a-corner across the street from this building. The local review committee's recommendations, of course, I would encourage you to take into consideration, but I would like to encourage you to interpret a little more strictly on a couple of the aspects of this proposal. I have great respect for Mr. Morgan. I only wish that Delta had followed his direction 5 years ago, and that he didn't have to be here apologizing for somebody else's missteps. Mr. Healy is completely correct. It has, in fact, been 5 years of headaches for this neighborhood as a result of Delta Foundation, and it's easy to lay that off on a wayward president of that organization. But in fact, there was a board of directors who for 5 years were hearing from this neighborhood that there were problems. And that board of directors could have stepped in at any point and reined in their president, but they did not. And during that 5 years, the HRC should be aware that that president, Gary Van Horn, was openly boasting in this community that it didn't matter what the regulations said, he could get away with anything he wanted because the regulations were not enforced in Allegheny West on historic district matters. That was a frequent boast by Gary Van Horn, the president of Delta Foundation, for 5 years. That boast led other property owners to believe that it was okay to go ahead and do things. And earlier today, it's my belief that you may have seen the result of that. The fact is, this in fact should be something that is done correctly or not at all. As a result, I would encourage you to enforce the regulations as they appear in the guidelines for Allegheny West. If you do that along the alley where you're being told that they want to leave 3 windows that are a very thin vinyl frame around a very large pane of open glass, I would encourage you to tell them to replace those windows with a wood frame, normal sash, and be done with it. On the front of the building, on the upper floors where they want to replace with aluminum clad wood windows, it's very nice. The interior of the building gets the benefit of the wood. The exterior of the building gets aluminum. I will point out to you that under the guidelines for Allegheny West, the guidelines say that you will not review favorably vinyl or aluminum windows on the primary facade of a building in the district. If you go forward with approving those aluminum clad wood windows on the upper 2 floors of this building, you will be doing that very thing. You will be approving aluminum windows on the exterior primary facade of this building. As for the garage door, the panel door, I don't think makes all that great a difference, and I certainly don't have an objection to that. But I certainly urge you that on the window openings along the alley and on the window openings in the upper floors of this building, you insist on proper wood sashes and recreating the historic appearance of those openings. Finally, on the subject of the wooden door that's going to be installed by the tenant, the new owner of this building has in fact purchased a great deal of property in the Allegheny West neighborhood over the last 4 years, a great deal of property. In fact, may actually own more individual parcels in Allegheny West than any other single property owner, all of it acquired in the last 5 or 6 years.
30 seconds.
As a result, I can tell you that Allegheny West is aware that this new owner has a little bit of a spotty record with us. He promises a lot and he delivers some of what he promises, but not all. Notably, when he has a tenant involved, he's not very good at remembering what he promised on behalf of his tenant when the tenant doesn't come through. I would encourage you to tell the applicants that when they're ready to do the door and when they're ready for the tenant to do other work, they should come to you with a new application for that work at that time. Thank you very much.
I assume that was the situation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Situation with what?
Tenant in the door.
Sorry, I'm writing my notes in here. Do we have any more public testimony? David DeLeon?
Not currently.
Okay, then I would like.
Man, this is Marty Healy. May I just add one piece?
Okay, let's make it quick.
Yes, I'll be very quick. I just want to add that the windows on Galveston, the 12 windows in question, are currently vinyl. And they're a mismatch of different colors. So I think there's wood, there's vinyl, and there's aluminum clad. So the idea is to bring that top of that building to look more in compliance with what the rest of the neighborhood looks like in a positive way. It's certainly an upgrade.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I would like to close public testimony and open this to commissioners.
Oh, if I could mention one thing quickly.
Go ahead.
A question came up last month regarding the court decision associated with this property. I'd just like to give a brief synopsis of that. This violations associated with this property occurred in 2015, and at that time escalated all the way to the Court of Common Pleas. Our attorney, Jack, had to request hard copies of documents related to this court finding. And he just got those this week. And basically what he said is that the decision of the court was that if they made these changes, the violation would be abated. So the decision was abated. It was noted as abated by, I guess, building inspection. I don't know, by the courts. But what he said that meant was that any decision you all make today, you can make freely, understanding that there are no strings attached to a previous decision that was made. That's what he said.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
Yeah, I know that Commissioner Hill had brought that up last time, which I thought was important too. So, okay, so with that, let's open it to commissioners. Discussion.
Just a quick question. All decisions made by the commissioners, it follows the building, correct? So it doesn't matter who owns it. Am I right?
You are correct.
Okay. And so is it possible to review what we approved last month?
We didn't approve anything last month.
Okay.
We asked them to come back because it was very unclear what was happening and not happening. And we just needed more clarity on the actual work taking place.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, it was that, and it was also James's question related to the court decision. So.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, maybe I can start with this. The request for the front windows to make them all the same. I think that's a step up versus what's there right now. And the replacement will enhance the building. I do also agree with what the testimony that was provided for asking for a request to change those windows on the side. I think we do need to have those windows changed, not to leave them in place. They do need to be changed. And frankly, I also like to see that garage door changed, but whatever the commission wants to do, I would be in favor of going along with that. And then my second thought is, I don't want to leave nothing up to a tenant to do. The owner owns the building. The owner should be the one responsible for making these changes before our commission.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna.
You first.
Okay, I was just gonna ask Richard. Did you have an opinion or comment regarding the comment that was made that all the windows should be made fully wood windows versus the aluminum wood composite?
No, I think that because some of those windows are already aluminum, that would be in exchange for what is already there. So I wouldn't require that they be made wooden.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Go ahead, James.
No, I was just going to say, I generally agree with Richard on his last question. While he said, since it seems if they're replacement of existing vinyls, well, I think we would encourage, the owners to go towards wooden. If they don't, obviously, I don't think we can hold them to that. I also agree.
We can hold them to that. So just clarifying that.
In kind type thing.
Well, they were before. I think they were before wood, and then that's when the bad work was done by previous
Gotcha.
ownership, where they started the different materials without any approval from the current HRC at the time.
Okay, so does that? Does that count for them if they're currently in whatever condition that they have it now?
I don't know if I'm muted, but.
We can hear you.
Okay, if I can just clarify, those windows were in place, aluminum and vinyl, prior to any of the changes being made to the building.
Okay.
Those were sort of original. I don't know when those were put in, but they were prior to the Delta Foundation even owning this building. So, and I have photographs on the sheet that sort of shows those in place. So.
I would also just Oh, sorry.
No, I said thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, James.
I would just say too that I agree with the community that, you know, we should try to tint them darker, and I'd be fine with staff, you know, working with the building owner on that. And as well as what Richard said about the tenant doing it. I don't, you know, particularly care if the tenant is the one paying for it or whatever, but I would just push that the building owner make sure that it is done properly and executed well as the owner, whoever pays the check or the bill at the end of the day, or however you want to do that. You know, that doesn't really, that's immaterial to me, but I would just say it does fall on the owner to make sure that whatever the tenant would be doing is done well and properly, in line with what we're saying here.
Yeah, well, I can say that obviously the owner is the one that's going to get cited if things are done improperly. That's what we deal with down at East Carson Street a lot. So, I mean, I think it would certainly behoove the new owner to educate their future tenants about what their responsibilities are. So, but that's having a tenant do work it's not entirely unusual. So, for us at least.
I can comment to clarify a little bit on that. I just wanted to show you what we're going to require the tenant to do, or not require what they do, but it's just that existing aluminum may remain briefly until money comes in to replace that door. We would come back to you for the wood door details in order to get approval for that wood door. I just wanted to show you in the drawings that was sort of the final product that we were going for. But that wasn't going to happen until just the money from the tenant started coming in, because it's an expensive item, and these guys are
I mean, this brings back the same situation that Commissioner Lawson brought before, that we can try to be lenient about a change, you know, just to make things work, make things sell, make things moving forward, but then in the process maybe do a disservice to the property, which is, you know, something that we don't want to do either. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, when I first pulled this up on my Google Earth on my other screen, the remarkable thing is that the building next door is such a lovely example of, you know, wood windows and the historic character that you would wish that this one would be a contributing companion to that. And somehow brown aluminum windows, in my view, better than what's there now. Okay, I'll give you that. But what you'd really want, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely not the equal of that which is adjacent in the historic district.
Agreed. Commissioner Falcone, you've been pretty quiet today. Do you have any comments?
Just that I want to make sure that we're not off-roading a bit, that you know, we're kind of very much focused on the revisions, proposed changes, and I do appreciate the interaction that they've had with the local review commission and respect their recommendations in this. I do have kind of overall concerns about the changes to this building and the impact it would have on the district as a whole. I kind of also acknowledge that the district is fortunately has some very robust guidelines, and that this kind of falls into a commercial section of the district. Personally, I'm comfortable with the changes that are being made. with some caveats, I think that we've already discussed about color choices and how we can make things a bit less visually prevalent in the neighborhood. What sticks out to me most, quite frankly, is the garage door itself, because it presents such a kind of large surface area. But I also acknowledge that it's not the most visually accessible part of the building, because it is only accessed through an alleyway. So I think in total, I'm fairly comfortable with what's being proposed here.
Okay. Okay, so do we think that we have a motion?
If I could add something maybe before you do that, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're happy to pull out the window. We were really doing that to try to offset any, anything that didn't quite comply on the side. But we're happy to pull that, and then maybe later on down the road, an application could be made for wood windows in there. So we could pull out the front windows altogether if that makes the decision any easier. That way, at least they're not being replaced, permanently replaced with something that you guys are comfortable with.
That's a little faint to me. I'm not sure if it's my volume or your microphone, but.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just saying that we're happy to pull out of this application the windows on the second and third floor on the front. So we'd just leave them as they are. And that would allow the owner in the future to come back and maybe do wood windows instead there. But we were doing those aluminum windows to try to make the front look better and offset some of the requests we had on the side of the building. But we're totally comfortable with just leaving those existing windows. And then, that leaves room in the future for, something that you guys think is more appropriate. And that can just be resubmitted at a later time. So if that makes your decision easier, I just wanted to offer that.
My only concern about that is the future may never come. It may be 10 years from now, and it may never happen. I like to go at the sure thing right now and address the problems that exist. I don't want to kick the can down the road.
I can see that point.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too.
What's there now is not very attractive for the historic district. I mean, it's not good. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, given there's a commercial property, I know that having the wood windows will be the most appropriate to the guidelines and what is within the district. Given there is a commercial property, I feel on the fence that we could let them do the aluminum clad with the wood inside just to get this property looking more appropriate to the other projects, given that it's a commercial project, not a home.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it to commissioners though for a motion though.
And so I'm looking, it's a little bit hard to see, but is there wood trim around these windows now?
On the few existing that are
on the front, yeah.
Some wood, they have some, wood sashes and frames, but the rest of them that were just slap on vinyl, they just look, they're not.
Yeah, it's a little hard for me to see.
Yeah, it's a hodgepodge of existing vinyl and aluminum, and on that sheet you just had up, it sort of says which ones those are. That's the one with just the upper floor. I think if you go to, sorry, I don't have that handy, but it's a close.
Go back, there.
Is it? Yeah, you can sort of see them there, but I have, on my drawing, I actually have a little key there that says EA, meaning existing aluminum, EV, meaning existing vinyl, and EW, meaning existing wood. It shows you where each of those is.
Yeah. Okay, so go back, go to the left in this drawing, where you had that detail, a section detail. Are you saying that you're putting a screen in front of all these
No,
windows?
there'll be no screens at all.
So the drawing shows a screen?
Yeah, it's their standard detail, but I can change that just to put a note in.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I don't think we'd want to see a screen in front of all these windows.
No.
and Karen, to your point, right now for that elevation that is in front of us, go back again. All of the windows for the information provider are vinyl, except for the bottom right corner. That is the only remaining wood window.
Okay, yeah. So the other thing about this picture, and I apologize for being a little slow on the uptake here, but the original wood window sits a fair amount further back in the opening than those which are, say, the next couple to the left of it. And I was just wondering if there is still wood trim in those openings, and I can't really tell from the photograph, and I apologize for not having seen it live. So I was just wondering whether there was still wood there.
It's a wood frame that remains, and then these windows were put in within the frame. So there's still a little bit of wood there that we would also.
So if you're taking those windows out and putting a new one in, will there be more wood trim around them than which you see in this photograph?
No, there won't be any more wood trim than is there. Basically, we would be replacing the existing sashes with the new ones, although I do understand your point about where they're set. And
yeah.
I think that, would want to see those set back, at the same distance. But I think maybe, it's a little bit, I don't know if it's a little bit deceiving or not. Or, they are out a little bit further, but I don't think we would have a problem setting those back to match the other. If you look at the one directly above it, there's the wood window and then the one directly above it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're set back further in the opening with wood trim around them, I think makes it more palatable to have the window itself be aluminum clad. And though you can't see it in this particular image, it's definitely a characteristic of the building to its left, where the windows are pretty deep set. And I think that if you could do that, if you could keep the windows set back further, and if they're dark, it might feel more like the building to its left, which is a pretty dang good example of a historic structure.
Okay, yeah, and we do intend to do those as a color. We haven't picked the color, so we'd be happy to bring that into staff and get it. It'll be a standard color, but it won't be brown or white. So it'll be something other than brown.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the depth in the opening makes it feel quite a bit more comfortable.
Okay. So do we feel like we are coming to senses on a motion? And I guess I'm gonna try to summarize that for the comments presented in here, and that we feel comfortable that everything should be, for the windows to be done all the same system at this time, just because at this time it will be the best thing for the property, given the situation where the owner is. Regarding the side elevation, actually have the applicant do the work and maybe just leave the garage door and that addition part area alone, but then do the windows and that wood door as per what was being approved and being presented at this time. And then regarding the storefront, and I think we can leave it as being that it will have to be done per, not leave for the tenant, but actually leave it as that it has to be done at this time.
I'd like to suggest something, and I'm afraid if my mind was wandering when you were talking, Commissioner O'Gara. I think we should set the front door as a design which is part of this package, and then agree that if the tenant wants to change it, they would come back to us. But there has to, I think, be at least a minimum standard of what we're approving for the entry door. Somebody, I think, proposed that the building owner would agree that whatever the tenant wanted to do would come before us, which is fine, but that doesn't leave us with a minimum standard of what is acceptable. And I think we should at least have that as part of what we're approving today. I don't know what other commissioners think about that.
I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Falcone?
I am too.
Do we have a motion for this project?
Can I, this is Marty Healy. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I guess could we have clarification on what you're thinking about making a motion on?
Well, we haven't said the motion yet.
Okay.
We're working at it.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked the question is because right now we're looking, as we look at this, we're thinking the front windows were something we wanted to add in to support the local neighborhood. But there's, at this point, maybe it's just too confusing an issue with the front windows, and the purchaser of the building who I just spoke to on the telephone, maybe this is something he can come back and do. It's certainly in his interest to do, and I think he'd like to do it. But does that need to fall in? Can we withdraw that portion out of the request?
I don't think
we have to completely withdraw. Do we have to completely withdraw from this? Is that the, I mean, I'm trying to make this as simple as possible to support the new owner purchasing the property and be able to move on.
I mean, is he gonna come and replace the windows one for one with wood windows? Or is he gonna, I mean, I think that will be my concern, you know, making it too complicated. I mean, we can make it very simple for us and either said that everything has to be per district standard where they'll have to be wood, or we can work with you and let them be all, you know, aluminum sash with wood interiors just to have them all done at the same time. So, I mean, that also makes it very easy, so.
Well, I think at that point, why wouldn't we just let him decide that if he would like to decide it? It's not something that was in by the upper 12 windows were not in violation at all. We were just trying to move to help with the sale of the building to support him. But at this point, I have a feeling we'll lose him as a purchaser if we are adding the cost of all 12 windows while also still including the windows on the side as a change. It probably makes better sense from my perspective, and I realize that, is to go back and say, the only ask we might be looking for at this point is to see if there's an exception to the garage door staying as is, and then we can get all these other problems with the facade on the first floor repaired, because that's the true horrible look that was perpetrated by Mr. Van Horn. And we really want to get that resolved before we let go of the building.
So if we go by what was sent before, and yeah, what was said before for further elevation, and this is what was sent by Mr. Morgan before: new glass sash panels below the storefront, new glass sash panels above the storefront, new wood entrance door and side lights, alteration to wood framing to match original storefront, and replacement of existing vinyl and aluminum windows with new aluminum clad wood upper windows. For side elevation, we are also removing the hollow metal door on the side elevation and replacing it with a new wood and glass man door, wood transom and frame. And the only relief from the regional approval is keeping the existing vinyl clerestory windows on the side elevation, keep existing flush metal garage door that will be prime and paint to match painted wood facade. And then all other approved work will be completed as part of this proposal. Like that's what you guys came with. And that's,
David, can you confirm that?
And that's what we had submitted. That the only things we were going to change were the 3 transom windows and the aluminum door, and then the addition of the windows on the front. That's what we had requested. And you know, the original approval just stood minus those things.
My suggestion would be, based on what Commissioner Ward has just gone over, we would accept that, but the windows would have to be a color that's approved by staff.
yeah, because I mean, personally, my fear is that if we leave that, you know, the owner comes back, if we take out all the windows and then let it wait to see for him to come back and then see what he will offer, you know, we don't have a guarantee that he's going to come and offer a better product than either what it is there right now or what it should be for the district. So
May I ask a specific question to that? At this point, though, there is no sense that he has to come back with anything, or anyone has to come back with anything having to do with those the second and third floor windows, correct? At this point, there's nothing, David, if you can correct me, or anyone on the call, the second and third floor windows were not a part of any of the violations. We were just adding those in because they've looked like heck since, I think, 2012, 3 years before Delta had purchased the building.
My recollection of events back in 2015 was that the changes that were made were related to the storefront on the first floor, and then some changes along the side. Nothing above the first floor was part of that. So
I agree.
Yes, you're correct.
And I think that's correct. So can we withdraw any changes or David can word it a whole lot better than me, and I apologize to all of you if I don't word this correctly, but why not just withdraw out any of the second or third floor changes and continue on to the first floor changes that we're asking for, and we're going to get the storefront completely renovated in the proper way that we're asking, or that
are you saying that the windows remain a mixed bag as they are now?
Well, I'm not saying we want them to remain a mixed bag, but they would potentially, that would be up to the next purchaser of the building, because it's not an item that's on the table from a violation perspective.
So it could remain that way forever.
Well, let's hope not, but I guess in a certain
But
sense.
it could.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think we're in control of changing that right now. Sorry.
Yeah, and I guess as a commission, we can't make people change.
things they do not want to or within their scope. We're here to review how they want to modify the structure. So if they're removing those upper floor windows from their request, I think we can just set that aside. When a future owner comes and they want to modify those, they would become before this board.
Well,
I agree with David.
I agree with you, Commissioner Green. The one thing that I'm wondering about is if it's on the table that they would replace those windows.
Well, he's.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say-
Maybe we just go for it and say, yeah, that's part of the deal. That's part of the deal here.
I'm hearing a party on behalf of the current owner asking to remove it. So I don't see how we say no to this individual, that he can't exclude optional work.
I mean, the alternative is that you could potentially get the windows approved and then just not do the project. But I think the reality is they're not associated with any violation, so they're not under any obligation to make any changes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Pardon the drilling sound. We're having some work done here, but they were open to it. They wanted to do the wood-clad vinyl, if I heard right. We were like, well, maybe you should do wood, but because more than half of them are aluminum already, you know, we can't compel them to, that's an in-kind thing, right? Except for the ones that do happen to already be wood. So it's just a cluster, and it's just, I mean, you know, if it seemed like they were open to it, but we were being the ones saying, we'll make them all wood, and they were like, you know what I mean? Like, at this point, it just makes the most sense to me to remove it and let them remove it. And well, we don't have to let them if they wish to remove the second floor windows.
Yeah.
Assumedly, the owners are going to have to replace them anyway. At some point, they look pretty crappy. You know.
Well, I'm inclined to accept their offer of making them aluminum clad and all the same. You know, if they have that on the table and want to keep it on the table, maybe it's in the best interest of the building to say, yeah, let's do it. Let's accept it.
Well, they said they don't want to keep it on the table, though.
I know, but it was out there.
If I could just to clarify.
We didn't say yes fast enough.
I
think we should. Those side windows, they're very close on a deal here, and it's a money thing. And I know that doesn't really concern the commission, but the cost of the transom windows on the side is substantial enough that it's messing with the deal. But the upper floor windows are something that would improve the value of the building, along with, you know, the value to the tenancy there. So they were they were asking for no wood on the side, leaving those vinyl. And in lieu of that, something that would benefit everyone, they would put in those windows on top. But I think what's going on now, just to be blunt, because I'm getting text here, is that all of that, adding to this, doing the wood on the first floor and doing new aluminum windows on the facade is going to take this into a territory that I don't think they're comfortable with in terms of the negotiations, if that makes sense. So I think what our proposal would be, we would replace the windows on the front if the side were done in wood. This is all being done in the best. Hopefully you understand this is in the best. Hopefully you take this in the best light. We're not trying to do anything fishy here, but we want they would be tied together, I guess, is what we're requesting. The windows on the front being tied to wood, or the vinyl, keeping the vinyl windows on the side. Does that make sense?
Yes, to me it does.
And I'd like to add that I realize this is sounding, what David said is exactly the way with the situation we're dealing with. And unfortunately, I've got a board of directors that we've separated out, and they are being sticklers. I'll be beyond difficult about this with me. And the frustration is, I think it's in the best interest of everybody for us to get this deal done. Not that that's your responsibility, but it is David's and mine and Keen's. And I think that for the neighborhood, we don't want that. I'll be honest here, we don't want the Delta Board of Directors coming back into the room here. because we could end up in the exact same situation we've been in for too many years. And I'm on the record saying it, so it's the way people are feeling, I think, on this call as well.
So can we just rewind a little bit and say, once again, what the original proposal was at the beginning of this discussion, which was, I think, to replace all of the front windows with aluminum clad windows.
I can read it. I can read it. I have it in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think, I think right now that we're going to tangents, I think we want what would be better overall for the building. And I think backing anything up, I don't think is prudent at this point. For the front elevation, new glass sash panels below the storefront, new glass sash panels above the storefront, new wood entrance door and side lights, alterations to wood framing to match original storefront, and replacement of existing vinyl and aluminum windows with new aluminum clad wood upper windows. And for side elevation, removing the hollow metal door on the side elevation and replacing it with a new wood and glass man door, wood transom and frame. The only relief from the original approval is keeping existing vinyl clerestory windows on the side elevation, keeping existing flush metal garage door. We will prime and paint this door to match painted wood facade. All other approved work will be completed as part of this proposal.
So I'm great with all that as long as they go with staff for the colors of the windows.
Can we make that be a motion?
I move that we accept the approve the recommend. Yeah, I'm never any good at this. Approve the
Matthew, I think.
Yeah.
Would you like to make the motion?
I'll do the second.
I will make this easy.
Yes.
I move that we approve the changes as just delineated by our chairperson.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Dash.
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson.
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe.
Aye.
And Aguirre is an aye.
Thank you all very much, and I apologize for how difficult this was. I know.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Next item on the agenda, item number 4, East Carson Street Historic District, 1321, 1327 East Carson Street, building renovations, including window replacement and installation of security system. Do we have an applicant ready for us, David DeLeon?
Yes, we should have Nick Miller and Claire Dines.
Yeah. Hi, I'm just trying to move it to my other screen. It's skipping my screen so one second. Hi, this is Nick Miller from Next Architecture. Oh, you're gonna see the side of my face, sorry. From Next Architecture, it's 1133 Penn Avenue in Pittsburgh. We're here, we presented last month, and we're here again to review, it's 1321 through 1327 East Carson Street. We're proposing apartment renovation. So this is including 6 new apartment units and a new entry. Specifically, last time we reviewed and you asked for clarification on the replacement of the existing windows and a security pedestal at the first floor. So if you could go to page 4 of this PDF, or sorry, 5. It's a picture, yeah, this one right here. So I'm gonna go over all the scope again, and then we can we provide more detail for the windows of the pedestal that I just described. The scope here is the 2nd and 3rd floor, and then just the 1st floor at the glassworks on the far end of this picture. The vault, the tenant, and those 3 bays on the right will remain as is in place. So the scope for this project is on the left-hand side. I'm just going to read it. We're going to remove the existing windows, which would only be the sashes and stops. There's 24 of them, as you can see. We would repair and paint the existing wood lintel, repair and paint the existing wood jambs. There's more details on page 8. And then after that, we would install the new windows, which would be just the sashes and stops. They would match the existing aesthetic exactly. The sash would be full wood, and we would have single pane lights. The wood trim above the second floor, so at the third floor line there, you see, we would be repainting that to match the existing paint color. And then there's a close-up of the first floor. So if you could go to the next page. So the previous page was East Carson Street, if that wasn't clear. This is 14th Street. So it would be the same scope. We would just be looking at the second and third floor. The window scope would be similar to East Carson. And on this side, there are 16 windows. If you could go to the next page. It's currently the Glassworks storefront. As part of this specific project, we'd be cleaning off any of the remaining decal signage. We would be adding the pedestal, which you'll see a rendering of on one of the following pages. And then we'd be painting the existing door. I'm going to have Rob Mullen, the building owner, jump in if that's possible to discuss the current graffiti on the front of the Glassworks project, because we discussed that last time also. If he could join.
Sure. Can everyone hear me? Great. Thank you, Nick, and appreciate the committee's time. We've been working with the tenant that engaged in that decorative process against both the lease and the rules. Well, in a conference call last week with the tenant, they indicated that they'd reached out to staff, had got a list of both protocols as well as vendors. So, and had scheduled to get bids for the appropriate removal processes that were recommended, and from the vendors that were also recommended, and that they would be selecting from those. When I expect to get the final selection from them early next week, which will come with the vendor for me to confirm that it's one of the ones that was recommended. And then a date of to have that work done, which would be shortly thereafter, is what I've been told. So we're working with the tenant to try to get that alleviated as quickly as possible, understanding that it's an important point for the community.
So just wanted to note that because it was discussed last time. So if you could go to the next page. All right, so this is the more specific information about the East Carson Street windows. So there's an existing picture of the interior, the exterior. We went and field verified, so we have the elevations of the existing windows on the second and third floor, and then all the details. So what we would be replacing is them exactly in kind. We would use the sashes would be solid Spanish cedar. We would be doing single panes for all the windows, including the little butterfly detail at the top. And then we'd be just have glazing putty to hold the lights in, the new lights in place. And then the stops would be the same material as indicated on these details. If you could go to the next page. So this is the 14th Street side. So these are exactly sort of the same materials as the East Carson Street. And then one more page. So this is the pedestal that we discussed last time. I think last time we just had like a generic picture. Yeah, thank you. So now we rendered it in place where it would actually be. So it's a 54-inch tall black pedestal that would have the security equipment in it so that people could access the building. Any mechanics to unlock the door would be inside. We also provided an elevation and a floor plan. It is, if you were to continue the door swing, it is outside of the door swings when they're fully open. The next page just includes additional information about that pedestal, some dimensions and details. And then the last page, one other thing under the purview of the guidelines is the if there's HVAC units on the roof, they cannot be visible from residential districts. I think last time we said they're just going to be residential compressors. And based on this picture and their location, you will not see them from the residential district. So we just wanted to include that. I think that completes the presentation.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Nice drawings, I have to say that. Before we continue, do we have any public testimony regarding this property?
We do not currently.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we usually have the LRC provide comment, so that's a new one. Okay, do we have any other? Okay, so we have no public testimony, correct?
Correct.
And I didn't see anything from the LRC staff, and that is correct? Nothing else came back?
We didn't get anything.
Okay. Okay, then opening this back to commissioners then. Everybody's pretty quiet.
In a good way.
Yeah, I'm still thinking of the mansard roof that used to be on this, which is great because that means that the changes that are being proposed here, I mean, I feel are very much in keeping with the overall district and integrity of the building.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an improvement on the window treatment happening for sure. Yeah. Okay, now how do we, other commissioners, thoughts on the issue of the windows?
I think for the most part, they addressed our concerns from our last meeting.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay. Let's move forward to the security system. It is right now what is shown per 41 in the package. Yeah, there we go. It is more within the storefront. I mean, visually, I don't think it's very appealing or exciting, but it looks as something that could be easily removed in the future if not needed. How do other commissioners feel?
I feel it's pretty unintrusive. It is what it is, which I think is not a bad thing, and it can kind of just blend in as much as possible.
Well, those guys are very limited with what they can do, considering there's nothing but glass there.
Yeah.
So I think, my opinion, for what it's worth, I think it's a good option. So.
Yeah, it's a step up from what we saw last time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So, I mean, I'm satisfied with what's been presented.
So
Okay.
with that then,
Go ahead.
can I make a motion that we approve the proposed renovations to 1327 East Carson Street as submitted?
A second?
For the vote, Commissioner Green?
Aye.
Commissioner Dash?
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson? Commissioner Loyson? I think you step away. We still have a quorum. Commissioner Snipe?
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay, that's an aye. Commissioner Snipe?
Aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye as well. Motion moves forward. And thank you to the applicant and the owner for improving on your product of the work.
Thank you,
Sure.
everyone,
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, next item on the agenda. Item number 5, Manchester Historic District, 1807 Fulton Street, construction of a mosque. Do we have the applicant ready for us?
I believe so, yes. We have 3 applicants.
Okay, whoever is going to speak, state your name and address for the record, or if everybody's going to speak, state your names and address for the record.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. My name is Kareem Al-Sharafa of 1672 Heritage Drive in Pittsburgh, PA. I'm here also with Philip Snow and Greg Peterson. In terms of their addresses, they can introduce that themselves. Greg, you want to go first?
Greg Peterson with the Intelligent Design Group Architecture. I'm at 277 Spring Run Road in Crescent, PA.
And my name is Philip Snow, and I'm at 1215 Sandusky Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Very good. We are here to present the Manchester Masjid, which is the mosque proposal. I know that we have presented last year as well with some comments from the committee and the commissioners that we took and went back and did some work in regard to the mosque proposal. But I believe it would be good for Philip maybe to say a few words in regard to where we were from the previous proposal and where we are today, and then I can take it over from there.
Yeah, so we, as you may remember, part of the challenges that we're faced with is just budgetary challenges. But we wanted to address the concerns of the commission, and I think we've done a good, made a good effort at that. Really, Kareem is leading the presentation here. I think he would be better suited to show you what we've done and how we're trying to address everything, as well as if we have any questions for the architect as well. Go ahead, Kareem.
All right, thank you, Philip. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity today, but give you some background. Myself and Philip are representing the community for which the mosque will be used and supporting. We've been very blessed to get a lot of support from Manchester and the surrounding community members. And we also had some difficulties over the last year or so during COVID, trying to get this project moving. So with that being said, also, I have presented to the HRC before in the past, and I do recognize many of the faces that are here today. And the project that I presented before in the past was for 600 Presley Street. And we're glad to have completed that project fairly successfully. Maybe we can, do I have control over the slides, or do I have to request moving? Oh, I do, okay. So what we're showing here is the location of the facility, of the site. And what we're looking at here is the northwest side of the corner of Columbus and Fulton Street. In terms, okay, maybe I don't have clicking.
Just let me know when you want to advance the slides.
So yes, next slide, please. We did present last year many drawings, and they were probably a little too much. So what we did is we compressed that down a little bit and focused more on some of the architectural design features that we're going to go through today. But this is the site plan. It involves the square footage of the mosque structure itself and the footprint, and then the open lot portion permeable portion of the mosque that we'll show in greater detail in the 3D drawing. Next slide, please. This is a landscape plan of how we plan to landscape the facility afterwards and the site to make sure that it's not overly landscaped and also blends in within the community. So there's also this landscape plan as well, which we can take questions and further explain as well in the future. Next slide, please. So this is the exterior elevation of the mosque. Some of the discussions that we had from last year looked at certain things such as the height of the building, the way the structure looks in its commercial, possible commercial nature, and in how it blends in with the community in terms of its architectural features and designs. So what we wanted to explain today is basically where this all comes from and the reasons some of the architectural features, where they come from Islamically in terms of its significance, as well as what efforts were taken place to make sure that it also, there are some features that blended in with the community as well. Next slide. In terms of the minaret.
Could I pass you for a second?
Sure.
And I just wanna, are any of these drawings different from what was presented last time? Because I feel what we had reviewed before was pretty similar, and I think the main thing that we wanted to see was the actual finishes and details, I believe.
Right. There are some changes to the building, but they are, in terms of the height of the building, we brought that down a little bit. We know that there was a concern on the height of the building, and there's some work that was done to do that and still maintain the overall functionality and structure of the building that we're looking for. So we tried to address that concern.
Okay, then yeah, they can continue. I'm sorry to stop you. Please go ahead. I just wanted to make sure, since we are relatively know the application. So go ahead.
Sure.
If I may, some of the changes that Kareem was referring to, if we can go back to the previous slide, you'll see it here, although it's not reflected in some of the other drawings. The lowering of the building, which was an elimination of the ramps, which I know was one of the things that was brought up, some of the materials that were being used for handrails and whatnot. So that's part of those changes that I think the commission wanted to know about previously.
Right.
So these drawings here you'll see is the lowered position. The colored ones, which will come up shortly, they don't reflect that, but you'll see the difference between the two. And some of that had to do with the materials.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Kareem.
Sure, thank you. Now the 3D renderings were not updated, so when we go through that, we'll explain some of the feature differences. In terms of the minaret itself, we are still interested in putting in the minaret. I think it's just going to have to be a phased approach with the minaret due to the site budget that we have for the project will not afford us to put the minaret at this stage in the initial stages of the project. And so we are still presenting that. And we do intend to put it on the same location as before, which is the southeast corner of the lot and in relation to the building. So the minaret is still part of our plans. It would just be more of a phased approach. That's why I don't see it in the previous drawing. Next slide. So the building itself gets a lot of architectural design features from a mosque in the Middle East that is very much within the Islamic nature and cultural background of the community. It represents quite a bit to the community and the inspiration behind the building. And these features are very much tied into the identity of the mosque. So we were definitely looking into how we can blend some of those features while still being able to keep the architectural design features that we can blend with the community as well. But at the end of the day, it has to be identified as a mosque as well. The green dome, which is part of one of the main architectural features of the building, is also inspired by the dome structures that typically are on mosques across the world. So in terms of the smooth ephes finishes that are on the outside of the building, part of the reason why we would have liked to go with a complete ephes finish for the entire building, but understanding that there's quite a bit of brick architectural features in the neighborhood, we opted to try to work that into the design, and that's ultimately why we presented what we did. And in terms of the minaret itself, we can't afford to build a minaret quite that large, and neither do we intend to put one in that big for the community, but certainly is a resemblance of or an identifier for a mosque structure as well. Next slide, please. So just going around the neighborhood, especially on Columbus Avenue and Fulton, as well as adjacent streets, we took some pictures of surrounding buildings and looked at how we can tie into those features. We understand that a mosque is architecturally not similar to what's there. So it was quite a challenge, obviously, to work with the architect and try to figure out a blend that would work for the neighborhood and for the community. So with some of the challenges, but next slide, please. In terms of surrounding churches, we were looking for some green features potentially to make sure that even the choice of the green dome color that we use would be something similar to what's being used in the neighborhood, and make sure that we're not too far off of where we intend to be, but something as well that also complements what exists. So part of the reason with us going around and looking at those inspirations as well, to make sure that we can blend to what's in the community. Next slide, please. So the front elevation drawing here is shown. And Greg, you can comment in terms of the height of the building associated with this drawing and the impact there. But we incorporated Islamic window molding designs kind of around the window, but added the brick features to blend with the neighborhood as much as possible. And the toned down feature of the brick in this rendering is not really doing it justice, because just the colors are not coming through as we'd like it to. But the green is a little bit brighter on this rendering than it really is intended to be, first of all. And then in terms of the brick color, it is more toned down in nature, more a little bit earth tone to work with the ephes coloring of the building. And the toned finish, although we wanted a lighter building in general, the toned finish of the ephes is intended to try to soften up the color a little bit, so the building does not stick out and is completely differentiated from the surrounding structures.
If I may, Kareem, can I add a couple of clarifications there? My apologies to the commission that the person in our firm that does the renderings has been unavailable to do a new version of this, so forgive me. The building is still basically the same, but if you notice the portion on the bottom along the site, that whole building has been lowered about 2 feet. So what was exposed foundations for the building is almost gone. In fact, the patio you see on the right side of this elevation is no longer there. And there's be a maximum exposure down there of less than 2 feet. And the ramps go away and the stairs go away, and it's simplified. And the coloring in here is intended to indicate the shades and differences of the building, and not necessarily true depictions of colors.
Right, and yeah, there's definitely, we would have preferred to offer you an updated drawing here, but unfortunately it was not available to us for this meeting. Although the intent is to have it updated, so we will provide that when it becomes available. So yes, there is a lot of these adjustments that were made were also in conjunction with cost concerns as well. Ever since the COVID crisis, the cost of materials and labor have both went up significantly and have put us in circumstances where we had to eliminate certain portions, like that patio section on the north side of the mosque, that was no longer affordable. So with that, so these decisions had been made to accommodate the cost concerns associated with the project. But it also—
May I interrupt for just a second? You may have said this already, but I might have missed it. What is the green roof material?
It's a metal.
Okay.
You may continue.
Okay. So, so this is the basis of what we're dealing with here for the mosque. So I have another view, I believe, on the next slide. So this is the other side elevation from the Columbus Avenue side. You can see the minaret where it's intended to be located in relation to the mosque. But this building is essentially same with an elevation difference of 2 feet lower than where we had it before. Next slide, please. And that's from the Warner Street side. And that patio section from the Warner Street side is being reconsidered. Okay, so these are renderings of the site with the plot of the mosque on the site in relation to the community. What we wanted to point out here is that the height of the building and the structure itself we attempted as much as possible to keep it within proportions. So it's not overly towering over anything. It's roughly about the same height as the church next door or across the street, and that it would blend in with the community. Of course, with the rendering being the way it is, the greens are popping a little bit way more than they would in real life, but it does give us a good depiction of the building. And the color of the brick there that you see is a little bit darker, and the intention was to also have that blend with the surrounding bricks in the neighborhood. But we couldn't go too dark. I think any reds or anything of that nature would completely contradict the design of the building itself. But we know that there's other brick colors in the neighborhood, and we are intending to find something that is suitable for the community. Next slide, please. This is a close-up of the same angle. To get a better view. And the next slide will show it from the other side of Columbus. Yeah. So that's what the building looks like from the other side. And then the next slide, I believe, is just a close-up of that and lowered a little bit to show that the relationship in height between the building and surrounding structures. And this is what we wanted to share. So please, opening up for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any public testimony regarding this property? I don't think we do, but David De Leon?
Not currently.
Okay, thank you. Then I can move this back to commissioners.
This is Sarah. I would just like to mention that these guys asked to meet with Sharon and I. Several weeks ago, we did a call and talked about the drawings and the plans that they had made. So I think one of the things that came out of that was I told them they should try and define what sort of architectural details or sort of standards and requirements for a mosque, because that's not in my vocabulary architecturally, probably not any of yours as well, I'm assuming. But yeah, they've been open to change, and I will just say, let's not underestimate the power of removing the base from underneath this building and just putting it at ground height, because I think that made all the difference in the world as far as I'm concerned. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
And yeah, just to comment further on Sarah's comment, there's the site itself is not perfectly level. There is a difference between the north and the south side of that lot in terms of height. So trying to lower the elevation of the building is posed some challenges, but certainly was ultimately achievable. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I can start on this one. Yeah, I was looking at the before and after, the old renderings versus the drawings. And I do think, I agree with the staff that I think it's an improvement, even though you lost a little, playground area, I think that it just made the building more succinct and concise in an elegant way. So from that, and also it removed like an additional material that you have to deal to harmonize with the rest of the building, which now is gone. So I think, I know it was a value engineering probably move, but I think it worked to your advantage. So that is, I think that's good. So I guess that's what I'm going to start with. Other commissioners' thoughts on the changes that happen?
Quite frankly, I was a fan of the last design. I'm also a fan of this design. I'm, a little disheartened to hear that the minaret has to be in a phase 2, but I can certainly understand having to be flexible, especially with costs. So I'm looking forward to seeing that when it finally kind of makes its way into fruition. And I'm also kind of very enheartened to see the green dome as well. And I actually had a question for you of the mosque that you showed us before. What mosque is that in its location?
Yeah, I think Philip would be the best person to speak to that. He had the very fortunate experience of visiting that mosque in person, so it'd be better for him to say that.
Yeah, so some of you may be aware of the more significant mosque in the world. So the Kaaba in Mecca, which is the home or where the Prophet Muhammad, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, lived when he received revelation. And of course, like many prophets and messengers, he was exiled after he delivered the message. And the city that welcomed him was in Medina, about 250 miles north of Mecca. And so these two sites are the most important sites in the Muslim world. And so this is modeled after the pictures that Kareem put up is the Mosque of Medina, referred to as the Mosque of the Prophet.
So it's called the Mosque of the Prophet, which in Arabic is called Masjid al-Nabawi. So that's just a direct translation. So it's essentially in the name of Muhammad, peace be upon him. And there's quite a significant structure that influences a lot of architectural Islamic design of mosques across the world. So in terms of its significance, it's right up there.
It's recognized, those colors and that style is recognized and known by Muslims
all across the world,
all over the world.
Yeah, all across the
and
world.
that's why we chose it, because in America, you know, our history of Islam is quite different from older countries that have centuries of Islamic presence.
Yeah.
So we wanted to choose something that would be kind of just like America is. It's a melting pot that kind of blends with people from wherever they're at. So if you're a Muslim, no matter where you come from, all Muslims know this. It's kind of a, you know, that it crosses all levels, and everybody recognizes it, and that's why we wanted to adhere to it's the significance of this. And I think particularly for our community, which one of the distinguishing factors of our community is we're even further unique, is because almost all of us are people who embraced Islam. So it brings a little bit different energy, and we just wanted to have the broadest appeal we could, both to the Muslim community, and also we wanted the colors we felt could blend into the community that we're building in. And as mentioned, or as may have been mentioned, you know, we don't want to impose anything. We want to feel welcomed, and we want to feel accommodating to the neighborhood which we're moving into. We don't want to impose ourselves on the one hand, but we don't want to lose our identity on the other. So that's what our goal is, and that's what we're trying to do with you, God willing.
Well, I would just like to say that I would hope that you guys never miss an opportunity to educate folks on this kind of stuff, because, you know, for us to hear it, it's great, but everybody else needs to know it too. So there you have it.
Thank you.
Well, appreciate it. So far, the community has been incredibly welcoming and understanding, and I think our community is also very excited to be part of Manchester, and this just seems to be a very good marriage so far, and we hope that that continues in the future. I think ultimately the mosque represents a support structure for its surrounding community as well, and that involves everybody of all races, religions. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, that's what it stands for. So ultimately, we were very excited about being part of this and part of Manchester.
Okay, and I think we were very excited as well. Other commissioners, additional comments from the notes that we had last time. I'm just gonna say it again that I know we want to see more information on the finishes and that kind of thing, which I think you guys have heard us say several times before. But I think now that you have, you know, you are at this stage, I think you're getting closer probably on that. So
right, there's we have a comment on that. Obviously, regarding the permitting process on a new building structure is significant. We are, you know, and I have a list of stuff to keep us in track here, but you know, we do require the HSC approval to get past other permitting, and specifically the ZDR and PLI. For us, are waiting on this approval in order for us to keep moving forward with the project. And you know, considering the delays that we had before, we are trying to break ground, and we are trying to get this project moving this year, and hopefully have everything under roof by the end of the year. That's our plan, if we can get the rest of the permits done within the next couple of months or less. But we have everybody on board, including our architect, our civil engineers, or contractors. Of course, you guys know Ollie Di Pasquale and Jessica Lewis are also on this project and taking care of the construction management side as well. So everybody's on board, and we're very excited to.
Can I add one thing to respond to that, Corinne?
Sure.
Last time last time we met, the people on the commission, the staff had asked us to provide some information for further review. And then we had a hold while we revamped for budgetary purposes. So it didn't get back to the commission, although we did provide a lot of that information and is available and can be reviewed by the staff. So we redesigned, we added detail for the minaret, which was one of the concerns that was brought up. So we reworked that, and I think it's now better and more compatible with the building. And all the colors and finishes, we did provide and can provide the proposed color palette for all those things and the material listing. So that's, we didn't ignore you is what I'm saying. So we have that information and can provide it to the staff for their approval.
Oh, okay. I think that will have to come back to us, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't approve what you have presented and then have that, I think, done separately. And correct me, staff, if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's whatever you guys are comfortable with. I mean, I would feel comfortable approving finishes on this one because this has come before us many times and we've had offline conversations with these guys. Sharon and I have. I think their pared down design makes that a lot easier. So if if you're comfortable letting us, Sharon and I, approve the finishes, you can include, whoever can include that in the motion and let us do it. If not, we can.
I don't know where everybody else is, but considering the kind of pared down design, I'm comfortable with Sarah and staff given like their final walkthroughs with the exact finishes and stuff. I think we've, with them over the course of this time, conceived a good design, and they have a good vibe at where we're at. I'd be comfortable with that.
And they've also shown us broadly where the finishes are and the types of finishes. So we have a general sense of how this will look. I think it's just looking at the refinement really and more specific details. So I think they've given us a fair amount of information that I would be comfortable as well, unless there's a strong objection by someone else.
Okay, how about other commissioners? Richard, Matthew?
I'm in agreement.
I do have an opinion on this a little bit. And one of the things which strikes me about the examples of other mosques which you've shown is, if you don't even mind going back to them, what's striking about them is the textural quality of the material. Can we go back a couple slides here or forward a couple slides here to the examples? Yep, the examples elsewhere. Okay, yeah, that's a great slide. So the lower right image, as a for example, has a lot of surface texture to it, and as do the others in this image. And in the drawings for this design, because of the wonders of CAD design, the brick parts of the drawing look very textured. I'm looking at a drawing, sorry, on my left screen here. So you see the brick texture in the drawing. My concern is that in terms of the actual detailing of the materials, if the brick is an ordinary brick, if the joints are not struck deep, if the brick looks flat and it's surrounded by IFIS, I feel that there could be some missing texture quality to the finished product, which will make it not look like the character of these images that you're showing here. And I would encourage that there be sufficient amount of texture so it doesn't look like a suburban chain store. You know what I mean? I think somehow or other, I'm not sure how you are intending to do this, but
let's discuss that point. So first of all, Karen, there's the mosque, and maybe the picture should have been blown up even more, but it's really beautiful in person to see these structures, because it's not just the texture, but just the work all over the mosque.
Yeah.
And the details that are, let's face it, we would have loved to have them, but the costs associated with putting such beautiful detail on a building are beyond our capacity. What we can really do, and we've considered this in terms of texturing, is the material choice. Even the EFIS, they have different texturing that in terms of the kind of like a rougher finish to it that doesn't have that box store finish. And there are some beautiful options in that regard that we're considering. And for us, our design already incorporates a rougher finish, something that has a textured finish to it, but doesn't go as far as doing moldings and stuff like that. I think the best we could probably do is the structural molding designs around the windows and still keep that within budget. But the work that you see on these buildings right now is gorgeous, and I'd love to have.
Yes, well, I know. So right, so
but we don't know if we can pull it off.
That's sort of where I'm headed here in terms of what the staff is going to review. And what strikes me about your drawings is that it's not so much the IFAS part of it, but maybe it's the brick part of it. And if your brick, say, has a deep strike to the joint or something which gives it texture so that you see the grid, so that you see the pattern, so that it feels very masonry-like, you might be able to enhance that laciness quality that you see in some of these images here, and without necessarily increasing your budget. Just detail it so that it's got good texture. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
And so it might be in some of those kinds of things where you can make it more like these images you're showing here. That's sort of where I'm headed here. I'm not saying that you're, anything about the design, but trying to get the texture to look actually kind of like you're drawing.
If I may.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, if I may, the comment, I agree with you, not 100%, 1000%. If you don't want it to look like a storefront, I can assure you that that's the last thing that we want. We want, and I understand what you're saying with the textural dimension, I think is how I understand it.
Yeah.
We want to do whatever we can to give it that distinguishing texture and quality, because the last thing we want it to have a mosque feel to it, not a commercial feel.
Right.
And so I hear what you're saying.
So here I can comment.
We're going to work together to accomplish those goals.
And Karen, if I may as well, from my end, we're working to finalize the contractor that's going to be completing this mosque for us, also while maintaining the budget. And they're working very diligently with us to make sure that they're going through some value engineering efforts. But the reality is the value engineering happens after the selection of the contractor. And one of the things that we're going to be doing with them is working on texture. I mean, we do want it to not look like a storefront, like what Philip mentioned and you mentioned. So the texture is going to be part of our considerations, a heavy consideration, and we're going to see what we can do in that regard to definitely make that look more textured in the future. So, but the major challenge we face right now is basically getting over the approval hump, right? Because without that, we can't get the permitting, and even committing to a contractor is kind of like the chicken and the egg situation, especially with a building from the ground up kind of scenario. So,
yes, I hope you appreciate that. My comment is one that's not trying to bust your budget, but even the coursing of the brick. So, for example, I'm looking at this lower right-hand image here. You can change the coursing of the brick in an old-fashioned way, to have clinkers or whatever you think is appropriate, just to get some texture to the wall. And I think that would get you far in terms of having a not cost implication, but effect implication to getting that mosque feel that these images have.
Can I add something here? I completely agree with you, and it's our intention to do those kinds of things. We just haven't quite got that far yet. But be assured that we will be doing everything we can within our available funds to do the kinds of things you're suggesting. I think you're correct, and we need to take it as far as we can.
If I have something to propose, and especially if other commissioners don't have any other major concerns, is like we can give an approval, have staff, so you can go ahead with your permitting, have a staff review the finishes and additional information, and if there is a concern that things are not going according to making these cost-effective memorable, that's what I'm going to say, cost-effective memorable, without looking, just a standard, then it will come back to us. But at least for now, I think, especially since you are a brand new structure, you're not an existing structure, I think that we could probably move forward. How do other commissioners feel about that?
I have one more question, and that's just, I couldn't tell from your drawings that you submitted with your application or anything that was in your presentation around what's happening to the west of the building. Initially, I think in a prior submission, you had a small parking area on that side. Now it just shows some grading. Is that intended to be lawn now, or what's the?
Right. Yeah. So there's again with the cost situation of the site. We said if we exceed, and I think this is part of the process of zoning and PLI, is that we cannot have a certain square footage that we exceed in terms of finished space or impermeable space on the lot without it having to do extensive work under the building in terms of tanks, holding tanks, piping and building, and things of that nature. So we are restricted, and we're talking really significant costs. So in terms of the footprint of the building and what permeable.
Yeah. So
Sorry, Philip. I'm losing you.
I was just going to say that he was correct in his assessment that it is.
Right.
It's lawn.
Yeah. So now what we have on that side is lawn space, which meets the requirements in terms of still being able to irrigate the land properly and everything, but from water, we just cannot put that parking lot there anymore. And we intended, which was about 7 vehicles that we could take in that lot, but that's no longer possible for us.
Okay, and so I understand the desire not to get into stormwater management regulations, which is I assume what you're speaking of there. the question, the follow-up question then, if this is going to be a lawn, is do you intend to extend the gate or fence that you have along the front of the building, you know, across the lawn section, or how, you know, like is that area to be gated or fenced, or is that area to be open?
Do you want me to answer that, Kareem? There's no fence in the rear grassed area. The fence is only around the prayer courtyard surrounding that side of the building on Columbus and enclosing the courtyard and the minaret.
Okay, so then there would be no, it would just be open lawn along Columbus Ave to the west of the building is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure that if there was a fence or a gate or something like that, that we were at least, you know, aware of it and potentially its materials if it was going.
Well, they do have a gate just in a smaller area on the prayer court, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
there's
what
a man door
drawing.
entrance to the courtyard from the west side there.
Okay. Other commissioners, Commissioner Falcone, Hill, do we have a motion? Okay.
Yeah. So
you
I'm
want to
ready.
make a motion?
If we are, then I would like to move that we approve the construction of 1807 Fulton Street as submitted, with the conditions that all finishes, fixtures, and alterations be submitted and reviewed by staff and elevated back to the commission as need be.
For the vote, Commissioner Dash.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Hill. I just saw the hand moving.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Yeah, that's why, yeah.
Commissioner Lawson. I think you're
Sorry,
muted.
I'm sorry, I keep muting myself. Aye.
Okay, and then Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward.
And Commissioner Snipe says yes also.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Richard. That's what happens when I don't read my list. Commissioner Snipe?
Yes.
Okay,
Although
I truly apologize for that. Then motion moves forward unanimously. Very excited for this to keep going, and we'll look forward to hear from the staff on this when you have more information. Thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Okay, next item on the agenda, item number 6, Mexican Water Streets Historic District, 1234 Monterey Street, building renovations including reconstruction of a rear addition and carport.
I believe we have an applicant, Bill Hook.
And Chair, just to note, I actually have to leave right now. I will return, but I will probably miss the next couple of applications.
Okay, we'll be here. And then before we get started, I would like to say for the record that it looks like the YouTube live stream of the hearing is finally working again. So just, I'm sorry, my cat is here. Just putting that forward. Oh my God, I got hair on my head now. Okay, let's welcome the applicant. Can you speak louder if you're there?
Okay, can you hear us okay?
Okay, we can hear you now.
I'm Evan Barnes of 911 Boxos at Pembroke Inc. in Pittsburgh, and this is Bill Hook of Hooked Up Property Solutions. He's the owner. I'm the contractor on record. So if we look at this slide that's up currently, it just went away. That was the original property. Bill acquired the property a year and a half ago. It had been vacant for about 16 years. It's an extremely distressed situation. It was condemned when we purchased it. On that previous slide, you can actually see where the one is. You can see the big black spots. Those are actually holes in the roof where it had been raining inside and and had completely rotted out the entire interior. So we've proceeded in 2 phases. First, we got the main front section stabilized, the front facade stabilized, resupported the foundation where the water had damaged the structural foundation and all that. And that is the last page of our application. You'll see the plans for that. Now, phase 2, which is what we're currently applying for, is to take down the addition that's on the back. It's the classic L or J pattern addition. There we go. That's a great picture of it. Ours is the one with the porch, the half there that you can see. This is a much older photo because it's not in disrepair like it is when we acquired it. And there's a gates in the backyard as well. Those would be the white fences where the parking area is. That structure is completely deteriorated. I did send some more photos to Sarah if we want to go through them if we need to. The brick is completely rotted. Oh, those are the backyard. Those are some of the neighbors, just so we could get context. That's the property directly across the street from us. So basically what we're requesting is to be able to, there we go, that's a perfect one to start on. This is the structure you can see that we would like to take down this wall. This is actually our southern exposure of that addition. And it's the one that is adjacent to the neighbor's property. We currently have about 5.5 feet there. We would like to reduce that down and clean that up to about 3'8" to the property line. You can see that the bricks are gone. The window has fallen out.
We have plywood up to reinforce it so nobody gets hurt.
Yeah,
basically,
because it's pretty. That's the back porch area that is falling off. It's in pretty bad shape. It needs to. You can see there we've got structural supports. The corner is bowed out. It's in rough shape. It needs to be dealt with. What we're coming to you guys with is a plan on how we would like to deal with it. Like to get your blessing or your encouragement on how to proceed and move forward. Obviously it's off the back alley, so it's not the same as the front alley. So we've got the structural part done. That's the easy part. The the floor trusses and those kind of things. Now we're trying to kind of hammer out those final details. We selected a cement board as our clapboard siding. The neighbors obviously are currently vinyl, but due to the proximity, we wanted to go something that was a fire protective or non-combustible product. So we've got both fire rated sheetrock on the inside, and then on our plans, you'll see that there's also fire rated sheetrock on the outside is a barrier, and then a masonry siding so that sidewall is in no way combustible, because that's one of those things that we'd really like to have concern with. We do have a shared wall to the north side. We did include a letter from the neighbor. They're excited because we have gotten rid of their raccoon, rat, and its infestation problem since we've taken over. And that is a masonry shared wall between the two buildings. It's approximately 12 inches thick, give or take, the spot, plus a chimney or two in there. Here you can see our site plan. We've got a proposed carport in the back, which is kind of keeping with the neighbors, where it's got a garage door on the alley and then open to the interior to gain more parking area as well as entertainment space for the backyard. We have saved all the existing brick from the current parking area that is overgrown so that we can put back the yard in a brick fashion. And so that'll be kind of keeping with that historic brick and try to reuse all of that material on site. The fences that are shown are existing. They're our neighbors' fences. We have talked to the one to the north, which is the shorter one, about helping them repair some of the damage that is there due to the lack of maintenance on our side. It's more boards here and there, 4x4s that have been rotted and damaged. On our proposal, we've got 2 decks there replacing the porch. kind of situation there just to allow more light into the house. And the existing one is in very bad shape. If we go to the next slide, it's kind of a proposed view of the back. We would like to do a Trex or a composite on the decking. We're not sold on one thing or the other. That's kind of why we're with you guys, is to see what the committee would like us to use, and then we can specify that when we submit it in our final rendition to Sarah and go that route. That, of course, is the structural elements and the foundations and footers. The bottom right corner of this one is the view from the alley. Because it is such a tight alley, I've suggested we do about a 6 to 7 foot setback off the alley, giving them more room to get into that garage instead of having to cram that in. We also have a telephone pole there, so that gives them a room to get around. When we did our review before, we also moved the carport you can see in the upper left-hand corner. We've reduced that 3 foot off from that side wall as well, so that there's a walkway through there now, which is shown in that upper corner. Those are the basic general stuff. In the bottom of our submission, you can see that we are going with all wood windows, keeping with the historic accents, finishes. We are looking at a flat roof with it's about a 1/2 per foot slope on that. We aren't sold on one material. We'll probably go with a modified rubber or something of that nature. We could go TPO, neither of which can be seen from the road or the alley. So I didn't find that was a really big concern as far as specifying that, because it's not a viewed item. Wood trim for all of our exposed accents to match what's on the front of the house and the neighbors' houses, all painted. The green that we've selected is a green that we found on the front door and the front door trim, and we've had that color matched by Sherwin-Williams, so we know what that color is. It had been previously painted a white over the top, which wouldn't have been historic. It's kind of a dark green color. So that's what we'd like to go back with our trim. We also found a red. The brick has been painted on the facade and on the side. It's kind of a rusty red color. We also had that matched so that our clapboard siding could be painted that red to give it cohesive nature to it. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not really sure what you guys want to know from us right now. There's the wood window details that Allegheny Millwork worked up for us.
If I can just add, as the owner, first of all, thank you very much for what you guys do. It's very much appreciated. I'm proud to be a part of this community and to be building this sort of thing. We've kept the historical nature throughout the inside, but still making it somewhat modern, but kept like coffered ceilings and wainscoting, things like that. We're excited to be here. We're excited to be working with you guys, and we're very grateful for what you do and the control that you exert over it. We've made every effort to keep this in the nature of the neighborhood, and we're actually, I think, taking it up a step from what the others are. There's a lot of vinyl siding, there's a lot of vertical wood and things like that, and we're putting it back to what it ought to be and making it very attractive. This home is going to go from an eyesore and a danger to the neighborhood to probably the premier property in the Mexican war streets is what we're hoping for. And we look forward to working with you and having you help us do that. Thank you very much. We're done?
Yeah,
we're done talking now.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we move to commissioners, do we have any public comment regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay. Then we can move this back to commissioners and the staff.
Is there an aerial view of the kind of current property, and then what portion of that would be demolished? Can we turn it to zoom in a bit?
It was, I think, on 1 or 2 of the presentation.
Yeah, it's back.
Right
Yeah, there we
there.
go. Yeah.
So where the so where it goes from dark to light on the roof, right at the 1, 2, 3, 4, that is part of the main house. That is the that's the part that had a major hole. Then you go to going from right to left, or left to right. The next one that is gray, where the cursor's over, that would be the section that would come off, and then you got the porch.
And that is where the previous owner, they like put a skylight in and things like that. And they didn't keep with the historic nature at all.
Well, the skylight doesn't go through. It's just on the roof.
Yeah, it's just on the roof. All right, I'll shut up.
No, it's very helpful because in the past there have been kind of misunderstandings when we have approved kind of partial demolitions.
Right.
And I want to be very clear as kind of we go forward what is acceptable, what would not be acceptable here. And then I'm wondering if also the staff could go kind of forward again to some of the pictures of the structure.
Also, sorry to cut you off there. The
That's
alley
all right.
there between the two properties, the one to the top and the one to the bottom, that alleyway is about 30 inches wide, and that is on our property. So we have that alleyway, and we're trying to keep that so that it's kind of has that. There it is. There's a great picture of it. That alleyway. It's kind of a cool little feature, and it would kind of lend for the next owner to be able to entertain in the backyard and have people come right off that front street and kind of get back there and really enjoy that back space. So that's kind of part of that, is to clean that up. And you can see we've got it plywooded now to kind of keep it all together while we work through this process. Because it is currently, we've had 2 engineers out and both of them wanted to just tear it down outright. And I'm like, we can't just do that. We've got to get approval before we can fix it. So really, the wall that's on the left-hand side of the screen, oh, you've got the control cursor. That wall.
Can you see my cursor when I move it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm wasting my effort there. I'm sorry.
The wall that's on the left-hand side that's curved, that would be the wall that would be coming out primarily. And that's pretty much, we want to bring that out and square it off. And that's kind of the demolition we're talking, as well as this back porch area. And that's all we're talking about, removing and replacing. Just because you can see that the front we were able to keep, it was in much better shape. The back is just so deteriorated. I did send another roll of interior photos, but I don't know that they went through. There they are. Yeah, so you can see that the floor is rotted, the floor joists are rotted, the sills are just, it's in rough shape. Saying that it's staying up on its own is a lie. We've got probably $1,000 in lumber just trying to keep it upright currently. There's the alleyway from behind. So that's kind of where we are for the partial demolition. It's, if we were doing it in a house that wasn't deteriorated to that point, we would probably just go off of our existing foundation, clean it up, and go ahead. But it just.
And this is a good view of the other garages and carports that are there. That wouldn't be it was really good to see that we've been keeping her a little more, I think a little bit better than what's there. And our goal is to make it better and more in line with what it should be, with the true nature of this neighborhood.
I could definitely see some of the structural concerns that you mentioned. When I look at this, you're very much symmetrical with the houses next to you, and I'm kind of toying with that symmetry. But I have a couple other questions about the front of the building, specifically about the door, your front door. It looks like you're going through a replacement process. Are you anticipating changing out that front door to something else? And if so, do you have an idea of what that door would look like?
I believe I already submitted it. It should be in one of the other revisions.
It's a solid wood door.
Yeah,
in keeping we modeled it off the other ones in the neighborhood, the other ones that were original. So it's very historic looking wood door.
Yeah, there's it's not part of it. It was part of a different application permit. Because we've done it in phases as we've rolled through this, address keeping it structurally up and not losing the building. So that was, this plan you can see was I think phase 1, and then there was phase 2, and now we're on phase 3, basically the permitting process.
Got it.
And so that
I'm certain that was something that we proved over the counter. So
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I know I sent pictures of it in, plus the pictures for the front windows, and I think colors to match, and I may have sent samples of that and photographs of the color. And so yeah, it's going to be a new wood door. It's going to be matching, I think, 3 houses down is basically what we sent to the mill worker in Erie to have him make one. Do you remember the material? Is it mahogany?
Mahogany, yes. And not that it matters, but we kept the vestibule inside and got a matching door inside, the same thing, the solid wood mahogany that'll match the exterior door. But I mean, that's inside, but we're going to that level of maintaining it throughout. That's just really excited to make this happen. It's been a long process. And when nobody died, that's a good thing with all the falling brick. It's been hard.
So I guess to summarize, at least for the front, you're not changing anything except for that front door, correct? And which it was already submitted to staff, correct?
The front windows we already replaced.
Okay.
All submitted, and they're the same ones that you can see in the drawing here. Same 2/2, all wood. That they're already done and installed. Yeah, that was already submitted to her, and that's gone through.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure the door and the windows that was over the counter with staff, correct?
Yeah, and then we had you see the parapet up there on the right side of the picture. We had to have that repointed because we had lost a couple of bricks there, so that got repointed, not replaced or anything, just repointed.
We definitely got rid of the aluminum door that was there.
Steel door is gone.
It fell out.
The metal, there was aluminum storms on them. We took those off. Those are gone. And I think that's primarily the front facade changes that happened. We cleaned out and did some repairs to the internals of the box gutter, as that had rotted out.
And I think in the street view, you can see us up there cleaning out the gutters.
Yeah, so that was,
they caught us while we were working.
So box gutters have been repaired and replaced. Windows, front door. I do have a new stone coming for the front step. Because in one of the pictures you can see the front step, the lower one is cracked and sagging. So I've got a new piece of limestone coming for that to repair that piece. They put in new water lines and gas lines, obviously up and down the street. So the sidewalk had to get repaired out there. They had that dug up forever. Hopefully they'll get that wrapped up soon. That's about the extent of the front porch, or the front
of the house.
Front of the house. My one question for you guys is: our gutter her downspouts never connected? The existing one you can see in the picture just kind of ends. And I was talking with the neighbors, and we discussed, possibly going with a copper. He's like, "Don't go with copper; they'll just steal it off the front of the house." What is the HRC's recommendation for that front gutter or downspout? Should it be round? Around us, they just have square ones that have been painted. What is the appropriate for that piece of that front facade?
Well, Before
I think that might be, oh, I'm sorry. This is Sarah. I was going to say that might be something we can talk about offline.
Okay.
After today, since it's not part of the review packet.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that right now, I guess the package that we've received is more about the demolition and the work that you're doing on the back of the property.
Right.
So even though a lot of stuff that you already have reviewed with staff at the front, I think we probably want to see that, I guess, overall when you have it together and after you talk to staff, we want to see that. But we were just curious to see what, what had transpired before on that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to focus the conversation, but I'm glad we clarified that, and thank you for your honesty about what has happened in the front. So that's great.
So in looking at this slide, it looks like the back portion of the gable roof will be modified, as well as the direction of the shed roof on the rebuilt addition. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I guess just for staff, depending on whether this is approved or not, if we can make sure the language is clear that technically that would be in addition because there's an increase in volume, and we want to make sure that if we do approve something like that, that it's listed not just as a renovation on the certificate of appropriateness, so we avoid any inquiries about whether or not that work is permitted or not. So just in whatever language we use, if we approve this, to make sure we include addition.
Noted.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Good to know.
Okay.
And then I assume, Matt, you may have some questions related to that.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's kind of inharmonious, both with the house next door and with the district. And I'm trying to figure out how to go about to bring it into harmony with that, but it would require some kind of substantial massing changes and alterations to that. So it kind of gets at the heart of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and so that the house two to the north has some very sloped, angled roofs there on their property as well. And the reason we went with the roof line that we did is so that we're keeping it the same firewall, that internal masonry partition between the two properties, right? You can see it kind of extend up past towards that chimney there. And so that's kind of where we'll go to there and then shed gently off to the sides and adjust it that way so that we're not, yeah, we're definitely changing the pitch. We're flattening it out. Obviously the one 2 doors to the uphill is drastically different, very, very modern, very, a 12-12 pitch and going both directions. I think there's some photos of it that we included. You can kind of see it there with the one with the skylights and the vinyl siding to the side of the tan one.
Did your architect provide a drawing of what the elevation?
There you can see it right there. That's the one that's drastically, 2 doors down, drastically different.
I'm sorry, Matt, you were saying what?
It was me, Dave, actually. Do you have, did your architect provide a drawing of what the elevation would look like if you're looking from the 236 side, the kind of companion house, where now there will, at the gable roof, you're going to end up having a exterior wall that wasn't there before, and then you're also going to have another wall and kind of a transition between like if you look at the photo on this page, the other half of the adjacent structure will have the shed roof going in the other direction, and it's not clear, but I'm presuming, well, it's not clear whether or not the peak of your rebuilt
rear addition is going to be higher than that. And I think that's information we need to know to understand how this will impact the adjacent structure and how it will look.
So the peak would come off from the main peak of the house. So you've got in this photo here, you can see that there's the A gable on the end, and then you go back and there's the main roof back there. You can kind of see the light gray. That ridge line will come straight out from there.
From the top peak.
Same height as that, right, roughly.
Yeah, from the main ridge, it'll come out. And the people at 1234 have asked us when we do our, or 1236, when we do ours, if we could fix their roof issues as well when we've got our contractors up there. So that's another part of that. So they've got a sag and a leak, and because obviously our roof is deteriorated and is no longer holding up their ridge has dropped. And so now they've got a belly in their ridge, and how do you kind of work those together? And so we've, I know that they shared a letter with you guys. And so we're trying to we've got to repair ours, obviously, and then we've got to help them repair theirs and share some of that responsibility of the previous owner with them. So as part of that, we'll probably be re-roofing their back section. And how that exact transition will happen, it will probably be depending on what material gets selected in the end. You know, whether that is a TPO to shingle transition or a rubber to asphalt shingle transition, because that's what I think they've got on there now is a 3-tab, like a green 3-tab up there. You know, so there will be a transition there. We haven't really finalized that because we haven't, obviously we're still in the getting your approval to get the building's approval to.
Yeah, and they'll have to get their side approved.
Yeah,
we'll have to get
That was what I was going to mention, gentlemen,
Yes.
is that all of this is going to have to come back through us.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
you know, let's not get ahead of what's on the application today.
Yeah, I was
There's
gonna.
plenty there to look at.
I was gonna say that we're talking about all this roof work and changing on pitch, and right now there's only that 3D drawing of the side of the property, but there's like really not a roof plan and other information. So I know that at least we will have to look at it again, you know, at least at par. That is obviously separate from your demolition requests, but I don't know, can we actually separate having, you know, letting a demolition moving forward without knowing exactly how the roof is going to work, you know? And I don't think we can do that.
We've not in the past.
I would agree with Commissioner Aguirre. Sorry, I had to step away for a second, but excuse me. I think that we need a different drawing than the one which is being sent to us now that shows, apologies, the abutting buildings and the context in order to understand the implications of what the whole scope of work is.
To add on to that too, usually the chimneys are, I mean, it looks like that they would be removed as part of this. And with adjoining houses, the chimneys are usually built as kind of one unit. And so it's really difficult just to remove half, I guess is my point to this. So my question would be, you know, are your neighbors proposing to have their chimneys removed as well? You know, how would you kind of go about, you know, if not, how would you remove yours but then keep theirs in place?
The plan is not to remove the chimneys. The chimneys will stay intact.
Okay.
The chimneys aren't going anywhere. I think they may be shown on.
So here's another chimney question. Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Don't the chimneys have to be a certain height above the top of the roof? And if you change the top of the roof, are you changing the characteristic of the chimney? You have to change the chimney.
The chimney are non-functional, so there's no height requirement for them whatsoever. It's,
okay.
If they were wood burning, yes, we'd have to have them 3 feet above the ridge line within 10 feet, and there are rules for that. But these are defunct chimneys. Theirs has a bunch of slate glued over the top of the holes to keep water out. Ours have been open, so the water just comes in when it rains, and the inside is deteriorated because of that. The proposition would probably just to make a single piece of stainless steel cap and have it of some color to match and cap that off of some sort. But no, there's no plan to remove those. And on our submission, I think it shows as a bump out on the first 2 pages, but I don't see that it showed up on the 3rd drawing of it. The next page down. You can see that on floor 1, you can see the 3 chimneys. And then again, on floor 2, you can see the 3 bump outs for them. And somehow they got omitted on the 3rd floor because it wasn't an essential design item at that point. But there's one by the toilet. The other one's in the dormer up front, so it's not important. And then the back one just got omitted from the drawing, but it should be there in the same location as the drawing shows it.
Yeah, I think we need to see this again with that additional information. I mean, everything looks like you are doing the right motions and the right steps. There's no question about that. But I know that at least right now I feel slightly nervous about trying to approve it when we don't have that as a record.
I would agree, and I would make a motion in concurrence with that sentiment that it's aimed in the right direction, though I think we should table this for 30 days so that the applicant can come back and provide some supplemental information about how this dovetails with the abutting building.
And the demolition, yeah, and that's something that, I mean, you can discuss with the staff, I think, on some of the things that I think we will need to see. But like right now, I don't think that any of us are really against the demolition. It does seem that it's structurally not very safe, I think, but we need to make sure that what is happening after is, appropriate, and that that you have the right plan in front of you to keep moving forward with the great work that you're doing.
Okay.
The other commissioners agree? Table for 30 days?
Agree.
Okay.
Yeah, as much context as you can provide would be helpful to see not only how it relates to your immediate next door neighbor, but also to get a better sense of how it relates to the building. I mean, it seems like by increasing the height, it creates a really kind of different, distinct visual than we're accustomed to seeing for additions. And especially if we're talking about it as an addition within historic preservation, additions are typically a bit smaller than kind of the main house, because as not to overshadow it. So, I would say that in kind of some of your detailing, give some consideration to how that depiction is shown, but then also, if there's any kind of opportunity to distinguish the addition that you're putting on from your primary house, I would give some consideration to that.
And I do have one other question, and I apologize, I had to step away for a second. The depiction in this 3D drawing makes it appear as though the surface between the addition and the garage is paved. And I don't know if that's just a manner of the graphics, but if that is to be the case, then I think you need to consider what happens with all that water. And I'm not sure if that's our purview, but
Our desire is to, we've kept all of the old brick that was on site, and where the garage is now was a brick patio. So they'll be all pervious, because we want to reuse that 100-year-old red brick and put that patio back in that in that manner, right? So that when you walk out in the backyard, you feel that you're walking into a 100-year-old space with that old worn red brick. You know, like that's what it would have been. It would have been old worn red brick. You know, they brought a couple home at a time, and they would do some of their yard, and then they bring a couple more from work, and that's just kind of part of that flavor of some of those communities where, you know, it was done in piecemeal as guys would bring a couple home at a time.
Right, but you just have to consider the stormwater drainage there. That's really my point.
Yeah, so the answer is no, we're not paving that. We're putting it back to original. We're restoring it to what it was with the brick. We're not paving that. That would be,
well, it would be a brick paver.
Yeah, not concrete paving. So yeah, it would be horrible.
But you do have to manage the water there, and whatever that plan is, I'm not sure if that's our purview, but it does need to be addressed.
It's not.
No, but you know.
Well, we appreciate the concern, and yeah, it's a valid concern that we should address.
So do we have a motion then from commissioners?
Yes, I would move that we table 1234 Monterey Street for 30 days to provide the applicant an opportunity to present additional detailing.
Second.
An additional detailing, you would like primarily the joining of our building to the neighbor's building, to the direct contact. Those details, as well as.
Yes, that, but then also if you could please, on the kind of any other materials that you submit, take the outline of your building and highlight in red what will be demoed so that we have a very clear record of that, kind of as part of the application process. And additionally, you know, I'm still not 100% on the height variance. So I would kind of urge you to consider that as you're going through and doing some of your renderings.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely talk to staff. I think they know what we would like to see in order to make our job easier in terms of deliberating their project. So like orthographic elevations, you know, plans, roof plan, you know, that kind of thing will be helpful to see what's ultimately happening.
Okay. Any proposed issues with the proposed carport concept?
Well, I think we will definitely want to see materials for it. I know we didn't really talk too much about it.
This isn't. I mean, we can talk offline about this. There was one approved in a different part of the Mexican War Streets, but we can talk offline about that. So shoot us an email this week, tomorrow, and we can have a call if you want and talk about all these issues.
Super. Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
So then, do I have a second for table for 30 days?
Yes, second.
For the vote, Commissioner Dash is stepped out for a minute. Commissioner Green?
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson?
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe?
Aye.
Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion is tabled for 30 days. Well, no motion, but the project is tabled for 30 days.
Ms. Chairwoman?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Did you skip Richard again?
No, I didn't tell Richard.
No, she didn't skip me.
Okay,
No,
good.
I did emphasize, Commissioner Snipe, because I did that last time, and thank you for reminding me that I still feel bad about it. Okay.
For your consideration, it's greatly appreciated, by the way. We'll get that figured out. We'll get back to you, and we're looking forward to talking to you again.
Okay. Thank you so much for your work.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good. Moving forward with our agenda, item number 7, Mexican War Streets Historic District Expansion, 1203 Arch Street, building renovations, including changing of siding.
Yes, we have the applicant, John Francona.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. We ready to start?
Yeah, we're ready to start.
Good. So this is 1203 Arch Street. And you can see, go back to the other side, please. So you can see I have 2 circles on the plan. The largest circle is the building that is 1203 Arch. And just the other street, the other circle is another building on, it's on Brim Way. I'm going to mention that later. I just wanted to see in context where that is. So next slide, please. So this is a site plan. The project is limited to a very small area of the building. It's in the dark line. We want to replace some existing siding. I call it T11. I think it's actually the T111 siding. It's real popular back in the 70s. And it's very deteriorated. My client bought this building in March, and he's trying to stabilize it for the future. Next slide, please. So this shows you the building on Arch. It's had some unfortunate happenings over the years where they've altered the windows and put this stone face on it. Next slide. So that oval area, that's the area that we're going to replace the siding. Next slide. This is a blow up of it so it's on the left-hand side. The building is almost on the corner. On the corner is a property owned by the gas company, I think People's Gas, and they have this structure built on the property that is just there. Next slide. This shows you a blow up of, you can see how deteriorated the siding is. And then this lovely building in the front that's on Eloise. Next slide. This, so the sliding wraps around the building 6 feet. There must have, I'm sure this was in addition to the building back in the 70s when they converted it. It's currently 6 units, and it's actually 6 condo units that my client just bought, all of them. Next slide. So this is the material that we're proposing to use. It's called Everlast horizontal lap siding. We want to use the standard size, so it's like a 6.5 inch lap. It's a composite material. Next slide. This is a sample of the material. This is the building that was the smaller circle. This is on Brim Way. That this siding was put on before the expansion became part of the historic district. The next slide. So I pulled this off of Google Earth. They took a photograph when the building was being sided. I just wanted to see how it goes on. It's very similar to a hardy plank, but it's a different material completely. And so the reason that we want to use this siding, when they were putting this siding on, they ordered a lot of extra siding, and we want to be able to take advantage of that and use the same siding on our building that we used on this one. That's it.
That's the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was quick. Do we have any public comment regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay, moving it back to commissioners and staff.
So the siding you have is blue.
It's a grayish blue, yeah.
Okay. Is it paintable?
I think so. The intent is at some point the owner's going to come in and redo the front facade, but that's a later project. He just needs to get this taken care of on the side since it's starting to fall apart.
So the question about the color was, I'm sorry if I missed it. It's blue.
It's the same siding that I showed you on the that's on the rimway. It's exactly the same siding because we have it.
It looks like a.
It's a grayish
blue gray.
Gray.
Yeah, like a blue gray.
Sorry, I was looking you up on Google Earth while you were talking, so apologies for the distraction.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but then that siding is going to go all the way up to that almost like third level, fourth level.
Yes.
So it's going to be very visible.
Well, it's going to, yes.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it's right on the property line, so we can't even put any windows in it.
Yeah. I don't really have any more comments. Commissioners, do you have any concerns?
I don't really. I mean, and I would say, you know, I've got nothing against gray. Gray is, you know, kind of background.
Yeah, I mean, and personally, like, I know we're not really quite choosing colors or anything like that, but I do feel like it's going to look so huge to have that, you know, almost 3-story siding in there.
Well, I feel like it's going to clash with the yellow brick, the tan brick. So
It's hard for can you scan through the images again, because
it's not tan
yeah
brick.
So the thing that I'm seeing
tan brick on the front. Okay.
Well, the stone on the front is the.
Oh, that's stone.
And it's a series of John. It's like a series of kind of things stuck on the on the brick, right? I mean, because they're like the window lentils are almost recessed behind this amount of siding. It seems like it was on the front of that.
You mean on the front? Yeah. And I think what happened was that they changed the size of the openings of the windows, and then they put this stone on to cover it up.
Yeah.
Because the windows look too short.
Because I think if I remember, I went by this building, and I think it's like the lower right-hand corner. There's like 3 different types of siding that you can see on the front of this building.
Yeah, and just right as you turn the corner, you can see that there was a house attached to this building at one time also.
You can see the scar from it.
Yeah, you can still see the outline. And the chimney's hanging, or partly hanging out there too. So and you can't see it in this photograph, but the part that we're going to be using the siding on is just right behind that ugly little gas building.
So, I mean, it's hard to tell from the different images what color would look best there, but something inconspicuous. Gray is inconspicuous. Something that's brick color might be inconspicuous.
And are you going to have enough material, since this is leftover from the other project, are you going to have enough material to do all of it? Or are you purchasing more?
If we need to buy more, we'll get some, but we're pretty sure they really ordered way too much for this building than they needed.
Commissioners,
I'm ready to make a motion if, you know, if
if nobody has any concern, yeah.
Go for it.
I'll motion we approve. This is 12. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 1203 Arch Street as submitted.
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone, Commissioner Falcone. I think we lost Matthew. Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward.
Thank you. I promise to bring back a better project next time.
Thank you. Moving forward, item number 8 in the agenda. Mexican Water Street Historic District expansion, 414 Jacksonia Street, construction of a garage. Before we get started, I think after we finish this new review, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes just to be prepared for the next motion, but I just wanted to put it out there for commissioners since I know we've been here for a while.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 8, 414 Jacksonia Street, construction of a garage. Do we have the applicant ready for us, David De Leon?
Yes, we have Karen Gallagher and Lizette Rios Williams.
Okay, you may begin. Can you hear us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin your presentation when you're ready. State your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Lizette Rios Williams with Rios Williams Architect. Our address is 1900 Main Street in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. The project is located as stated on 414 Jacksonia Street. The project consists of a detached garage, about 20 foot by 22 foot garage. That's approximately 362 square feet. It's located on the property of the owner. And we had submitted some pictures on this floor plan to kind of give you a contextual idea of the existing home. You have the middle view of the existing home that has the addition on the back. It was part of the original plan that has that porch, if you see in the middle section. And then further back, you have fencing. So the top photo where it says existing photo, rear yard curb cut and gate entry, that is where the garage will be placed. The current home is brick and it does have a stone base. So the new detached garage is designed to respect what's existing and respect the architectural detailing and character of the home. The front facade of the detached garage will be brick to match existing. And it will have a insulated garage door. It will include a gable on the roof side to kind of mimic the gable that's on the side porch. It will also include a mansard-like roof. So from the Garfield Street, it would look like a mansard roof and then kind of fall back to the back. The side elevations of the garage we're proposing is hardy plank, which they're vertical siding material. It comes in various colors. We're looking to match the existing beige tan color that the existing home has. The other feature we're looking to match outside of the existing brick is also the cast stone sill. So you'll notice from the existing buildings, there's a horizontal existing sill. So the intent is to kind of match that. And then the base, we're looking at a simple split face, again, color to match, because not very much will be exposed. It'll be less than a foot around this facility. As far as the shingles, we are at this time looking at dimensional asphalt shingles. The image that you see is in character of mimicking slate roofing. There's two versions we're entertaining: the carriage home look, dimensional shingles from Certainty, or the Grand Manor. They have a similar style and look there. And let's see what else. The idea is that also the aluminum gutters and things like that of that nature will also have that beigey neutral color to match the existing home. The height of it will be within the required 15-foot height. I believe it falls under that. It's probably 14 or 1410. Those are CAD drawings, so they're not perfect match, but it gives you the character of the garage in line with the character of the home, so that you can see in the Garfield Street porch that's existing, it has that little gable peak. We're mimicking that. The main house structure has a mansard roof. We're looking to mimic that also in the garage. I think unless there's questions, I'm not sure if I covered everything.
I think we're good for now. We can always have commissioners to ask questions if needed. Do we have any public testimony regarding this property?
Not currently.
Okay, thank you, David. Opening this to commissioners.
I think this is wonderful. It seems completely with character not only of the house, but of the district itself. It's very apparent that you put a tremendous amount of thought into the details and finishings, and I am really heartened by this project.
Here, here.
Yeah, I appreciate how the stone selected kind of matches the current existing paint of the adjacent porch in that cream color. So I think that's gonna, work very, very well. I have no concerns. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move that we approve the proposed construction at 414 Jacksonian Street as submitted.
Do I have a second?
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Dash.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson.
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe.
Aye.
And Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Next item on the agenda, we had a demolition that was removed from the agenda, and then we have the continuation of the historic nomination. However, before we get started, I think it would be prudent for us to take a 5-minute break so we can really take a little break from the time being here. So do I have a motion for that? We will be returning at
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we're gonna.
Aye.
Aye.
We'll be returning at 5:04. Okay.
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 Thank you.
Everybody say aye.
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 In favor? Aye.
What if I
Okay.
did say nay?
No, James. Thank you very much. Okay, so
You'd be
we are
over
David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you going to be timing the speakers, or do you want me to?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can, if you want me to, if it's easier.
Okay, I mean, because I think
I will be strict to the 3 minutes. As long as
that's
as long as it's
cool.
not an attorney, I'll be strict 3 minutes.
That would be cool, actually, if you could do it, because all I have here is my phone that I run the 3-minute timer on, and then as long as I'm unmuted, I let the beep 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 sound go.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess one question I do have is, like, in what order did you want to, like, is there a certain way that we're doing the public testimony?
Well, we're not going to be as detailed as city council. I think it's just whoever you pick to go next can go next. Everybody gets the same amount of time. The nominator's name is Brittany Riley. She gets as long as she needs. And the Citizens Bank people, who I think I emailed you their information.
Yes.
They get as long as they need.
Okay.
So it'll be the owner and the nominator get the amount of time they need, and then everybody else gets 3 minutes.
Okay. If there was council representing like a neighborhood group, would that apply? Because I know that's happened in planning commission before.
That would be a question for Andrew.
Not if they're representing a neighborhood organization. If they're an elected official, that there are differing requirements. But I don't see anybody on, that meets that requirement. So I think we should be okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
I will probably only be on for about another half an hour to 35 minutes, and I have to sign out at that point, guys.
Okay. That's cool.
And I will need to recuse myself from the conversation and vote. Sorry. So I want to ensure that you have quorum to be able to continue. I think you would.
I believe we do. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well then.
So once we re-adjourn, I'll ask for permission to
recuse.
Say goodbye.
Okay. It's
Cop out.
5:05 p.m. in.
I know, right?
It's 5:05 p.m. in the afternoon. I would like to call back commissioners to continue this hearing. It is 5:05 in the afternoon. 5:05 in the afternoon. Sorry, I was just eating something. Roll call. Commissioner Dash.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Falcone.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Loyson.
Here.
Commissioner Snipe.
Here.
And then Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. I believe Commissioner Falcone, you're going to be recusing yourself once again?
Yes. I'd ask to recuse myself from the upcoming matter, and because it is the last item on our agenda, if I have your permission then to leave the meeting.
You may leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next item on our agenda is the second part to the historic nomination hearings for the East Liberty Mellon Bank, 6112 Penn Avenue, nomination for historic designation. As a reminder, since this is the second review, we're going to be looking at the public hearing at the applicant, hearing at the owner's representative, and then we're going to be hearing also about the public testimony. We got a lot of public testimony for this project, so once we get to that, we'll call into the hearing all the different names that have provided public hearing, and then from there we'll see who else needs to testify for this project. So with that, let's say everybody, are we all on the same page? Anything you might want to add, Commissioner Dash? Nope.
No, I think we should just get started.
Okay, so let's get started.
Okay. Well, as you all know, today is the day where you all will make a recommendation to City Council. And what you're allowed to consider are whether the nomination fits into the 10 criteria outlined in the ordinance. Those are printed out in your packet that I provided. And you also need to consider whether the building has integrity, which means does the building convey the character defining features that it possessed when it was significant. And so what I'll do is I'll briefly go back through the description of the building and then go on to findings based on my re-review of the documents. But this property is located at 6112 Penn Avenue, and the northeast facade measures 7 bays in width. It's symmetrical and it's present. Oh, thank you, Sharon. It presents a central entrance via a recessed 5-bay portico, flanked on either end by the solidity of 2 brick piers. A terrazzo-clad plinth provides anchoring stability to the building as it wraps all facades. The southwest facade measures 7 bays in width. Here, the building's brick massing deconstruction to a sawtooth plan, sliding planes, and 7 emerging office bays. The building's history is fairly straightforward. By the early 1960s, Mellon's decision to modernize their existing East Liberty branch was directly influenced by ongoing and extensive efforts planned by the Urban Redevelopment Authority for the area, as well as the company's own growth. The bank building was designed by Pittsburgh-based firm Lift Just and Chetland, who also designed the East Liberty Carnegie Library branch a year earlier in 1968 on nearby Whitfield Street. The branch went on to serve Citizens Bank as an active banking center until its closure in 2020. And onto the significance criteria. Obviously we had a discussion about those last month. And based on based on what was submitted, I had some misgivings about providing a positive recommendation to you all. And at that time, you voted to give us some time to go through the nomination again and sort of reevaluate where we are on this. And I'm happy to say that even though it wasn't what was originally submitted, I do feel this building is eligible for the local register of historic places, our local listing. And I feel it's eligible under criteria 7, which is its association with important cultural or social aspects or events in the history of the city of Pittsburgh, state of Pennsylvania, the Mid-Atlantic region, or the United States. This structure's association with the redevelopment of East Liberty, post-war changes in aesthetic taste nationwide, and the competition among local banks noted in the nomination all contribute to the significance of this structure. And I'll go into each of those a little bit more. But as we talked about last week, this building is one of the remaining items from the urban renewal phases in East Liberty, which weren't necessarily the best things for the neighborhood, but now they represent traditions that have been in the neighborhood for 50 years. So it in its own right is historic and represents certain things. But the Mellon National Bank was not the only banking institution to adopt a campaign of modern bank buildings during the mid-20th century. With Pittsburgh National Bank and other competitors following suit, there was often a competitive air surrounding the construction of new branch offices. In 1962, Pittsburgh National Bank construction of its Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill designed Oakland branch, also the 5th Avenue of South Craig Street. Fortunately, this 1966 structure, a work by a world-renowned architect firm and a rare example of visual structure concept as stylistic marker, still stands and is utilized by PNC Bank as their Oakland branch. In 1961, across the street from PNC's SOM building, the Pittsburgh-based firm Hoffman, Loeffler, and Wolf completed Mellon Bank's university office. It was located at the busy, highly visible intersection of Craig Street and 5th Avenue in Pittsburgh, Oakland neighborhood. Starting in the mid-1960s, Mellon Bank maintained a building supervisor department in an in-house unit focused on design, materials, colors, construction, and interior planning, largely led by Assistant Vice President in charge of buildings, Mr. Edward Becker, under whom innovations such as efficient prefabricated branch models were developed. Under this program, Mellon Bank invested heavily in the design of branch banks expressed through a variety of designs throughout greater Pittsburgh. And Sharon, if you could scroll through to find some of those, they should be towards the end of the nomination or further in the nomination. And I have a quote here. It says, in the wake of the Second World War, glass lighting, open interiors, spaces, warm colors, and well-maintained landscaping were incorporated into architectural plans. Mellon formulated a general philosophy for bank design, yet each office remained distinctive. Building codes, zoning laws, traffic patterns, neighborhood architecture, and the character of the community determined the style of the branch office. In 1965, a modern Squirrel Hill branch was formed. I think maybe if you could go one more farther. Yeah, right there, the photo at the bottom. It's the Squirrel Hill Mellon Bank branch. In 1965, a modern Squirrel Hill branch to replace an existing one across Murray Avenue opened beneath a concrete umbrella achieved through a 27-hour continuous pour of concrete to the fascination of onlookers. The Uptown branch, then referred to as Upper Fifth for its location along 5th Avenue nearing downtown, was completed in 1966 and consists of a green, if you could go back one, I think it's the bottom one right there. I believe that's it. Yeah.
It's the same, yeah.
It's the same building, just different eras.
Let's see. The Lawrenceville branch is an important corner of Main and Butler Street, opened in December 1966 at 4112 Butler Street as a modern brick structure with drive-in service and ample customer parking. Mellon's internal design department demonstrated design sensibilities of all styles and utilized architectural mature technologies of the time. So, you know, in my opinion, as staff, I feel like this building's attachment to this architectural program with Mellon Bank is significant enough to make it appropriate to list it on our local register. While this may not be the most, you know, exciting building as far as modern architecture goes, it definitely shows local planning and local design and the desire for bringing new things to the community, bringing modern things to the community. So for that reason, I changed my recommendation from last month to say that this building is eligible under criteria 7. So, and that's what I have for you today.
Okay, thank you, Steph, for the presentation.
Sure.
Moving forward, I would like to hear from the applicant who presented the nomination. Do we have them ready? David DeLeon?
Yes,
Riley?
we have Brittany Riley, but there's another individual, Justin Greenawalt, raising his hand. I'm not sure if he's included as part of the applicant.
He's not the nominator. No.
Okay.
No, he will probably fall under public comment. So right now we only hear Ms. Riley.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Sharon, she had some slides that she, there we go. There,
Is it these?
You read my mind.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Ms. Quinn, Chairperson Aguirre, Commissioners. Again, I'm Brittany Riley. I'm the nominator of the structure. My residential address for the record is 182 42nd Street, Pittsburgh, 15201. I sit on the Board of Directors of Preservation Pittsburgh, and I chair our organization's Pittsburgh Modern Committee. So I just want to thank the Commission and staff for your extensive time and attention to this matter. I appreciate the opportunity to revisit this nomination and trust that we're all carefully considering the possibility that it join the list of local historic landmarks in Pittsburgh, and that it's eligible based on one or more criterion, some of which are articulated in our nomination, and then as Sarah highlights today, an additional criterion under which it may be eligible. We feel that our nomination as submitted supports the points that Ms. Quinn just brought to light regarding criterion 7, as well as a few others. Next slide. So as this structure reaches over 50 years of age and counts those years of visual presence in one of Pittsburgh's really most architecturally eclectic and historically complex neighborhoods, that's East Liberty, we're equipped with the hindsight, perspective, and tools to evaluate it. And it's our responsibility to do so together. So I'll begin with touching on that criterion 3 was proposed in our nomination regarding the building's architectural style and or the quality of design, materials, and craftsmanship. Next slide. So just to recap, the structure is an innovative interpretation of corporate modernism in Pittsburgh, and it maintains a very high level of integrity. It consists of a steel frame construction and is clad in terrazzo panels, aluminum, and glazed brick. Of course, that glazed brick in the deep emerald green in color was a deliberate design choice. The hues intrinsically linked to the public image of Mellon Bank, especially at mid-century. The original exterior and structural design of the building remains completely intact, including all of these original materials with simply some signs of age. It really demonstrates the quality workmanship and high level of care and maintenance to this structure. Next slide. So perhaps the structure's architectural merit is most effectively understood when considering it in the context of Mellon Bank's mid-century bank designs and the program that supported those designs, which Sarah has walked us through a little bit. And I just want to urge the commissioners to further consider this point that was also clearly brought up during the April meeting, that this Mellon Bank, one in a series of architecturally notable structures created by Mellon during the 20th century modern era, is worthwhile potentially of historical designation for its significant place in that collection in the context of Mellon Bank's kind of legacy in architecture leading up to and during the mid-20th century. Our nomination again states that case on pages 8, 9, and 10 with quite a few supporting images. So could you forward a few slides, please? One more. And again. Okay, so here are some clear images of structures in that collection that I'm referring to. And again, so beyond the architectural consideration for criterion 3, perhaps criterion 7 or even 9 might be most fitting to capture this aspect. So Mellon's pattern of achieving these unique, high-quality architecture sites continued through the mid and late 20th century and really hit its pinnacle in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when they merged state-of-the-art construction with a unique design lexicon. They merged that with traditional and familiar forms that effectively serve their clientele. The 1965 Squirrel Hill branch, which you see here at the center on Murray Avenue, boasts its original design, even some interior original elements, and it's currently utilized as an active citizens branch. The Uptown branch on the left also maintains its original design. It shows some of the same brickwork as is at the East Liberty branch. It is vacant and currently on the market, to my understanding. There's also a 1966 Lawrenceville branch. It maintains its original design. It has been thoughtfully redeveloped under a new owner as a community retail and co-working space with a cafe and restaurant that will stand to serve the community. And then as came up last time, there's a 1961 University branch with a concrete shell roof that was demolished in 2004, as Chairperson Aguirre pointed out during the last meeting, and that was a great loss to character in that neighborhood. But I'll say that for the East Liberty branch, and what makes it relevant in this collection is the material choices, the innovative construction, the consideration of its site and surroundings were all on par with how the Mellon Buildings Department at the time approached other modern branches in collaboration with architects. So its soaring windows capture the natural light. Its swaths of eye-catching green brick wrap the building, and the center avenue facing staggered plan really maximizes the use of that triangular plot that it sits on. And as you'll recall, there's a more classically symmetrical entrance facade shown there in the upper right that opens up to Penn Avenue. And the department stated that they use a lot of glass to open up the banks, paying close attention to details such as lighting and landscaping. So unique to this site is the existing triangular community parklet on the building's east that really marks the ever-changing boundary at this busy intersection. So really, I'll just end that point with that Mellon Bank's architectural heritage is a gift to Pittsburgh, and the East Liberty branch in particular, with its key elements and integrity intact, and its value as a neighborhood landmark evident, is an important asset marking that dynamic period for Pittsburgh and for Mellon Bank. And as Sarah said, Mellon Bank was not the only banking institution to kind of adopt such a campaign at mid-century, but they inspired other corporations such as Pittsburgh National Bank to undertake architecturally innovative and distinctive new buildings. I do want to note we had some additional material on this topic in an original draft of the nomination, but we're advised to kind of reduce that a little bit, but we hope that what's presented, we feel it's rather substantial. Okay. Can you go back a few slides? I'm sorry, you have an early version of my slides. Okay, one ahead. Thank you. I just want to move on to criterion 10, which was presented in our nomination. If we just touch on what is a valid landmark, you know, it is not just a structure that you can see rise above other buildings in the area, such as an example like the East Liberty Presbyterian Church on Highland, but you know, it's a quote, the structure's unique location and distinctive physical appearance or presence, representing an established and familiar feature in a neighborhood, community, or city of Pittsburgh. So the East Liberty branch, we feel we still want to kind of touch on its ability to meet criterion 10 from its opening to the public in 1970 until it being an active branch until February 2020. The building was consistently utilized as a banking hall, first as Mellon, as we all know, and then as Citizens Bank. And as such, it retains that historical association as a Mellon bank and a centrally located service to East End residents. And has become a distinctive, established, and familiar visual feature in East Liberty, anchoring that kind of commercial gateway. And as for, please advance the slide until one that's all text, which is quotations. Okay, there you go. As for the citizens, community, and neighbors' feelings about this structure and the extent to which it is a potential landmark and important to Pittsburgh's cultural fabric, we, and in turn the commissioners, have received to date over 55 impassioned comments from the public supporting this nomination, a count of about 33 additional formal letters of support from historians, residents, new and old, small business owners, designers, students, and Pittsburgh transplants, and not to mention dozens of supportive remarks on social media. So as Chairperson Aguirre noted during the last meeting, this is evidently an important urban place for the city and community. And nonetheless, liking the building personally is not a prerequisite for saving it. So I trust the decisions of the commission are based on the soundness of the points presented and the support the nomination may have by the local community, as well as the network of professionals that are concerned with it. Lastly, the nomination proposes criterion 5, that is the structure's exemplification of an important planning and urban design techniques. Perhaps, as Ms. Quinn suggests today, criterion 7 may be more appropriate for that to fall under, but in any case, our material in the nomination supports that by the early 1960s, Mellon's decision to modernize their existing East Liberty branch was directly influenced by the ongoing and extensive efforts planned by the URA in the area, as well as by Mellon's own growth. So really, it's a testament to Pittsburgh's multifaceted Renaissance era. It is a surviving component of that large-scale urban renewal plan for Pittsburgh's East Liberty district. And as such, it's a built record of the optimism that drove the period, but it also documents the kind of a complex and exceptional change that was experienced not only in East Liberty, but across the United States during the 50s, 60s, and into the 1970s. And I'd just like to end by summarizing some supports received for this nomination. In our network of professional organizations, Ms. Mindy Crawford, Executive Director of Preservation Pennsylvania, states that she urges the commission to consider designating the East Liberty branch of Mellon Bank as a historic landmark due to its modernist design and high degree of integrity. Let's ensure that important examples of every style are retained for our collective future. As for historians, curators, and professionals of note, the authors of Imagining the Modern, a recent and widely celebrated publication that's based on an exhibition at the Heinz History Center, it makes clear the importance of Pittsburgh and especially East Liberty's place in the history of modern architecture in the United States. And they submit, quote, "Today we're asking city officials to again regard this building as their predecessors regarded older buildings more than 70 years ago, and take into consideration this piece of the neighborhood's architectural history as you plan into the 21st century. Its continued presence will strengthen the vibrant and eclectic center that East Liberty is now once again." And regarding East Liberty community allies, both the East Liberty Chamber of Commerce and the East Liberty Valley Historical Society have expressed their support for this and acknowledge the structure as a worthwhile aspect of the community. So we would like to join East Liberty in welcoming Citizens Bank services back to the neighborhood. But my colleagues and I, and a lot of feedback from this city, feels that the removal of an and the kind of neglect of a unique existing structure of high quality for a new generic one is damaging to the eclectic historic architecture of the area and the remaining character of East Liberty. And we press on to find a viable opportunity somewhere between the site serving the community in a relevant way, as well as complementing East Liberty's growth. And we'd like to address this in a collaborative, inclusive way, rather than the additional erasure of East Liberty's character being the short-sighted answer. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Riley. Much appreciated. Moving forward with the hearing, I think we would like to hear from the owner or owner representative. And do we have them ready for us? David De Leon?
Yes, I believe we have 3 individuals: Clifford Levine, Jason Jones, and Jared Wallace.
Gerald Morosco, do you have? You should have Gerald Morosco too. He's our expert witness.
He's in the attendees list, David.
Okay, he should be promoted.
Okay, if we have everybody ready to present, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin. Yep, you may begin.
Thank you. May it please the commission. My name is Clifford Levine, and I'm an attorney with Dentons, Cohn and Grigsby, 625 Liberty Avenue, Pittsburgh, PA 15222. And I represent Citizens Bank. And with me, I have Jared Wallace, who is with Citizens Bank, and Jason Jones, who's also with Citizens Bank. And then finally, Gerald Morosco, who is an architect who has submitted a report associated with this. Just as one initial, at the outset, I just would note any objection. I think I have an objection to considering anything beyond what was actually nominated. It's up to the nominator to designate the particular criteria. Here, the nominator chose 3, 5, and 10, and I believe the commission should consider that under those circumstances. We'll briefly address 7, but I don't think it's appropriate to not submit materials and then have us try to guess what might come up at the hearing. But with that, let me call Jared Wallace, please. Is Jared?
Hi. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you to the commissioners for your attention to this matter. And I also would like to thank the applicant and members of the public for their interest in this property. I work for Citizens Bank. I'm in charge of real estate strategy and execution, which means basically figuring out what to do with our various properties. So this is a site that I've been working on for many years. We formally began our plan to redevelop the site a little over a year ago, with the idea that we would remove the existing building and put up a new building that's more fit for purpose. As you all know, banking has changed a lot since 1970. We don't have as many people coming into the branches as we once did to cash their paychecks. A lot of things are done online, and so this building worked pretty well in 1970, but it doesn't work so well right now. It's I think it's about 15,000 square feet, whereas the size that we really need is more like 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. So it's a lot of extra space that goes unused, that needs to be heated, maintained, et cetera. It also is a very intimidating building. It's the dark gray brick. It's doesn't have a lot of light, a lot of windows, and as such, it's not the image that we want to project to our customers and to our employees. We love this neighborhood. When I first came many years ago during a tour of Pittsburgh, I I said, we got to invest here. We got to stay here. This place is awesome. And, we'd like to be here for a very long time. We have been here for a long time and like to stay here. And with that, I'll turn it over. Oh, sorry, one last
Oh, wait,
thing.
Jared, let me just go, excuse me, Jared. Can we roll the exhibits a little bit to look at number one? I'd like to just review those exhibits. One more. So exhibit one, we've handed just a partial portion. It's a larger lease, frankly, but we just wanted to show the relationship here. So Citizens Bank is the tenant to this lease that's dated March 12, 2020. The landlord is ARC with a number of lettering. Well, we can just reference that. But in the whereas provisions, there's actually references to the demising the premises. So the expectation when you entered the lease in March was that it would be demolished. And so that was a factor really in signing this long-term lease. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. And you'll see my signature on it, actually. Yeah, it was,
yeah, if we go one more page, we have the last page, I believe, just to establish the right of citizens to participate as landowner here. And so that was signed. If we could go to the next exhibits, there were a couple of photographs. That's the building from the rear. But now as we go through this, this is the second photograph of exhibit 2. And Jared, if you could explain to the commission, you had started part of the lease and part of the process of demolishing the building. So you've removed asbestos and undertaken some activity. And can you just go through and describe what we're seeing in the second photograph of exhibit 2 here?
Yep. So the second one and then the following slides, we started this over a year ago, the process, and it seemed like it was going along as expected. As such, we began asbestos abatement, which is always done prior to demolition. And being that it was built in 1970, there's plenty of that in the building, in roof, walls, flooring, etc. And so that was all removed with the expectation that the building would be taken down. As such, it caused a good bit of damage to the site. So it's almost like the egg has been cracked, and now to try to put the egg back together again will not be easy or inexpensive.
And there's flooding in the building. Is that there's basically leaks in the roof now that the asbestos have been taken out as part of the that process?
Correct. And we have, since this was nominated for a historic designation, we've since, tried to stop those leaks and, cover the roof to the extent we can. But, as you can see, some damage has been done. And these photos, I believe, were taken last week or the week before. So they're recent photos.
Let's go to the next photograph 3. And can you describe what we're looking at?
Yep. So we, gathered the materials within the site, get them out of the way, and preparation for removal, scrap metal, etc. Sorry, I have a 3-year-old who's playing with Legos in the background. So right, those are all piled up. We were not planning to save this stuff.
Next photograph 4 of exhibit 2. What are we looking at?
Yep, so that's inside the branch near where the towel line would have been. All that's been removed, carpet's been removed, because the mastic, I believe, had asbestos in it. So this is, looking out, and you can see, the one side does have some big windows, but on the other side, facing the intersection, it's a big dark wall. And, it's a massive site. It's a massive branch, much, much bigger than you would need today, given the traffic that you have.
So just by the numbers in that respect, this is over 15,000 square feet, and you indicated that the current branch offices are in the 2,000 or 3,000 square foot range. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yep.
Let's go to the next photograph. Just quickly, what are we looking at?
Yep. So just another angle, the same area, the main branch space. I think that's looking out towards Center Street with various, debris and whatnot.
And next photograph.
This is part of the ceiling where we had to remove the ceiling, so you can look. You see a little bit of sunlight coming in there from outside.
And this, just to be honest with the commission, I get the concern that citizens have if this is designated and we're in this sort of current condition state, citizen would not proceed with this building, as the anticipation was that it'd be demolished and they'd build a new building. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. And if it turns out that it does, if we are unable to proceed with the original plan for the lease, we would have to consider whether or not we want to stay in this building or relocate to another place in the area. And then if we did, I don't know what would happen with the building.
And what is
but we certainly don't.
This ARC, the landlord, what is the nature of that organization? Do you know?
Yep. So just one of the last thing I want to say is we don't want this to be a vacant building for the next 10, 15 years. We want to be part of the community and redevelop this and work in partnership with the community, in terms of, what the new building will look like. If there's a way we can pay homage, to the existing one. ARC is a LLC. It currently belongs to VEREIT, VEREIT, which is a real estate investment trust based out of Phoenix, Arizona. And before my time at the bank in the 2000s, many of our branches were sold and with leases attached. So they are the owner, but it's a triple net lease. So Citizens is, responsible for acts as though it's the owner.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have of Mr. Wallace. And I would like to call Gerald Morosco at this time.
Come on, Cliff.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Morosco, can you state your name and profession?
Yes, Madam Chairperson and members of the commission. My name is Gerald Morosco. I'm an architect.
You're an architect, and where's your business based?
In Pittsburgh, my offices are located at 5956 Baum Boulevard in East Liberty, about a block and a half from the subject property.
Can you provide the commission with a brief background of your education, college, and then post-college leading to your becoming an architect?
I have an undergraduate degree, a bachelor's in English and art from Washington and Jefferson College, and was graduated with honors in art. And my art background had a specialty in art and architecture history, following which I apprenticed for 5 years at Taliesin, which was then called the Frank Lloyd Wright School of Architecture, and worked essentially as an apprenticeship in the firm of Taliesin Associated Architects, which was the successor practice to the practice of Frank Lloyd Wright.
And just generally, what was Frank Lloyd Wright's
if I may interrupt you, I don't think that this is too much exposition necessary. I think most of us know who Jerry Morosco is, and we know his expertise. I'm just trying to be smart about our time, if that's okay.
No, I appreciate that. I do have to build a record though, but I will move quickly here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So you work for, just to run through, so let me kind of ask you, you worked for Landmark Design Associates, Hanson Associates, and then started your own firm in 1989. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and the commission, I trust, understands Frank Lloyd Wright. Let me ask you, in your historic preservation work, tell us your involvement with historic preservation in the city of Pittsburgh.
I actually came to Pittsburgh and left Taliesin to pursue my interest in historic preservation. Landmarks Design, which has ceased to exist, was at the time the premier historic preservation firm in the city. I lived and still live in Southside and became active in that community. In 1990, I spearheaded the eventual nomination for the East Carson Street Historic District. And in the midst of that nomination, we had an 11th hour nomination that I spearheaded for the McIntosh Hemphill Foundry buildings, which were designated as individual city historic structures. So I have quite a bit of familiarity with the city's historic preservation ordinance, the nomination process, and the criteria related thereto. Outside Pittsburgh, I serve on the national technical team for the Frank Lloyd Wright Building Conservancy, which is based in Chicago and consults on the restoration of Frank Lloyd Wright structures, the majority of which are actually mid-century modern structures. And during the period of time I served on the board of the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation and on the board of Taliesin Preservation, the UNESCO World Heritage nomination was in the process. Eventually in 2019, 8 Frank Lloyd Wright structures were named to the UNESCO World Heritage Site. I was, in addition to being the owner's representative for the 2 Taliesins, I was also a reader for that nomination.
So as we talk about modernism, do you have a workable definition? So we're going to get into that a little bit. Do you have a workable definition of modernism so we can start our discussion?
So I think more narrowly, the issue of mid-century modern, which is the subject of this nomination, I would defer to the definition by DOCOMOMO, which is the International Committee for Documentation and Conservation of Building Sites and Modern Neighborhoods of the Modern Movement. And they define mid-century modern as referring to the architectural, interior, and product design style that generally describes the mid-20th century trends from circa 1933 to 1965. The term, and I didn't know this, the term was first used in the book Mid-Century Modern Furniture of the 1950s, 1983 by Kara Greenberg. In architecture, the style is characterized by the international style and Bauhaus movements, the work of Frank Lloyd Wright, and the work of Mies van der Rohe. Other citations will indicate mid-century modern is circa 1949 to 1969, with a roughly equivalent.
At this point, I would ask the chair recognize Mr. Morosco as an expert in the areas of architecture, modernism, or mid-century modernism, and historic preservation.
We recognize Mr. Morosco as such.
Thank you. So, Mr. Morosco, tell us about the nomination. Did you have a chance to review the nomination and describe what you did in reviewing and assessing the nomination?
I've reviewed the nomination in detail, and additionally, I viewed the video recording of the April hearing when it was initially submitted to the Historic Review Commission. I would say in general, I think that it's a very interesting but insubstantial nomination in terms of qualifying it as an individual city historic structure. I mean, certainly it provokes the notion that there are mid-century modern buildings in Pittsburgh that invite consideration for protection by designation. But I don't think that it's applicable to this building. It would appear that the applicants first determined that the property was significant and then in turn try to gather information to support that. I don't know if you can advance the slide.
So let me just note, you prepared a written report in
I did, which I believe you've submitted into record.
Yes, so that is Exhibit 3, and I would move for the admission of Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 into this proceeding. But Mr. Morosco, if you could, and by the way, for the commission, we've attached to at the end of the report is Mr. Morosco's bio, a more detailed bio, which will make part of the record too. But
yeah, we received that already. Yeah, we do have that for the record, and we reviewed it this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may continue.
Mr. Morosco, you're asking that the slide be forwarded?
I was just forwarding it to page 3, which I believe is the next page, which I think the commission has seen. But it's a photograph which was, I think, conspicuously omitted from the photograph submitted in the nomination. I just think it goes to the overall character of that building. This is the opposite of what's sort of represented as the iconic view coming on the other direction on Center Avenue.
And then on one side, as I understand, one side it used to be along the Sheridan Theater, which was knocked down. So it's basically a blank wall on one side of the building as well. Is that correct?
Which is reflected in the application.
Okay. Let's go to the next page, please. You show another view on page 4 at the top. Can you describe that as well?
It's just another opposing view to the photographs submitted with the application. I wanted it to be in the record that this is actually the way the building looks also.
Now, as we start getting into the specifics of the criteria, can you lay out in your view the difference, first of all, between a historic district and what qualifications would be inherent with a historic district versus an individual building? And secondly, if you would briefly touch on the difference between maybe a more iconic building worthy of historic designation and a vernacular design, and introduce those themes into our discussion here.
So I would say in the commission's consideration of this as an individual city landmark, it's important to appreciate that the criteria for designation of an individual property sets an almost impossibly high bar for what I've been considered to be a vernacular commercial building in a neighborhood commercial district. And just by way of comparison, I would invite East Carson Street, which I know well, and I think through various applications most of you know well. It's the largest extant collection of 19th and 20th century commercial architecture in the United States. It is a very historic street. Yet in that district of essentially vernacular buildings, which are historic as a collection, there's not a single individual structure that is on the National Register or is on the city as a listed structure. In fact, if you look at by comparison, those structures that are identified as individual city historic structures, there isn't anything comparable. And I'm including in that comparison 3 major 19th, early 20th century bank buildings in the East Carson Street district. The PNC Bank at 18th Street, the former Mellon Bank at 14th Street, and the Iron and Glass Bank in the 1200 block. You could look at Lawrenceville, you could look at the Penn Liberty District and see the same comparisons. These small neighborhood banks, while they may have strength in the context of a district fabric, when you pull them out individually, because they are essentially vernacular buildings, they don't have they don't meet the criteria and the stipulations as individual historic structures.
So tell us about this particular building. The nominee describes it as, quote, functional modernism. Does that term have any meaning to you?
It's an obscure designation that I don't think applies in this. I think I would characterize it as a somewhat more pedestrian example of something called vernacular consumerist architecture. And this was prevalent in the 1960s. Looking at the bottom of the picture that's here, in 1954, Gordon Bunshaft of Skidmore, Owens and Merrill designed what is now a world monument, actually, in a New York City landmark and a National Register landmark, the Manufacturers Hanover Trust Building in New York City. That building hit all of the architectural magazines and actually started a whole movement of small regional bank design that emulated it. And if you flip to the next page.
And well, just for a moment, just at the bottom page 4. So to the left was the Manufacturers Trust Building. To the right is the subject building, right?
So the spandrel and panel design in Manufacturers Hanover Trust is clearly emulated by the architects in their building, as it was by hundreds of other banks.
Okay.
But I think there's a further influence, which was perhaps even more prominent in Pittsburgh. If I could have the next slide, please. In 1966, a local architect, he was a professor at CMU, Troy West, won the Progressive Architecture Award for an unbuilt design that was to go behind the Civic Arena in the Lower Hill District. And you could see in the published elevation of that building and the view in the applicant's presentation, there's a direct influence. And Troy West's influence stretches back to the 1920s in Europe. But what this building is it's a combination of different influential factors which are vernacular. It does not stand out as a significant example of architecture on its own. To substantiate this as being worthy as individual designation, the applicant would have to demonstrate that by comparison with other like buildings, which would enable this building to stand out. I mean, it's as if you had a pie contest or a beauty contest and you just had one contestant. The ordinance is very specific, and the criteria that the city references, which are the National Trust's criteria for nomination to the National Register, indicate that a level of scholarship is required. In lieu of popular social commentary, what is the real scholarship that says this is a significant building? The presentation of the other Mellon Bank buildings fails to include this in the larger range of this vernacular consumer architecture, which, as the application states, was common. Mellon and PNC were head to head, yet none of the other PNC banks are shown to support the inclusion of this. It's almost rather that the applicant is suggesting a serial nomination of originally 4, they've dropped Lawrenceville, and now 3 banks that share common identity. But I think the important thing to realize here is that this is not a serial nomination. This is an individual nomination. The question before the commission is, does this building individually represent a city historic structure? I believe it does not.
And let's go to the next page. I think you made a note of, in your research, of the National Historic District nomination that was made for East Liberty. And can you describe that at the top of page 6?
So it's interesting. This is the National Register Historic nomination for East Liberty Commercial District, which was begun by Mike Eversmeyer and completed by Angelique Bamberg. I've added the yellow highlight, which is the block that contained the long demolished Sheridan Square Theater and the subject property. This block was deliberately excluded, and I recognize that it did not meet the period of significance. However, directly across Penn Avenue, the majority of structures in that block were indicated as non-contributing, yet they were included. It's further interesting that in that nomination, the 2 photographs below, the former PNC branch, which has been demolished, which was at the opposite end of the same block. PNC is 6,000 Penn Avenue. That was photographed and indicated by reference as a non-contributing building. And a building located just outside the district, actually by the same architects as the subject property, the former, well, it's still the Carnegie Branch Library, it's been altered, was indicated. So there, from that application's opinion, the Mellon Bank branch was not even considered. And if you go to the next slide, same thing with Preserve Pittsburgh, completed in 2012, strongly advocating identification of modern and 20th century work in Pittsburgh. The map of historic resources of 20th century architecture does not include this structure. More telling below that, the book that is referenced, and I think actually the authors of the book submitted a letter in support of this nomination, Imagining the Modern. They have a section on East Liberty. They have a map. It indicates numerous structures, including, again, the Carnegie Branch Library. It excludes the subject property. And then lastly, which was not in the report, I just became aware of this today, in 2004, East Liberty Development commissioned a study of development guidelines for the center of East Liberty, which Rothschild Doino and Breen Associates completed. They too identified historic structures, again, the Carnegie Library, but not the subject property. In fact, they recommended the site of the subject property as being a key site for redevelopment for an iconic, and I quote, entrance featured to the East Liberty Commercial District.
So let's go through, oh, go ahead.
I would just add, Cliff, if I may, that if you look at the historic resources, which one would look to for scholarship? Lou Donnelly's 2010 book that she wrote with David Brumble and Franklin Toker, Buildings of Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and Western Pennsylvania, not mentioned. Again, I already mentioned the Imagining the Modern, not mentioned. Walter Kidney's book, Pittsburgh Landmark Architecture from 1997, not mentioned. And more currently, Al Tandler's book, Pittsburgh Architecture in the 20th Century, Notable Modern Buildings and Their Architects from 2013, not mentioned. It's telling, it's telling in the Imagining the Modern, and this goes to another criteria, the association with the East Liberty redevelopment. I mean, clearly the scholarship that was undertaken there, the poster child, if you will, for East Liberty development is not the former bank building. It's now the largely demolished collection of Tasso Katselis buildings.
Now we'll get to that as we go. Let's go through the criteria so we can put it in context here. Criterion 3, which was one of the 3 criteria the nominee offered, it's exemplification of an architectural type, style, or design distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design, detail, materials, or craftsmanship. Tell us how you assess the subject property in the context of that specific criteria number 3.
Again, I would say that the nomination fails to establish that how the structure exemplifies an architectural type. The criteria would need to be supported by like structures. The other Mellon Bank are not example of like structures. They happen to be Mellon Banks and they share some materiality, but they are not like structures. I think a property's not eligible, and this is a quote, simply because it's been identified as the only such property ever fabricated. It has to be demonstrated as significant as well, and that's from the evaluation criteria from the National Trust. I think arguably the finest example of mid-century modern bank design in Pittsburgh, and the applicant suggested this, was the demolished Mellon Bank at the corner of 5th and Craig. The current reigning example of that would be the extant PNC building at 5th and Craig.
And that you show that on the next page, is that correct? Page 9, I believe?
I think so. I mean, if one were looking for an individual structure that epitomized or exemplified mid-century modern architecture, it is that building. Integrity-wise, national recognition, cutting edge for Pittsburgh in terms of unique expression of structure. And I'm representing this not to advocate that we nominate it, although I think it should be, but just to point out that that's a significant structure. The structure below on Forbes Avenue, again, in terms of character defining aspects of mid-century modern architecture, much more distinctive and representative than the structure under nomination.
And does that have somewhat to do with kind of creating a hodgepodge of styles, or versus having a more unique style? Explain how we differentiate that in your view.
I think what that subject building lacks is it does not represent a particular style. It is an agglomeration of other influences. And in that collection, it is in itself not, it's a fine building, but it is not exemplary. It is not a building that you would look at and say, wow, look at these pieces that they put together in this great way. I mean, further, I think, and maybe this goes to the latter category, that building could be anywhere. That building could be on any trapezoidal lot, on any city corner in Pittsburgh. It could be a suburban bank building. So it is not unique or exclusive to the East Liberty project or to that location.
Well, let's get there, because the criteria 5 is its exemplification of important planning and urban design techniques distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design or detail. So this is looking at important planning or urban design. And we've talked about, and I think we're all familiar, urban or East Liberty went through a pretty significant urban redevelopment where the street was closed. Why don't you just briefly describe what took place back in the 1960s?
Well, I would just preface this by saying I think both the applicant, staff initially rejected this criteria. The applicant has backpedaled on it, but I do think that it speaks to the newly added criteria 7 in terms of a relationship to this East Liberty project. This linkage that they've stated is specious at best. I mean, while it's plausible to hear it, it's like, oh yeah, but when you really look at it, there's no there. The buildings that were specifically designed for that project are, again, the buildings of Tasa Katselis. Not only were they designed in concert with that plan, it was a whole innovative new structural system created just to be able to fabricate those buildings, whether you like them or not. Those are the buildings that identify with the East Liberty project. This building was a commission for a bank unless the applicant was able to demonstrate that the architect in an interview or in correspondence said, I am specifically designing this building to be emblematic of this redevelopment. I don't think you can support that argument. It's entirely speculative.
So as an example, and let me just refer, we don't have to go back to it. In the nominees application, figures 16 and 17 are aerial photographs of East Liberty at the time of the renovations in the 1960s. And there's the high-rise, Tasso Casales had high-rise buildings, one even going over Penn Avenue.
If I may interrupt for a minute, not to be rude, but we still have more people that need to speak at this hearing. It is 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And even though this has been highly educational, and I think that there's been several points that have been taken. So in the interest of time, not only for you, but also for the rest of the hearing, I would like you to summarize your findings within the next 5 minutes.
Well, so let's just go to, so basically 5 and 7. So 5 and 7, as it relates to East Liberty, you're saying this particular building was not unique to that renovation as a Tasso building would be, for instance, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And secondly, East Liberty does have some landmark buildings, and that goes to criteria 10. Its unique location and distinctive feature, physical appearance, establish a familiar visual feature for the neighborhood. So compare this particular building that was not identified in any of these works that you referenced with some of the more iconic buildings in East Liberty.
So I'll spare a recitation of the obvious taller structures, but I think, the Joy of Life Virgil Cantini sculpture, which is now opposite the library, which is depicted in the corner there.
Page 10.
That's iconic and readily identified, not just with East Liberty, but with that project because it was on Penn Avenue. Not photographed, but I think the Art Deco facade of Kelly's Bar, which is extant, although recently damaged by a car, is more symbolic. I mean, I remember going to Kelly's Bar in 1987 when I worked in the old YMCA, now Ace Hotel. And
well, let me just get you, Kelly, I want to get
years.
you in within our 5-minute time deadline. So and then you notice East Liberty Presbyterian Church, Highland Building, and the Motor Square Gardens as sort of more landmark buildings.
Sorry, I failed to say that for the record, but yes.
All right. Thank you. So just to conclude, can you, in your professional opinion, after doing the research and analysis that you did, what is your opinion as to whether or not the commission and ultimately city council should designate the subject property as a historic structure?
So just in summary, I would say that it fails to meet any of the Pittsburgh criteria for designation. There are no comparative structures offered against which to establish any claim of distinction. And clearly the structure is neither rare nor unique. There's no demonstrable connection between the specific design of this structure and, in quotes, the East Liberty project. And the suggestion that the structure may represent an established and familiar feature is overreaching and I think actually wrong. I would further, with just an aside comment here to criteria 7, I don't think the structure represents any noteworthy cultural or historic event. History will decide whether the East Liberty redevelopment project was a noteworthy cultural event. I think not, but.
And in fact, we've spent 40 years undoing that cultural event.
Just to close this again, I would end the way I began and urge the commission to look at the list of city historic structures which are individually designated. There is nothing of any time period. Forget about that it's mid-century modern. It could be 19th century. You would not consider the PNC branch at 18th and Carson as a city individual historic structure. That's not what this designation is set up for. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last witness is very short, Madam Chair. Jason Jones.
Go right ahead.
I don't know if he's on. Is he in yet? Jason?
I'm in.
Oh, Jason, thank you. Greetings, Jason. Can you identify yourself to the commission, please?
Sure, Jason Jones.
Where do you live? What part of the city?
Currently in Penn Hills, but grew up in East Liberty.
Okay, and who's your employer and what's your position?
Citizens Bank. I am the Community Development Market Manager, Vice President for Citizens Bank.
And you're here on behalf of the bank today?
Yes.
And just generally tell us your responsibilities and whether you oversee East Liberty as well.
Sure. So I make sure that the bank is a responsible member of the community and kind of work to make sure that as a bank, we work to provide, banking services for historically underserved populations. And yes, East Liberty is part of my area that I am responsible for.
And this branch serves East Liberty, but what other neighborhoods?
Sure. So Homewood, Garfield, Friendship, Larmer. Yep.
So there's been, you're familiar with East Liberty, you grew up with it. So the arguments being presented that somehow this bank building represents this period of East Liberty from the redevelopment era when they closed Penn Avenue. Could you comment on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a growing neighborhood. It's been growing for the past few years. For a long time, there's not been a ton of development. And then, that kind of changed recently. So that's created, jobs, restaurants, opportunities, a lot for young folks, whereas historically, that has not been the case.
Okay. And East Liberty wants to stay in, or citizens would like to stay in East Liberty, but you feel you might not be able to if this is designated, and why is that?
Sure. So yes, we would love to stay in East Liberty. Again, that's something that I'm fighting for as well. But as Jared said, the site just doesn't meet the needs. And to stay in the building, we would, we'd have to think, how responsive we would be to today's customers. One of the things that I oversee for the bank and looking at just national things are really trying to make sure that folks aren't intimidated to come into a branch.
And finally, I'd refer to Exhibit 4. This is a letter that East Liberty Development, Inc. sent to you, dated April 30, 2021, indicating that they were opposed to the designation.
Yes. Right? Yes, that's it.
Okay. And I would ask the commission that Exhibits 1 through 3, but also Exhibit 4 be admitted as part of our case. And with that, we have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to, it's not a case, it's just a hearing. So I thank you and your members for this presentation. We have to keep moving forward. And at this time, I would still like to hold commissioners' comments. At this time, I would like to move to public testimony from the folks who are here with us. But before we start, I would like to enter for the record that we have received a total of 23 different emails regarding this property, out of which only 2 of them were in opposition of the project. I'm gonna read them for the record before any public testimony. We received a letter from Gabe de Felipis. We received a letter from Mike Sevar. We received a letter from Lauren Sufren. We received a letter from Adam J. Nye. We received a letter from Bettina Bustos. We received a letter from Ian Price. We received a letter from Mary Bernsville. We received a letter of support from Tisa Bayfor. Received a letter of support from Alex Butkin. Received a letter of support from Shelley Parkerson. Received a letter of support from Chris Suraski. We received a letter of support from Deidre Crowley. We received a letter of support from Mindy Golden Crawford, who is part of Pennsylvania, what is the name? Hold on. From Preservation, Pennsylvania. We received a letter from Andrew Moore. We received a letter from Thomas Patrick. We received a letter of support from Chuck Alcorn. We received a letter of support from Stephen Mosites Jr. We received a letter of support from Pamela Beer Nakajima. We received a letter of support from Martin Orand. We received a letter of support from Rob Paffman. And then we received a letter of support with multiple support for this property from 45 different individuals in the identified in one record. I'm just bringing this for the record. I will send this to staff and also to that can share with the co-recorder just to state that we've been receiving this record for the project.
And Madam Chair, I appreciate that.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Thank you. In opposition, we received a letter of support a letter of opposition from Skip Schwab from Skip Schwab from the East Liberty Development Incorporated. And then we received the other opposition from the owner's representative regarding the exhibit booklet that was just presented here at the hearing. So with that, as I mentioned before, I'm opening this to public comment because it is late. First of all, everybody only gets 3 minutes to start, and we're going to be timing this very strongly. Number two, we would like to hear those who have something. I've been reading, trust me, we've been reading all your emails, but we would like to hear significant comments or distinctive comments that will add to our knowledge base to continue this nomination. So with that, Debbie DeLeon, do we have public testimony for this project?
Yes, first individual is Justin Greenewald.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Greenewalt. My address is 93 North Euclid Avenue, Pittsburgh. For the purpose of establishing my role in giving testimony, I'm a professional architectural historian and president of the East Liberty Valley Historical Society. I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Architectural Studies from the University of Pittsburgh and a Master of Science in Historic Preservation from Columbia University in New York. While at Columbia, I authored a thesis on the topic of East Liberty's mid-20th century urban renewal program. And I have 3 points to make. First, I believe there is a danger in selectively editing our city's history through the demolition of buildings associated with urban renewal. I have heard dissent based on the perception that urban renewal was a quote-unquote failure, and I say this respectfully, history is not an unbroken line of success. In East Liberty, we cannot allow an entire era of history to be erased just because it didn't turn out like we hoped. But this isn't about just bricks and mortar, it's about a community, it's about people and their history. By allowing everything from the urban renewal era to be erased, we are whitewashing the history of a neighborhood and of a community of people who stayed in East Liberty, nurtured East Liberty, and rebuilt East Liberty. Second, at the previous hearing, there was a comment made that the former Mellon Bank did not exemplify important planning and urban design techniques. 12 years ago, when I was writing my thesis, I spoke with Alan Jacobs, the urban planner who collaborated on the design of the East Liberty Pedestrian Mall. The former Mellon Bank is a physical, real-world manifestation of Jacobs' design philosophy for East Liberty. Specifically, it creates an undulating street wall and adds visual interest by breaking that established street wall. This is also found in the way that the building responds to Center and Penn Avenues with that sawtooth pattern. These are points that I think the nomination outlines very well. Now, much of East Liberty's urban renewal design is gone, but that makes the former Mellon Bank building all the more important. It is one of the last pieces in East Liberty to physically embody the era's planning and design ideals. Third and lastly, I have also heard the argument that the Mellon Bank building was not included in the East Liberty National Commercial Historic District when it was proposed over 10 years ago. Therefore, somehow it doesn't deserve consideration now. Quite simply, of course it wasn't included. That was more than 10 years ago. We have criteria considerations in historic preservation. One of those considerations is that a building must be at least 50 years old to be considered for historic status. The former Mellon Bank hadn't met that threshold when the National District was proposed. It does now. Time moves forward. In my profession, we are constantly looking back, revising, and expanding. We understand that perceptions about what is historic change. That's the beauty of historic preservation, and that's the beauty of the process that's happening right now. As each generation gets older, they have the chance to save what they feel is historic and important. And today, this commission has the duty to affirm that East Liberty's mid-20th century history, specifically this building, is worth saving. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll hear the next public testimony, David De Leon.
We don't have any hands raised at this time. Oh, we do, actually. Mary Berensfeld.
Okay. Okay, Mary, are you there?
Hello.
Okay.
Is it possible to pull up the slides that I sent earlier?
The slides that you sent were submitted and entered into the record.
That's fine.
But we don't allow slideshows as a part of the public testimony.
Okay, it's essentially a run through of various assortment of the Mellon Bank branches, which I'll be speaking to. My name is Mary Berensfeld. I'm a Pittsburgh architect. I'd like to say a few words in support of the nomination, specifically relating to Mellon Bank's architectural history and the suitability of criterion 7 or 9 as supporting criteria for landmark status. Criterion 9 was originally included in our submission to the preservation planner, and as such is clearly applicable as supporting material. In 1923, R.B. Mellon instructed Trowbridge and Livingston, the architects of his 514 Smithfield Street Doric-fronted classical branch, to design a bank displaying sensibility without reservation and quality without showmanship. Mellon Bank, due in part to its founder's appreciation and belief in the power of architecture to place, make, and signify, placed a continued emphasis on architectural excellence as business tool linking the bank to its customer. The result was a series of buildings spanning the entirety of the corporation's existence that run the gamut of architectural style from classical revival through brutalism to modernism, adding depth and interest to our city's built fabric. Some of the buildings are still in use, some have been demolished, and some lie vacant or in danger of imminent demolition. During the 60s and 70s, as you've heard, an in-house Mellon Bank design department continued that mantra in their development of a robust corporate modern branch deployment strategy, often aided by prominent Pittsburgh architects of the day, as in the building in question, creating dozens of custom designed bank branches in our region, not only with the latest consumer trends in mind, but also an acknowledgement and use of modern design techniques. As is pointed out in the nomination, 6112 Penn bears a strong resemblance in both materiality and massing to other regional bank branches, as Jerry pointed out clearly. Two of note are the green brick and terrazzo outposts of the upper 5th branch, now vacant, and the Squirrel Hill Citizens branch still in use. In 2004, the beautiful University Center branch, a 1961 paraboloid concrete shell, was unceremoniously demolished. It was designed by Hoffman, Loeffler, and Wolf, at the corner of Craig Street and 5th Avenue. If standing, and this is a good example maybe for us to take note of, this feat of engineering would be in the running as one of the most innovative structural moments of the corporate modern period. Notable other branches include prefabricated construction kits that the department trucked to various locations as they were needed, piggybacking on the prefab kit of parts architectural movement of the time. These branches must be considered in their context as a thematic whole. The Pittsburgh Modern Committee's nomination clearly lays out criteria to support the building's relevance as a member of a thematic grouping of architecturally significant buildings, encapsulating and preserving our region's former Mellon bank branches, and a series of related architecturally notable pieces serve to illuminate an intertwined history of distinctly Pittsburgh corporation with the visible remaining influences of our city. I would lastly say that disagreements over architectural styles aside, the collection is a veritable trove of architectural stylistic treasures translated to Pittsburgh neighborhood scale. Thank you for your consideration. I challenge the commissioners to stand firm in determining the building's fate by the city's criterion and by the submitted material, not by the opinions and personal tastes of a hired witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bernstein. Do we have the next public testimony?
Yes, Melissa McSwiggan.
Okay. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Hi, this is Melissa McSwiggan, 4131 Bigelow Boulevard, 15213. I'll just say a few things quickly regarding the testimony provided earlier. You know, it's always possible to find experts to provide testimony, and had this been set up like a courtroom, we could easily find experts to challenge some of the expert testimony that has been provided today. I do urge citizens, since I believe you all are listening, to be a good citizen and be responsive to community concern that involves the environmental harm of demolishing this building, the lack of a community process, and the quality of the proposed new structure that is severely lacking. I'll also note that this nomination has been supported by the East Liberty Chamber of Commerce, the Historical Society, as previously noted, as well as the owner of the East Side Bond building. Like most things, an opportunity exists to find a compromise to fulfill citizens' needs while being appropriate and sensitive to history and context of the neighborhood. And I also want to say, as I think everyone knows, time and taste can shift. Victorian buildings were once out of favor, and today we have a different opinion of them. The HRC's task at hand today is to determine if the building meets one of the 10 criteria, and I hope you will support the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any more public testimony?
Yes. Rob?
Good evening. My name is Rob Foffman. I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. And I think it's, I just want to first of all thank Brittany Riley and Preservation Pittsburgh for the excellent scholarship that they did, despite what Jerry had said about the work. I'm not going to repeat that here. As we all know, when the commission takes on a decision like this, there's a lot of other context here. There's real estate speculation going on next door. There's a zoning hearing in a couple weeks to have two banks on this triangle. So it's just a little, I know it's irrelevant, but it is relevant. This building is a prime example of a project that I think if Jerry or Karen or I had submitted this for an AI award would win handily in an AI award today. It is current, it is relevant, meets all of criteria 3 in terms of its innovation, its character, the rhythm, the proportion, the scale, the use of materials. That brick is amazing. The stainless steel chevron shapes. The quality of this building far outstrips anything that will replace it in modern bank design. That's not the reason that you're making a decision about this, but it's important context. But I do think it's important to understand that modernism in all of its forms and all the labels you want to give it are an important part of this city's history. I like to call Pittsburgh it's basically the crucible of American modern architectural history. Everything that we do as architects can be traced back to the technology and the design, whether it's the stainless steel or the glass or the elevators that were invented in Pittsburgh. These buildings will be looked back upon as seminal buildings, and the small Main Street buildings are more often overlooked than the large ones. You know, it's ironic that Mr. Levine would have been here opposing the Civic Arena, which met all 10 criteria as far as I was concerned. And yet we continue to turn these buildings down, not based on the historic criteria, but on politics. So we'll have that conversation at the Planning Commission and at Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pepin, for your testimony. Do we have any more public testimony? David De Leon?
John Axtell.
Okay, before we get started, how many more public testimony do we have?
I'm not sure. People just keep raising their hands one at a time, so.
Okay, that's fine. We'll continue. Once again, we need key public testimony. I think after we hear the new public testimony, we're gonna take, I think, another 5-minute break, just because as commissioners have been here since 12:30 in the afternoon, and I think it will be beneficial for us to get a break since it's almost 6:30. So with that, I welcome the next public testimony.
Yes, this is John Axtell. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, we hear you.
I am a resident of Friendship, within walking distance of the bank. I live on South Pacific Avenue. I have experience as a architectural historian. I have prepared numerous National Register nominations. I would just like to point out to the members of the commission that this building certainly does meet the criteria of quality and significance in criterion 3, and that we regret, I think, as a society, judgments about the recent past that were made in the early 20th century about Victorian buildings, perhaps even earlier than that, judgments that were made about buildings that dated from the late 1700s and early 1800s during the rise of industrial cities. I hope that we will not fall into this trap with the recent modern era of architecture. I urge that the HRC recommend this building for designation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Axel. Do we have any more public testimony? David De Leon?
Not currently.
Okay, we're gonna give it another minute, and then we'll close it for public testimony. Nobody raising their hand? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if I can offer another few minutes as the nominator.
I would love to, but I think that I'm gonna say no. I think we did a great presentation, and we have a lot of public testimony and also letters of support. So I think that if we open this, it's going to open more back and forth between the opposite ends of this hearing. So I'm going to say no. Okay. Thank you. Commission, I'm going to close the floor that opening to commissioners. I know that we've been here for a while. Could we take 5 minutes? And I asked them the same thing for the rest of the hearing.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I move that we take
Commission Chair.
That we take a 5-minute break and return at 6:40.
6:40. All those, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes. Please mute your speakers. Thank you. It is 6:40 in the afternoon. I would like to call back commissioners to continue the final part of today's hearing. And before we get started, I will.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're waiting for Commissioner
Yep.
Dash, and then I'll
Correct.
do the. Yeah, I'll do the roll call.
Commissioner, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
trying to also help get dinner for my kids at the same time. My apologies.
No apologies. Thank you for being here so late. I think all of us.
I'm present and I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm going to do a roll call for the record. Commissioner Dash.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Falcom is not here. Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Loyson.
Here.
Commissioner Snipe, I know he said he was gonna leave us, he had to go. And then Commissioner Aguirre is here. There's 5 commissioners, therefore we have a quorum to try to finalize today's hearing. At this point, to summarize what has happened so far, we've heard from the applicant of the nomination for the East Liberty application, Ms. Riley. We heard from the owner's representative, Clifford Levine, Jerry Wallace, Jerry Morosco, and Jason Jones in regards to the expert testimony and opposition of the nomination. And then we've been listening to public testimony from Jonathan Greenwald, Mary Bernstein, Melissa McSwigan, Rob Pathman, John Axtell, I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. And then we did enter into the record the, how many, again, 21 letters of support and 47 additional comments of support, and then the 2 opposing letters of support for the nomination. So with that, I think at this point, I'm gonna open the floor to commissioners alone for us to discuss the merits of this nomination based on the criteria of designation stated by our ordinance. Number 2, based on what we as a commission are asked to do, and it is to focus on the history preservation or the history of our city as it relates to it, and without taking into account cost or other alternate motions. As a reminder for everybody how a historic nomination works, it's a 3-part process. First, we have the Historic Review Commission, who will provide a recommendation either way for the property. Then the second review will be coming from, it's not city planning, it is,
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission. I'm dyslexic. The Planning Commission, who will be doing, I'm dyslexic, it's true, who will be doing their own review of their criteria and then provide their own recommendation either way for the nomination. And then last but not least, it will go to City Council with 2 different recommendations, and then they will have the final vote on this. So with that, I think, are we all clear or where we are? Yes?
Yes,
no?
and if I could make a clarification.
Go ahead.
If you guys would let me do that. There was mention in the ELDI letter about how this property was not considered for National Register listing as part of the district, and I believe Justin Greenwald had mentioned that as well. I contacted SHPO and I verified that indeed it was not considered, and it was because it was too young, which is what Justin mentioned. So it's 50 years old now, so it would certainly be considered now. But that's here nor there. I just wanted to clarify that in the letter that we received. So that's all.
No.
Before we get started, maybe another, if I might ask Sarah another point of clarification.
Sure.
I mean, as far as the historic review commissioners are concerned, they can consider any of the 10 criteria for the for the relevance of historic significance and nomination of the not I'm just because I know that was mentioned earlier as well. I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that was something that was allowed.
Yeah, I mean, I think in fact the ordinance, in my opinion, was written to allow sort of additional research and an evolution into the ideas of what makes the property significant. I mean,
may I just ask a question here?
Well, can I finish?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
When I was going through the nomination, I didn't add any additional material to choose criteria 7. I pulled from stuff that was already available in the nomination, and they did include a ton of information, so it wasn't really that hard. It just needed to be reorganized a little bit. So I think that the commission has done that in the past, and they've added criteria and removed criteria as well. So I think what I would recommend that you guys do to sort of reflect what has been done in the past is to include, what significance criteria you feel this meets in the motion when you make the motion. So
that was going to be my question. So if somebody nominates a property or a building based on certain criteria, are we able to say, okay, we don't like those ones, but we'll get some, we'll propose some new ones? Are we able to do that? Like, are we changing the nomination?
We did that before. Go ahead.
I would say, if you read the legislation, it talks about a public hearing and us taking evidence during that public hearing. So we're taking the application, the opposition, if there's an opposition, everyone who provides testimony, and we're evaluating that. And then it says that we make a recommendation identifying the criteria. So I don't think there's anything that says we have to be bound by what the applicant presented in terms of the criteria or the evidence contained solely in their application, because we are gaining evidence during the hearing.
Yeah, and I mean, when the application, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, when the application comes in, it's an application for the nomination. This is a nomination of a historic structure, and not a historic structure under certain criteria. So the criteria are for us to determine, although they they put obviously a number of those in their nomination.
Well, the ordinance says that in order to be eligible, the property has to meet at least one criteria. So as long as it meets one of the 10, it's not an issue. And as I said, I didn't add anything new to this. Nothing at all. Everything that is in there, I pulled out of what was originally submitted. So there shouldn't be any surprises. So.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sure. Is okay.
Okay. Yeah, and then I was just also going to remind commissioners that we have in the past, received, nominations, review. I mean, as it comes to us, is a nomination for viability. It is viable as a historic structure. So where we come, as people mentioned, with testimony and evidence to center around what we feel it is identifies with the structure. So with that, let's get started about this review. We definitely heard a lot of testimony, a lot of testimony, expert and colloquial, and from everybody. So commissioners, I know that last time we you know, we were a little bit trying to get a sense of what the presentation was. I think we have enough information now. So I will, you know, ask commissioners, each of you to speak on behalf of how, after hearing all the information, how did you reflect on it, on where we stand? And since nobody's saying aye, I'm gonna start by calling Commissioner Dash first.
Sure. A question that I have some questions for the nominator, actually. And so, you know, a lot of the discussion that's, you know, a lot of what's in the nomination does refer to this building. But there has been a lot of testimony and a lot of other information that's been presented around, you know, around all, and some is also in the nomination around, you know, all of the Mellon Bank branches, or the, you know, this one, the Squirrel Hill, Uptown, and Lawrenceville. Was there an interest in nominating, I mean, you know, obviously we have an individual nomination just for this building, but, you know, has there been an interest in nominating all four? And if that's the case, why do we get a nomination just for this one?
Interesting.
Thank you, Director Dash. So yeah, we began, we've for some time been researching this collection of Mellon banks in the modern era. So we've amassed quite a bit of information. The Heinz History Center of the Smithsonian Institution holds the archives of the Mellon Bank, and that's where we were able to access so much excellent information on the bank branches in Pittsburgh city proper, as well as the surrounding region. So we pose the examples that are within city limits for the HRC's consideration to put this branch in context. So we stand by our individual nomination because of how of what we've presented and its significance in East Liberty specifically. However, yes, our research left us kind of feeling that and as we kind of presented that collection in the supporting material, that a serial kind of nomination would be of interest, but this one was, we wanted to prioritize in this case.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Chairman, are you going down the list to see?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was Commissioner Dust. Was that at least your inquiry for now?
For now, I think I have some other ones, but I'd like to let some other commissioners go as well.
Okay. How about Commissioner Green?
I don't really have any questions. Is that what we're sticking to at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hill?
I don't have any questions either.
Okay. Commissioner Loyson?
So I live about 2 blocks away from this building, and I've walked by it, and now that it's been nominated, I go out of my way to go the extra block to go around it. And I feel very challenged about it because as an urban design building, there's one person who wrote, in my mind, a very apt response to the application for this, and I'll read it, but it basically says, it's not a fabulous building. However, it's an okay building. And if you're not going to replace it with something better, why tear it down? I'll read the email, but it's not really green. It's not really open, as they say, like openness from the sidewalk, from the exterior to the interior. It's not really like that. However, in my mind, not every building has to be a star in order to deserve not being torn down. And I'm not really exactly sure how to say that, but it's okay. It's a good placeholder for where it is now. Do I want to see it replaced with a one-story suburban building? No. How do you translate that into what our charge is in terms of, is it historic, is it not historic? That's been the thing that's been keeping me up at night. And I don't think it's a wonderful historic building. Do I want to see it taken down and turned into a suburban site? No. I'm not sure how to couch it. So I don't support it as an historic landmark, but I also don't want to see it turned down. Yeah.
Okay.
Next.
Well, I think I'm next in here. Something I've been doing a lot of soul searching about this project, and you know, as I mentioned before, I've been in Pittsburgh for 26 years now. I've seen this city grow. Pretty much half of my life here in Pittsburgh is pretty much already, all the buildings already are halfway to be, you know, eligible for story nomination. And I've seen so much change from the city, and I wholeheartedly agree that back in the day, you know, the East Liberty at the time when I was a student, you know, it was an area of a study of what went wrong, you know, what lessons can we learn, you know, how can we save the community, how can we make it better, what lessons are there to be learned, you know, and you know, that those were things that we will discuss not only of East Liberty, but of throughout the city of different neighborhoods. That was back in the 90s when, you know, things were not quite happening in here yet, but the seeds were in here, which is one of the reasons why I stay in Pittsburgh, because there was so much potential for things to happen that, you know, I decided, you know, to stay and be part of that change. Now, here we are, you know, 25, 26 years later, looking at this neighborhood, and, you know, last 25, last 20, last 10 years, last 5 years, East Liberty has changed so much. You know, I actually used to live right on Friendship at the border of it. And I've seen things torn down, you know, that maybe it was okay for them to go away, but the entire neighborhood has been changing so much in its character. And I feel that right now, who's writing the history of the community are what I'm gonna say the winners, you know, I don't know if they are really the stakeholders of the entire community, but the people who have the means and the ways to shape it. And I know that is to shape it in order to bring, you know, vibrancy and community and economic advantages to the community and the people who live there, but at the price of, you know, obviously making difficult decisions about what stays, what goes, what has value, and what isn't. And when I look at this building, and as I said, like every time I see, I know when I'm looking at a melon bank because it's green tile, you know, and it's subjected. When I look at it, I see as not only I look at this Liberty and this building is like, hey, this community is making it. This community is finding itself again, maybe in certain ways that are not as pleasant. I don't want to touch into gentrification, you know, but, you know, in certain ways, but, you know, we can, as one of the one of the testimonies mentioned, you know, that we cannot be selective about our history. You know, history is history. We cannot be selective about what we consider a failure or not. You know, there are, I think, buildings that, if we talk about modernism in itself, maybe the building is not, I know actually, the building is not the most modern and amazing modern building in the city, you know, so that is true, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have value and has a value to our history of Pittsburgh and our neighborhood to protect it, you know, not only for ourselves, but for the generations that are right behind us, to continue bringing the focus down again to what we are here to say is, and to the criteria, number 7, association with important cultural and social aspects or events in the history of the city of Pittsburgh. It is kind of maybe of a lonely building that stands in its library right now, but it's still there, and you know, even though it's gone through some changes because of the abatement that happened to it, it's still there, and something could happen to it. So could something better happen in there too? I'm sure there could be, but if we're only looking at, you know, the history right now, what we have in front of us, you know, I identify with the community and identify with the city in itself. This is its history, whether we think is pleasantly looking or not, you know. And like I said, we're part of one of the cogs in this whole system, and I feel that it is significant in that way. Regarding the other criteria, you know, number 3, number 5, and number 10, I still feel, you know, strong enough about number 10. It's a unique location or distinctive physical appearance or presence representing established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood, community, or the city of Pittsburgh. But we're talking about the history of the city of Pittsburgh and the history of that community and what still remains of that community before it is completely even more transformed, since we know more things are coming, you know. It really deserves of, you know, observation and or respect of it. So that's where I am.
And I'm going to, you know, tag on to what Commissioner Akira is saying. Like, some buildings, but so here's the challenge in my mind. There's buildings which need to be part of our continuing fabric. The good, the bad, but where do we say, as the HRC, it's an historic building, or just that we want it to remain part of our fabric? And I don't know how you define the difference between, you know, the nomination as a historic building, or just like, we just want to keep it. I mean, that's what I go back and forth about.
I think I'm very much where Karen is, in the mindset that look, none of us, I think, are in love with any idea that it'll become some sort of modern drive-through, you know, but we have to keep in mind that its future is not really, you know, our purview. It's all part of the thought process, but it's not our purview. Nobody wants it like that. I think I'm just very much in the mindset of Karen, that would I prefer it to stay? I think, would it be better for it to stay for the city? I think so, but the idea that it is a historic landmark, you know, and that term, you know, I think leans a lot of heavy weight, you know, declaring that to some extent, I'm just thinking in my own head real quick that, you know, that the city needs it, you know what I mean, to identify its history as it goes on. I think too, what we're struggling with is that, you know, I forget the number. I think it's number 3 we were talking about. The associated, is a really thin word there that kind of ties a lot of this together. Associated with the redevelopment of East Liberty and that historic, for better or worse, obviously, as everybody says, is that association strong enough to warrant, this designation? A lot of things are associated with something, but in this building wasn't necessarily a part of the redevelopment plan, though it was, something that came about in the Penn Avenue reorganization. So, I mean, I'm very much on, I think everybody, is generally very on the fence on the idea of wanting to keep it, but just, lending it that, in my head, concrete designation is, I'm not necessarily there yet.
Okay, so I'm trying to find, by the way, one of the emails which I thought captured it well. Oh.
Well, while you're finding that, Commissioner, can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure.
And they'd also be to the nominator. And the nomination had come from, was it the Preservation Pittsburgh Modern Committee? And can you just let me know how long that's existed within Preservation Pittsburgh specifically?
Yes, thanks for your question. We began establishing the committee. And so to be clear, it's a working committee within the organization Preservation Pittsburgh. So about 3 years ago, we started internally with active board members to begin developing a mission for the committee, setting out, potential programming, kind of strategizing on how we would build an audience. And then we spent a good deal of time kind of planning that groundwork, and also identifying individuals that will be interested in kind of being active on the committee, as well as kind of being consultants or advisors to our committee's work. So the bulk of what we started out with was programming, such as walking tours or other kind of educational offerings. As we're kind of understanding through these conversations, education and just going to these sites of modern and late modern architecture for discussion has been so important. So hosting those, and then continuing forward to with our research and kind of expertise within the committee and our advisors, strategizing on advocating and for modern architecture in Pittsburgh, and therefore beginning to set forth some nominations.
And so this is the first nomination from the Modern Committee. Do you see that as a part of the committee moving forward?
Yes, absolutely.
Doing further nominations of buildings or districts from this time period.
Yes, we absolutely see that as part of our work in the future, near future.
And given your research here, do you see potentially moving forward with the other Mellon Bank buildings or other bank buildings? I mean, there's been a lot of testimony on that, I think in both directions. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here with open ears to try to digest and gather also all of your perspectives and expertise to an extent as to the feedback on, as we're sharing this information about the collection of modern bank buildings. So depending on the outcome, we very well may move to, revisit the material and nominate what might reflect more of the collection of modern Mellon banks, if that answers your question.
I think it does. Thank you.
I would also like to just say that I appreciate the idea of preserving modern architecture as opposed to only the historic stuff. And I very, very much think that that's a grand effort. I think the city needs it. You know, I think it's a super thing. So here's what I'm going to read from one of the letters that came to me about this particular building. As an historically significant structure, I don't hold it in high regard. It's not beautiful, though its zigzagged edges may be bold. Yet, I've often felt that the bank crowds the sidewalk and comes across as a bunker, which if you look at the photos, it kind of does. What I'm saying is, if it is torn down, I don't particularly care. We'd lose another middling artifact of recent history. However, I am concerned with what replaces it. This location, the triangular shaped parcel at Penn and Center, is at our core. Whatever goes in there needs to feel what it is a part of, make sense of its context, is not an identikit suburban branch plopped in with maximum expediency and minimum regard. To me, that is one of the most salient emails that came in about this site. The building's not extraordinary. You don't want to replace it with something that is lesser so. It's a great site. It deserves an extraordinary building. And if something is going to replace this, it better be frickin' good. That's, I think, what the message is here. And that was, I think, the best of all of the comments that I heard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Karen, for that.
Yeah, just to go back, the reason I was asking the questions is I think that, at one point in time, we did this with schools. And if we go back to, when the city nominated a bunch of the Pittsburgh public schools, it started small, and there was a big package of them that did come forward. And, there was this idea that, they were something that, that we had, that we needed to preserve and that we needed to cherish as a part of our history, but it had to start somewhere. And, and I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out for myself relative to this one. And it is a different era and, and different types of buildings. But, there is something here. And, and I'd say to Commissioner Loyson's, comments, that, I don't know, maybe a lot of what I think you're discussing, ends up being, what I'll be the only one that discusses, because I'll be discussing that with the Planning Commission. That idea of, of its context in the neighborhood and its relevance to, kind of, the future of the neighborhood, but just thinking to, kind of, its past and how we remember, its past in this place. I think there do seem to be some compelling arguments for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Somebody else to say something? If not, I'm going to say something.
I just wanted to add a sentence to Director Dash just to clarify also my answer. Indeed, we have to start somewhere. So in responding that, yes, maybe we would have interest and most certainly have the material to address this as a collection through a package, as you say, it surely is discouraging to that collection and kind of weakens our ability to do so if we feel that this one is on the fast track downhill due to the outcome today. So that's why we spent a substantial amount of time kind of putting it in context, recognizing that it is best, I think, appreciated within that collection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To Commissioner Dash, excuse me, sorry, lose my voice. Can you explain what the next steps are for this site? Or is that not relevant?
I don't know. I don't think
Not
it's
relevant.
relevant. No, I wouldn't
Never
bring it
mind.
up. That's not relevant to what we are reviewing
All right,
here.
sorry.
Yeah. Nope. That's another hat that we're not wearing in here.
Okay.
Commissioner Dash, he has to put it away for now.
Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to touch briefly on some of the expert testimony that was provided by Mr. Morosco regarding the opposition.
Yeah.
Which I, with all the respect, I thought it was brilliant. Because he really made a very strong argument about the pretty much what the highest standards of what maybe modern architecture should be, what modern architecture should be in the city. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this because he brought a lot into the table in that sense. But as he mentioned, different things, what is the scholarship of this building, what are its credentials, in respect to the city, and it just made me think back about all the other, not only landmarks, but like buildings that we have in the city, and some of them we might think they're not the greatest, and they might be, ugly. Like somebody I think mentioned that the building was, what was the word? It made people scared, like it wasn't very welcoming. And I have it somewhere in my notes in here.
It's a bunker.
Like it's a bunker, and then actually
one
I
of the
think,
words, yeah.
Yeah, one of the bunkers. And I remember thinking, well, back in the day, Gothic architecture, was, considered to be, scary and dark and not inviting. And here we are, I think it's the most beautiful thing ever. I myself love brutalist architecture, which is a whole modern thing, but, things are, I think, not what they seem. And as one of the testimonials, and, as history, time evolves and things change, feelings and opinions change.
So let's see, one of the things that I keep coming back to is the same year that this building opened was the same year that the PNC on 5th and Craig opened up. And the building was glass all around, and over the many years it's been open, they have, art exhibits in the windows. It's very pedestrian friendly. And even the Mellon Bank building across the street, which unfortunately got demolished, was of like mind. And, those two buildings, which were mentioned in the nomination as like, of the same ilk and the same 1970 era, like 69 to 70, they're just, if you're nominating an individual building, those two buildings would have been very good candidates. And that's hard for me to back off from. I just wish that this triangular site at the beginning of East Liberty, not our purview, was something more like that, or like a Kramer Books on DuPont Circle, or something. The site needs something like that, but it's not our purview.
You should move Joy of Life back there.
What's that?
You can move Joy of Life back there.
Well, sorry, but I can't help thinking about it. I mean, when I look at this the
Oh,
blank.
yeah, the fountain, Joy of Life, behind East
Yeah,
Liberty. Yeah.
I know. But when I look at the blank end of this, I just wish it could be something better, but that's not our job.
Yeah. And then, go ahead.
Well, I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, I mean, I would agree that it's not, I mean, and I think some of this came in the opposition's testimony, that this isn't maybe the greatest, this isn't the greatest modern building in Pittsburgh. There are
Right.
others. There are others by this architect, right? That are in the same neighborhood. At the same time,
Most of which have been remodeled.
Yes. But just because just because some of those other modern buildings, might be better, or buildings that we would say would have more significance than this building, doesn't mean that this building also itself doesn't have significance.
Yeah.
And and so I don't want to punish this one for the fact that we haven't nominated the PNC on Fifth Avenue, or some
And why haven't we done that? But okay.
Well,
and
yeah.
I think once you start going down that path of, is this the penultimate example
Right,
of something?
yeah.
We never accept anything, we don't preserve anything, and we lose our history. I think.
Very well said, Dave. And
I mean, one of the great things about Pittsburgh is that there's just a bunch of stuff that's okay.
And
maybe not great, but it's okay.
Yeah.
And you don't want to tear it down and replace it with something that's lesser than
Karen, that
okay.
used to be on the city's letterhead. It's not okay. It's not great.
You guys, can I just, for a minute, can I just interject a little bit of reality here?
Have we been here too long?
Yeah. Let's hear Sarah, and then.
No, come on. No, I would just like to remind you guys, it might even be before most of you were around, but the HRC recommended listing of a wood-framed row house on, I want to say, 46th Street in Lawrenceville. It was one that Carol Peterson submitted a nomination on, and it was very, very plain, very low key, all of those sorts of things. So I just felt like I needed to share that with you guys. Not every nomination has been scrutinized.
Yeah, and
right, but
to me,
the thing here about this site is that, and I apologize for putting a different hat than my HRC hat on, is that this is such an amazing site in East Liberty. It deserves something really good. And I had it not been for the fact that they were to tear this down and put up a building with a parking lot, thank you, Jody Mitchell, I mean, I don't think we'd have to be having this discussion. If somebody came in and put up an amazing building at the entrance of East Liberty and said, yeah, we got to take the bank down in order to build this extraordinary building, I don't think we'd be here.
That's a good point too. But I mean,
but that's not where we are.
But yeah, that's not where we are. And then I wanted to add to that, and then I think we need to bring this to final comments, since it's pretty late and I'm sure my son misses me. But you mentioned that if something more exciting could happen in that triangle, and I said, why couldn't something amazing still happen on that triangle with that building in there? So I think it doesn't have to be replaced or something amazing can still happen in there. And then for some reason, and I guess it's because I'm tired, I'm thinking like a dentist right now. If you have a bad tooth, you don't try to tear it down right away. You try to keep it around to to do that. So anyhow, I think I'm just starting at that point. But
So I have a question for Andrew.
okay.
So, you know, the ZBA hearing is coming up soon for the replacement of this building. It's not our purview, I know that.
Then we should probably, go ahead.
But what if, so let's just say, for example, we say, no, this building is not historic. Does that open the door for citizens to put a one-story bank and a parking lot in its stead? Or
No.
is there some move that we should make?
All you guys are doing is providing a recommendation.
Yeah, the decision today is a recommendation to City Council. And it is a recommendation to City Council based on the 10 criteria of, of if it is determined, it meeting at least one of those criteria to be determined, eligible as a historic structure. The Planning Commission will make a recommendation as well. And then that will go to City Council and and so the process has to play itself out before any action can be taken on the building.
So may I suggest that you are the one to make a recommendation here because you know the process?
Well, no, I don't think we're there yet. I'm sorry, Karen. I think before we go to that, I want us to refocus back on the criteria and then.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Karen. We cannot do that.
No, that's okay. I was looking to go home.
I know. Well, I want us to go home. So let's
okay.
just.
All right, let's
so
get there.
we have the criteria that was presented by the applicant, which were criteria number 3. Yeah, exemplification of an architectural type, style, or design distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design, detail, materials of craftsmanship. Taking a survey from commissioners to how do commissioners feel on that criteria, which was not supported.
Number 3?
Number 3, yeah. Commissioner Dash. I'm just.
No, I understand. I'm thinking. So maybe come back.
Okay. Well, just to summarize, the criteria that the applicant presented was number 3, number 5, and number 10. Number 5 deals with an exemplification of architectural type, style, or design, innovation, rarity, and criteria number 5 is an exemplification of important planning and urban design techniques distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, criteria number 10 is its unique location or distinctive physical appearance or presence represent an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood, community, or the city of Pittsburgh. And then there's the criteria that our staff, an additional preview brought up, which is criteria number 7. Its association with important cultural or social aspects or events in the history of the city of Pittsburgh, the state of Pennsylvania, the Mid-Atlantic region, or the United States. And that was the criteria that our staff identify the nomination presented a stronger case. So with that, we have to identify at least one criteria the nomination meets in order for us to carry this forward. So I think we discussed long enough. So I think looking at those 4 different items, if I take a survey for criteria number 3, how the commissioners identify.
Whoever's got phones ringing in the background, can they mute themselves? It's distracting.
I'm sorry, it might be mine. I think it's gone.
Okay. So with that, for criteria number 3, Commissioner Green, do you support criteria number 3 for this property?
Yes.
Okay. How about Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, I can live with 3.
Commissioner Loyson? You're muted, Karen. Okay.
Commission, 3, absolutely no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Commissioner Dash?
I would consider it under 3.
Okay. And then for me, I'm gonna say no, number 3. So that's 3 yes for 3, 2 for no. Moving forward with criteria number 5, it's a simplification of important planning and urban design techniques distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design or detail. How does Commissioner Green identify with?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Hill?
No.
Commissioner Loyson?
No.
Commissioner Dash?
No.
Okay, and for number 5, I'm gonna go for a no as well. So that has all against. Moving forward for criteria number 10 is unique location or distinctive physical appearance or presence representing an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood, community, or the city of Pittsburgh. How does Commissioner Green identify?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Hill?
This is the one I like waiver on because the idea that you associated with the melons and the melon.
Yeah.
But, I'm not sure. It's, when you,
I feel that one's more like 7 to me.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I associated with that with 7 more than I associated with 10. But
I know, but that's not, but we have to vote on what they submitted.
Yeah. Commissioner Hill for number 10, then that would be a no?
Yeah.
Commissioner Loyson?
I'm sorry, can you just read it again? I'm sorry, I was reading something while we were talking.
Its unique location or distinctive physical appearance or presence representing an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood, community, or the city of Pittsburgh.
Distinctive? No, but accepted? Yes.
So then is that a yes or a no?
Is it distinctive?
This is just about...
So this is the thing that has been a challenge in my mind is, does it have to be exceptional or distinctive to be something you don't want to tear down? No. Does it have to be distinctive to be a nominated thing? Yes. So I guess my answer has to be, no, it's not distinctive.
Okay. Commissioner Dash? You're muted.
I would say no to number 10, to criteria 10.
Okay. For number 10, I'm gonna say yes, and that's for myself. So, okay, now moving forward for the criteria identified by staff based on the provided application of the nomination, we have number 7, it's association with important cultural or social aspects or events in the history of the city of Pittsburgh, the state of Pennsylvania, the Mid-Atlantic region, or United States. How does Commissioner Green feel?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
That word association, so yes.
Commissioner Loyson?
I'm not sure.
It's a yes or no.
I know. Like, is ordinary okay? That's my thing. Is it just if ordinary is okay, I'm okay with that. I mean, it doesn't have, I'm having trouble with the fact that, yeah, I'm having trouble with the gray area here.
Then, I mean,
And
if
my
you don't feel comfortable,
computer is not helping me out here.
so if you don't feel comfortable, you can say no. I don't
Okay.
want to force you.
Or abstain.
Or abstain.
Abstain. I'm just going to abstain. My computer is not helping me out here.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Commissioner Dash.
Yes, criteria 7.
Yeah, and for 7
Okay.
for me as well is a yes. So if we pull the tallies about how we feel about the current nomination, we have 3 positive identifications for criteria number 3. We have none under criteria number 5. We have 1 under criteria number 10, which is not enough. And then under criteria number 7, we have 4. So looking at that, it looks like we feel this nomination makes potentially meets the criteria for those 2 items, number 3 and number 7. So that's where we are right now. If we are looking for a motion,
Can I make a motion?
go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is 6112,
Yes.
Penn or Center?
Yes. Penn.
Penn, sorry, long day. I move that we make a positive recommendation for the historic nomination of 6112 Penn Avenue based on criteria 7.
Okay. No criteria number 3, just number 7. Oh,
We had the
okay.
most for 7, so
Okay, that's fine.
keep it simple.
Yep. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. For the final vote, Commissioner Dash,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
I don't know.
you can
No. No,
okay.
no, no.
That's fine. That's fine.
No.
And then for Commissioner Aguirre will be an aye. So under historic review commission preview for nomination for historic designation, 6112 Penn Avenue, we feel that we recommend positively for criteria number 3 and criteria number 7.
Well, no,
No, we said just
that's not what
7.
you voted. That wasn't the motion, so I just.
Yeah.
Yes, that was or the motion, and that's what we voted. And
No, Lucia, we only did 7.
Only on criteria 7.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It was
I apologize. It's criteria number 7 only. I apologize for the mishap there. So with that, this moves forward to continue its trajectory with Planning Commission. So with that, I don't think we have a director's report. Is that correct?
Sock it to us, Andrew. Let's stay another half hour.
I think we're at enough time right now.
Well, before,
but Andrew, I thought you were sending pizza to all of us.
We're not going to beat Planning Commission last night. I was at Planning Commission till 8 last night. We're going to end now and.
Okay. Well, before
you had 20 minutes to spare.
Please, before we adjourn, I would just like to thank everybody involved, the applicant, the owner's representative, and all the people who have been involved in this discourse, which is important aspects of our city. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay.
Let's adjourn. I motion we adjourn.
Second.
Everybody say just aye.
No.
Aye.
Feel free to stay on,
You've been
Karen.
outvoted, Karen.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't have anything else to do tonight.
Thank you so much to staff. Everybody have a wonderful evening. Eat
Thank you.
something.
Thank
Take rest up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.